We are live, and it's Christmas Eve. Welcome, everybody. It's Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve. All righty. It's Christmas Eve. Okay. Sorry, I was literally buying a record collection. It's been bought. I've been talking this entire time. My mic's been muted. I've been up front fixing my drink, and my mic's been muted. Sorry about that. All right. I'm glad I caught that before I said anything else. Yeah, I've been up here talking this entire time. No one's even heard me. I've been talking for 5 minutes. My bad. Yeah, this button, we've wore out the mute button on this Restream deck. So it's kind of fidgety. It's about time to buy a new one just because of that one button. Or we need to take it apart and clean it. It really needs a good cleaning. It's all pretty dirty. My mic has been on mute. Yep, I know. That's a common Chad mistake. I was like, all right, I'm going to talk to everybody while I walk up here and get my laptop and fix another drink. And guess what? I was yapping, yippity yapping, and y'all couldn't hear me. I was trying to keep you entertained. What I was saying is, y'all didn't hear me, but I gave a secret code to get 80% off your invoice, but I guess y'all never be able to hear it. Let's get everybody on and watching. Let's move this over here. Let's see. I've got a few more things I need to clean up here. Looks like Mr. Ed left me some Kit Kats. I'll put them over here next to my M&Ms. And let me fold up all this. And we're ready to go. Because I've got one more silver dollar. I don't want to let them catch me, no. Let me toss that. All right. All right, so I have, I got this collection bought. That's what I've been doing for mostly the last hour with John. So if y'all have just seen the post I made on Facebook, if you haven't seen the post I made on Facebook, then obviously you hadn't seen the post I've made on Facebook. So there's that. All right. All right. Let's close all this out. All right. Everybody take a deep breath with me. You ready? Everybody with me on that? Deep breaths. I promise everything will be okay. Let's do it together. Yes. That's what I like doing. Everything will be great. Everything's going to be just fine. No reason to get uptight and chaotic, and just sit back and relax. Whew. Okay? Just enjoy life. Whew. Okay? I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here for a long time. Let's go get that first crate and let's put up our first auctions. Let's do it. All right, so here's tonight's agenda. I just bought 12 crates. It's already priced, of pre-owned vintage. This really cool collection y'all are going to love. And then I just got 4 more crates of new stuff that John marked. Okay. So there's that. And here we go. Let's open this up right here. Has everybody hit the share button and like button? And I love Coletco button. That is a thing. Let me do an add everybody on this one. There are 3 crates of new vinyl. 3 crates of new vinyl. Three crates of new vinyl. Okay. Mega Blast, you're limited to 2 complaints per show, and you've already used 5. So your complaints for the night are expired, and that's you've used up all your complaints for tonight. No more complaining. First thing I have is 3 crates of new vinyl. Yes, there are 3 crates of new vinyl. 3 crates of new vinyl. 3 crates of new vinyl. Any more complaints and you're subject of a muting, okay? You don't want to get muted. That means nobody can see you, including me. I'm trying to get over here to the Coletco main page so I can find this video. Be careful on the complaints. This is a complaint-friendly zone. This is just all positive comments only. Negativity is highly discouraged and can result into a blocking or muting. Muting is your first time out, and then you're subject to a blocking. Okay? First thing is this crate, if I can find it from this morning. New Vinyl Tuesday, this is it. Okay, let's get started. I have a letter from Ed. Thank you, Ed. I love letters. Danny. Danny asked last night about top loaders. He asked Sunday about top loaders. He's asking me again about top loaders. I have 2 notes, a sticky note that says reply to Danny about top loaders, and then I have a message from Ed that says Danny Thomason is looking for top loaders. And Danny, here's my answer. I have no further details or information to give you this time. Check back in 24 hours. Okay? I have no further details or information to give you about top loaders. I have literally 5 different reminders about you and top loaders wrote down. There's actually 3 sticky notes, a letter from Ed, and then I've got it in my mind too. But right now, I have no update to give you on top loaders. 0 updates. Check back in 24 hours. First thing I have is this. A 1975 USOG. What a cool Superman record. This is going to go up for a $25 start. The vinyl is extremely nice. It is near mint minus. It's a 75 USOG. And this is a $20 start, $25 start, $30 start, $35 start. Superman is going to go up for a $25 start. Danny, my new top prerogative, my top initiative after I say good night tonight, probably about 2 a.m., is to get you an update on top loaders. And I'm saying that right now so everybody in this chat can hear me and everybody else will remind me. I will get you an update on top loaders. If it takes me, even if I have to end the sale early and I have to explain to everybody what I'm doing, I will get you some information on top loaders. Otherwise, the whole system could collapse. I have a 1984 USPRCOG. This is Scorpions Love at First Sting. I love the hop sticker, Rock You Like a Hurricane. It's in shrink wrap. It's in VG condition. It's going to go up for a $15 start. I'm looking for Circle Jerks, DRI, Adolescence, Static X, Green Day, Ozzy, Led Zeppelin, Circle Jerks, Beastie Boys, Gangstar, Art Blakey, Tribute to Bad Company, Soft Sail, Creed, Rick Astley, Circle Jerks, DRI, Circle Jerks, Saxon, Motley Crue, Wish You Were Here, Adolescence, Green Day. Here we go. Wings, 3 LP box, the very best of Wings. Wings is a 3 LP, $114.99. $114.99. That's a fairly new release. Right now, the Superman record has one bid for $25, and right now, Scorpions has a bid for $16. We have Kiss, Ace Frehley. Kiss, Ace Frehley, $33.99. I'm looking for all those bands too. That was stuff over here in the 6 a.m. video. Most of what I just read off is sold, but there are duplicates. Wings is $114, Ace Frehley's $33. I've got one copy of Sponge left. Electric Cattle Gods. Sponge, Electric Cattle Gods is $34.99. Over here, Motley Crue, Theater of Pain. Motley Crue, Theater of Pain was sold to Brandon Jones. Thank you. Purple and orange vinyl, that was my last copy. So Final Call on Superman, one bid $25. Final Call on Scorpions for $16. The Clash, London Calling. The Clash is a 2 LP, $39.99. That is called London Calling, a 2 LP remaster. Also, Paul McCartney and Wings, One Hand Clapping. That's 1974 studio recordings, essentially rehearsals. Amazing, $44.99. And then Korn, Follow the Leader. Only copy of this I have, it's a 2 LP. Korn is $33.99. And then Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This is $36.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. One copy is sold to Chad Smith, C-H-A-D, just like my name. One copy sold to Chad Smith, and there's one left. Also, we have another copy of that, so there is one more left. And over here, we have Carole King Tapestry, $44.99. That's a MoFi pressing. Pink Floyd also sold to Brian Berry. Scorpions is first in on with a new bid at 18, Amenities. And then Amenities, I'm fresh out of Wish You Were Here's. I don't think I have any more, but if I do, I'll tag you for one. Right now, I'll put you on a waiting list, okay? So I am fresh out of Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here. I think you're going to be amazed by this collection over here I've got priced. Or a collection I just bought, it's already priced. It's going to be really cool when we go through that later tonight. Over here is $25 on the Superman record, and that is officially sold to William Howe. I figured that one would do a little bit more, but it's sold for $25. The Scorpions is at $22 with Amenities. We got a waiting list going for Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Mama's Boys. And Mama's Boys is an 84 USOG, no condition notes, a $15 star. That's up for bid. I've got Creed, the best of Creed, and Creed is $33.99. That's available. And so is Rick Astley, the best of. This is new on orange vinyl, and we did sell one to Don Nicole. Thank you, Don Nicole. That's so to you. Now there's one Rick Astley left. Also over here, we have Jack Johnson and Friends, Sing-Alongs and Lullabies from Curious George, Upside Down, $36.99 on that. Pink Floyd Animals, here's another Pink Floyd. This is the Animals remaster, $29.99, and then Beastie Boys Ill Communication. So we did sell Beastie Boys Hello. This is Beastie Boys Ill Communication. And I think both of these are still available. $44.99. I'll look into that Gangstar album, but I don't think it's in print. I'm pretty sure it's not in print. Scorpions is at $26, and then Mama's Boys is a $15 start, FYI. Our next auction is Quiet Riot, Critical Condition. Quiet Riot's an 84 USOG. It's a Pittman press. It does have the original lyric inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. There is some cover damage at the bottom. $15 start on that. Next is Led Zeppelin Presence. We did sell one of these to Kevin Voitosh. That's a 180 gram remaster. There's one left. Led Zeppelin Presence, $33.99. Okay. Jeff Dedman on Beastie Boys. That's so to Jeff Dedman. Thank you on that one. And then Amenities does get Pink Floyd. Okay. That's so to Amenities. Appreciate that. Mama's Boys does have a bid for $15. High bid on Scorpions is at $26. Sarah Wyberdink, you've been outbid, FYI. And then here's Pink Floyd again, and this time a Delicate Sound of Thunder box set, a 3 LP remixed from the original master tapes, 24-page book, 23 songs, $79.99 on that. Quiet Riot 15, Mama's Boys 16, Mama Boys 17, Mama's Boys 20, Quiet Riot 15, Quiet Riot 16, and then The Clash Combat Rock. The Clash is $33.99. I also have 2 of those in stock. Pink Floyd, The Wall, a 2 LP remaster, $49.99. And then Ozzy, No More Tears. This is also sold to Kevin Voitosh. There'll be more of those coming up in tonight's new vinyl. There are 3 crates of new deliveries for today, just FYI. And then we've got, well, essentially we got 16 crates of new pre-owned stuff. I repeat, 16 crates of new pre-owned stuff. All right, so over here we got Scorpions. Amenities, $26. It's up to Sarah if she wants to bid again. Now, amenities, there's 2 different Pink Floyds you hadn't claimed. Delicate Sound of Thunder and The Wall. He wants The Wall, okay. So the only thing Pink Floyd left unclaimed in there was Delicate Sound of Thunder. So that left the following. That left Wings, $114.99. Ace Frehley for $33, Sponge for $34, Clash is at $39, One Hand Clappin' Paul McCartney $44, Korn $33, Carole King Tapestry $44, Creed The Best of $33, Rick Astley Best of Me $36, Orange Vinyl, Jack Johnson, Beastie Boys, Led Zeppelin, The Clash, 2 copies still left. There is No More Tears, $44.99. To my knowledge, there are 0 Japanese pressings available for tonight's auctions, David. So good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Just joking. I hope you stay all night and buy as much as humanly possible. But I'll go ahead and make a firm announcement, a strong announcement. To my knowledge, in this entire building, possibly hundreds of thousands of albums, there are 0 Japanese pressings. They have all been purchased mostly by you, and there's 0 left. There will be an Ozzy No More Tears coming up later. As soon as I show it, Matt, I'll tag it for you, okay? If anybody else wants one, let me know. You make sure I didn't miss anything in here. I don't think I did. I'm going to go ahead. I did. David Eberly wanted Creed. David Eberly got Creed. This is sold to David Eberly. Thank you on that. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else, and then we're good to go. All right? Now, let's see if David Johnson will stay committed to the show, just in case I'm bluffing. I have been known to bluff about Japanese pressings. I've been known to bluff about new vinyl. I'll tell everybody, nope, no new vinyl tonight. And then I'm over here giggling because there's 7 crates. And I'm over here giggling. I'm like, there's actually 7 crates. Now they've went to bed and they're going to miss it all. That's what they get for going to bed. They think they're going to go to bed. They're going to go to bed. They're going to go to bed and they're going to miss all this stuff. And they're going to be like, dang, Chad was bluffing. He was bluffing. I can't believe it. Why did he bluff me? He didn't say there was any Japanese. And then here I am, I go to bed, and then all of a sudden there's Japanese pressings everywhere. Dang it. Why did he bluff me like that? All right. Amenities also wants Ozzy. Both copies of Ozzy coming up in the next crates are already sold. First thing I have is Mama Boys is at 33, Quiet Riot at 24. And Sarah said she already set out on the Scorpions. I must have missed that. She did say out. There it is. This is sold to Amenities for $26, okay? That leaves Mama Boys for $35, and that leaves Quiet Riot for $24. Chad the Giggler, Chad the Bluffler, Chad the Buffoon, Chad the Mentalist. Over here, we have Anvil Hard and Heavy. Anvil Hard and Heavy is an 81 French OG, $15 start. $15 start. Anvil Hard and Heavy. First thing I have in here is the Tribute to Bad Company, $33.99. This is sold to Brad Waits. One sold to Brad Waits. I should have one left. There's currently one left of these, and there's still one left for $33.99. Green Day, the Rockin' Roots of Green Day. One is sold to Mitch T. How much are these? They're $29.99. The Rockin' Roots of a Green Day, and this is $29.99. There's one more sold, and that's to Thomas Fish. Thank you on that, Thomas Fish. And now there's one left, $29.99. D'Angelo Brown Sugar is $46.99. And then Circle Jerks. We've sold a lot of these. Circle Jerks is on yellow vinyl. The first one is sold to Matt Shiker. Thank you, Matt Shiker. That's sold to you. The other one is sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker, Master Moss 666. The other one is sold to Josh Tanner. Thank you, Josh Tanner. The other one is sold to Paul Conway. Thank you, Paul Conway. And we are sold out. If anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list. Metallica, Ride the Lightning, $29.99. So Mama's Boys is still getting bids. The last bid was Jeff Brindley at 37. That's a final call. Quiet Ride over here, Michelle Clements has it for 30. Anvil doesn't have a bid yet, $15 start. One copy of Testament, The Legacy. Testament is a music on vinyl pressing, $38.99. Static X is sold out. Michael Malley gets the last copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It will officially be a waiting list. Also, we have Freddie Hubbard, The Body and Soul. That's a Verb by Request. Impulse Jazz, $29.99. Art Blakey is sold to Sean Lee Hooker, Master Moss 666. I have one copy left, manufactured Third Man in Detroit, Michigan. That's another Verb by Request jazz album. I have one left of Art Blakey. That one sold to Sean Lee Hooker, Fairweather. DRI, this is sold to Matt Scheiker. That was my only copy of Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. That's sold to Matt Scheiker. We already have a waiting list. The first person on a waiting list is Paul Conway. Paul Conway on a wait list for DRI, okay? Kelly Gabney gets the last Art Blakey. Next is Adolescence. This is also sold to Matt Scheiker. He also gets Adolescence, and there's one left. This is called The Complete Demos, 1980-1986. Adolescence, The Complete Demos, and this is sold to Chad Smith. That's now sold out. If anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list. Soft Sell, Nonstop Erotic Cabaret. This one is officially sold. David Eberly. It was our last copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It's a 2LP, $34.99. Beck, Hyperspace, two copies of those left for $29, and then Cowboy Junkies, The Trinity Session, music on vinyl expanded, $46.99. The Scorpions is already sold. Anvil got one bid with Charlie Buck for $15, so that is going to sell here pretty soon. They're still bidding on Quiet Riot, but over here, Mama's Boys didn't get another bid, and this is officially sold to Jeff Brindley for $37. Kelly Gabney said she does one on the soft sell waiting list. There's technically one more crate I've got to pull from for this morning's video. Y'all getting a good recap of everything that came in yesterday. Almost everything has sold. Wow, there's not much left in here. Quiet Riot's at 40, and then Anvil's a final call. Let's go ahead and introduce a third auction, and that next auction's David Bowie pinups. David Bowie's a 1973 USOG VG Plus condition. It does have the original under sleeve, $15 start for David Bowie. So here's all that's left in here. One copy of The Tribute to Bad Company, $33. The Rock and Roots of Green Day for $29. D'Angelo Brown Sugar, $46. Metallica Ride the Lightning, $29. Testament is $38. The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard, $29. Beck Hyperspace, $29. And then Cowboy Junkies Trinity Session, music on vinyl expanded, $46.99. Okay, let's condense those right over here with that first crate. We've already emptied a crate. Let's go get that last one. Then we're going to go get into new stuff. So earlier, when y'all were probably refreshing the page going, why isn't Chad live yet? Click, 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 click. I was over here negotiating and doing a deal with John. So John's worked for me the longest here. He's probably been collecting records twice as long as I've been alive. And he's like, I'm going to thin out some of my collection. I'm going to start with all the 80s, new wave, and alternative. And we were going to do consignment, but I've never done consignment at all. I did consignment for about a year with Fred Goodwin on his incredible collection. And then I decided it was just it's too much work. You know, if you're an auction house and you're set up for consignment, it works. But when you're retail, and especially trying to get people to pay so you can pay the consignor, you know, it's just difficult, because I used to tell people, well, I can do it on consignment, but there's a chance we might not get paid for it, especially if it's an auction item. You know, we do have a little bit of, sometimes people not get paid, and then you're going to have to wait another 30 days for me to re-auction it and re-advertise. So I was like, why don't you just get them all ready like you're working at the store and price them, and then we'll do a deal based off that. And so that's why there's already 12 crates over here priced. So probably the best deal for both of us was to do it that way, because I didn't want to just straight out buy them without them being processed, and then I didn't really want to do consignment. So we ended up with 12 crates of 80s new wave over here. I mean, it's great stuff. I mean, I can't name them all. It's all kinds of different stuff, but you're about to see them here shortly. My mute button is hung tonight. I'm really going to have to pay attention. All right, here we go. Okay, over here is this. So we sold Art Blakey. The last bid on Quiet Riot was $41. So $41 on Quiet Riot. Anvil still got that one bid for $15. Anvil still got that one bid for 15. And then David Bowie's a final call. This is sold to Charlie Buck for $15. And then David Bowie does not have a bid yet. Final call, $15 start on that. Next auction is another Mama's Boys. This is Power and Passion. Mama's Boys Power and Passion is an 85 USOG club copy. This is an EX edition, and this is going to go up for a $10, $15 start, okay? That is now up for bid, okay? First thing I got is the infamous Mobb Deep. That's a 2 LP music on vinyl as well, $46.99. We did sell a copy to Gangstar to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. That is so. Jared Lambert, you just missed Anvil. Sean Lee Hooker got Gangstar. There's one left. Excuse me, Gangstar Hard to Earn, $39.99. This is a Tribe Called Quest, People's Instinctive Travels and Paths of Rhythm, $33.99 on that. And we have the Essential Nos. Nos is a 2 LP, $33.99. Also have Beastie Boys Hello Nasty. This is also sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. I have one left of Beastie Boys. That's called Hello Nasty, a 2 LP, $44.99. The Best of 50 Cent. One of those left at $44.99. Outcast Atelians. Two of those left at $33.99. Tribe Called Quest again. Midnight Marauders. Those are $29. And then Enter the Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang Clan's $33. And then we have Eric B. and Rakim. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. So everybody in the video got everything they wanted except Paul Conway. Make sure he's on a wait list for DRI. Okay? Paul Conway, if you're on the chat, you're on a wait list for DRI. And then Sean Druin on a wait list for Saxon, Night Out with the Boys, okay? Sean Druin, make sure he's on a wait list for Saxon, Not on the Town with the Boys. I know what that is. So everybody else got everything they wanted. Quiet Riot was up to one person over here, and I think they're out. So this sold to Brian Berry for $41. Bowie does have a bid with Brad Bolin for $15, so we're about to sell that. And then Mama's Boys does have a bid with James Chilcote for $15. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And the next auction is going to go up right now. That's Judas Priest, and that's Unleashed in the East. And this is a 79 UKOG, VG or better, and that's a $15 start on Judas Priest. Okay, so rap recap: Eric B., Wu-Tang, Tribe Called Quest, Outkast, 50 Cent, Beastie Boys, Nas, Tribe Called Quest, Gangstar, and the infamous Mobb Deep. All right, those are done, and let's go ahead and go right to one of our crates of new stuff. And yeah, we're about to knock out some of this 80s collection too. So the plan for tomorrow, you know, I'll probably make literally a game time decision, but plan for tomorrow is we're going to do another store walkthrough because John just told me he's coming in tomorrow. Everybody has a couple days off for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but John told me he's coming in. He always does. So he'll be marking stuff, but I told him, I was like, well, I don't know if I'm really going to do, quote, a record sale. I probably will end up back here eventually, but probably be all over the place. Tuesday, December 23rd, Christmas Eve, 3 crates of new vinyl. Merry Christmas from Hatchet Ed. He priced all this earlier today. Let's get started. Which Mobb Deep? It's called the infamous Mobb Deep. The infamous Mobb Deep, a 2 LP, $46.99. And then we got Bowie is sold for $15. One bid, Brad Bolin, $15. Thank you, Mr. Bolin. And then over here we got Mama's Boys. Mama's Boys is $15. That is sold for $15, and that was sold to James Chilcott. No, there was a new bid. Jeff Brindley bid $20. My bad. There was a new bid up here. Jeff Brindley bid $20 a long time ago. James Chilcott, you're out. And now Judas Priest is at 18 with Brad Chapman. All right, I caught these on sale, so this is $10 below list price. And we had one the other night, an unofficial up for auction. An unofficial up for auction, and it was a lot of people wanting one. I was like, wow, I can still get these. And then I went, and they were on sale. So I went ahead and grabbed 2, and we can do a waiting list if needed. This is the Black Crowes Lions. It's on pink vinyl, too. Black Crowes Lions is on pink vinyl, and these are $29.99. Black Crowes Lions, that's pink vinyl, $29.99. All right, let's close this out. Let's close that out. Let's close this out. Let's open up Vinyl Pre-Order Master Sheet because I know for sure the next thing I have, there's a waiting list for. So there's the Black Crowes, $29.99. How much is Kiss in the back? $33.99. And then let's jump over here. And Scott Dwalla wants a Black Crows. James Chilcott, let me know if you want back in on Mama's Boys. Jeff Brindley has it for 20. Judas Priest is also at 20. And then let's go ahead and put this up right here. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather. An 84 U.S. Pittman OG, VG Plus condition. Stevie Ray Vaughan is going to go up for a $25 start. We had one of these popped up in the Hatchet Ed crate. And when it did, a lot of people else wanted one. So here is Mammoth, The End, and I have 4 copies, and I think there's 2 people on a waiting list. William Simmons and Ron Phillips. William Simmons and Ron Phillips. So there's 2 extra copies of Mammoth the End, and that is orange with red splatter. Of course, that's Eddie Van Halen's son, Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen. There's 1 Black Crows left. There's 2 Mammoths left. And I have new for this Friday, The Rockin' Roots of the Doors, $29.99. Same part of that series, The Rockin' Roots of the Doors, $29.99. We got 5 copies. Those come out this Friday. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a bid for $27. Mammoth is $33.99. Mammoth has a bid of $33.99. And then Michelle Clements wants one. There's 1 left. Mama's Boys, I'm going to make sure James Chilcott's out. He is. This is sold to Jeff Brindley. This is sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. There's one Black Crows left. Yes, there's 1 Black Crows left. Let's go over here. That's sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. Are we done on Judas Priest? Brian Calls had it for a while for $20. Brad Chapman hadn't set out, but I'm assuming you're done, Brad. Let's move that right over here. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather, has a bid for $27. Final call. So Mammoth price, any butcher covers. Are you talking about the Beatles butcher covers? Yes. I have a few of them over here for sale. And then Mammoth, Michelle Clements got 1. And then Stephen A. Young wants the Doors. And then Matt Nichols on Black Crow. So there's 1 Mammoth left and 4 Doors. Beastie Boys Intergalactic from the last crate. You mean Hello Nasty? Hello Nasty or Sabotage? You mean Hello Nasty because Intergalactic's on this album. Yeah. All right. So that's sold. Let's put that right over here. Next thing is the Smiths. This is $29.99. The Smiths self-titled, $29.99. And then here's another really cool release from the Black Crows. It finally came back into print where it's a lot more affordable. This is called Crowology. The Black Crows Crowology is $38.99, okay? Judas Priest over here, the last bid is Brian called for 20, and this is sold. I lost the other bidder. Always make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. That way I know maybe you are done and I can confidently sell it, and I hadn't lost you based on a connection or something. But if you hang around, then I may have to just go ahead and sell it, and you'll be like, dang, I was still bidding. Next auction is the Allman Brothers. This is a 71 U.S. Presswell OG, a Record Club of America pressing, VG Plus condition for the Allman Brothers, and that is an OG Pink Capricorn label, an Essential album, $25 start. There was a wait list for the Yes, Steven Wilson Green Vinyl Remix. Yes, let's go ahead and show that. El Snapatan was on a waiting list, so one of these are already sold to El Snapatan. There's 2 extra copies left on green vinyl, $29.99. I also have 2 copies of New Order Substance. New Order, embossed cover, 2 LP, $39.99. Allman Brothers has a bid for $25. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a bid for $30. Our next auction is Def Leppard, Pyromania, an 83 US OG Pittman press, VG or better, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Yes is sold to Brian Berry. Yes is sold to Matt Nichols. Always nice to see Yes albums selling. Yes, we just sold some Yes. ZZ Top Eliminator. So this is the Rhino Hi-Fi cut by Kevin Gray. There was a waiting list for this. Chris Frazier said, Chad, I need one of those. I'm like, I got you. This is sold for $39.99. Allman Brothers has another $25 bid. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a bid for $31. Tony, you tied the first bidder already, Joe DeGaldo. There's 2 ZZ Tops. Def Leppard has 2 $15 bids. Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. That is $29.99. That's a great 2 LP compilation. 9 Inch Nails, Pretty Hate Machine, $33.99 of that. And then Dave Matthews, Crash Into Me. First time on vinyl, remastered Chris Bellman, $34.99 for Dave Matthews. And Ministry, Dark Side of the Spoon. There was a waiting list for this. Shane Devers. And I guess only 1 came in. I usually, even if I have a wait list, I usually order at least 1, if not 2 more copies. But this is the only one that came in. of Dark Side of the Spoon. So that's sold to Shane Devers. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I've got another ZZ Top, and I haven't had this one in a while, the Rhino Hi-Fi cut of their debut. This is called ZZ Top's first album. That's also $39.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan right now is at $36. Amenities, you've been outbid. The Allman Brothers is still tied at $25, so it's really up to Tony McDaniel if he wants to bid again. And then Def Leppard's at $27 to Brian Berry. This is really cool. Alice Cooper's been pretty popular, so I've ordered one each of about everything, even the deluxe editions. So this is $79.99. This is the deluxe edition of Billion Dollar Babies. The original album remastered and plus live tracks from the Billion Dollar Babies tour. It has all the single versions and it has rare tracks. So this is $79.99. So it's a 3 LP, and that is Alice Cooper, $79.99. It's a 3 LP. Also, Ozzy, No More Tears. These were already claimed a moment ago. Matt Nichols got one, and the other one was sold to Amenity. So if anybody else wants on a wait list for Ozzy, No More Tears, let me know. Stan McNessie wants a ZZ Top's first album, Rhino Hi-Fi, okay? So right now, Def Leppard's at $35, Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $40, and I'm assuming Tony McDaniel did not want to bid again on Allman Brothers, so I'm going to read off 3 records, and I'm going to sell that to Joe DeGaldo for $25. So first is Mammoth the Inn, last copy, orange with red splatter, $33.99. The Doors, the Rock and Roots of the Doors, that's $29.99, new for this Friday. Not a lot of new releases. Not a lot of new releases this week, but there is a few. The Doors is one of them, $29. And then over here, this is the Smiths, $29.99. We got 2 copies of that, okay? First thing is the Allman Brothers. This is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $25. Let's put that away. Thank you, Joe DeGaldo. 1 bid on that OG pink label. Unbelievable. Stevie Ray Vaughan's moving to a final call. Michelle Clements has it for $40. Def Leppard's at $39 with Amenities. And then over here, the Doors. That's a new release, the Rock and Roots. So typically these have been live recordings. It's like bootlegs, live shows, but it doesn't really say when or where for the most part. And then next thing is David Doyle wants BBB, Billion Dollar Babies Deluxe Edition. It's sold to David Doyle, triple LP, $79.99. That has pretty much filled up my first crate, but let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now, and that's the Psychedelic Furs. This is a 1980 U.S. OG Terre Haute pressing, original under sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. The Black Crowes Crowology is $38.99. New Order Substance is $39.99. ZZ Top, that's Eliminator. The Rhino, all analog, $39.99. Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix, 2 LP, $29. 9 Inch Nails Pretty Hate Machine was $33. Dave Matthews Band Crash was $34. Got 2 of those. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And then ZZ Top's first album, $39.99 on that. So last bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold, and that's sold to Michelle Clements for $40. I'm going to change out this crate, and I'm going to change out this other crate. By the way, we got a surprise restock of another Megadeth album. Jeremy Merck just asked the details on Stevie Ray Vaughan, and I just sold it. What I'm going to do right now, though, is I'm going to go ahead. I think this one of the 3 crates of new vinyl tonight, I think, is one of these bonus restocks of Megadeth. And so it's literally most of the crate. With that being said, I'll go ahead and show those, and that way I think we can go ahead and sell them out or take a waiting list. I need to get that posted over in the group and let everybody know we got those in stock. Okay, let's go ahead and show them. Might go ahead and get that posted. I don't know which of the 2 is more popular. I'll have to do one of them first. But here we go. All right, so Def Leppard is officially sold to, well, we have a problem. Brian Berry bid $40, Amenities bid $43, and then they've both set out. You have the high bid on this Amenities at $43. Unless somebody else is a ghost bidder, you have that at $43. And then Psychedelic Furs is a $25 start. No bid on that yet. Next thing over here I have is AC/DC Highway to Hell. This is unfortunately VG minus, but it is a 79 Monarch OG pressing of Highway to Hell. That's going to go up for a $5 start. I got 3 copies of Alice Cooper Brutal Planet. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. First person on the wait list was Eric Connard. Eric Connard on the Alice Cooper wait list. That was for Brutal Planet. Let me check the other ones over here. Alice Cooper, ALISE, Alice Cooper, and it was just one person, Eric Connard. So we have 2 copies left of Brutal Planet. That is $38.99. Psychedelic Furs does have a bid for $25. AC/DC has a bid for $15. And then here is one of the Megadeth restocks, United Abominations. Megadeth, United Abominations. Megadeth, United Abominations. So I've already had this one. Edwin Riviere was on a waiting list. Edwin Riviere was on a waiting list. United Abominations, $38.99. I'll have like 9 more copies if anybody wants one. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more copies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 more copies. Here's another Alice Cooper. This one's really cool because it even includes the panties. This is Alice Cooper, School's Out, 50th anniversary, the original album remastered, a previously unreleased live 1972 show, and extras. It pays homage to the original packaging, including the legendary panties. And that is $89.99, okay? And then we have next is AC/DC, already opened at 15. Then there was a bid for 5, another bid for 5, another bid for 10, another bid for 16. Megadeth sold to Scott Dwallow. Megadeth sold to 007 Platinum. And then Let's Sell Brian Call, the Psychedelic Furs, for 25. Only one bid on that. That sold for 25. And next thing we have is Def Leppard Pyromania, and Def Leppard Pyromania is sold to Amenities for $43, okay? Last bid on AC/DC was James Chilcott at $17. This is sold to Amenities for $43, and then AC/DC's is $17 with James Chilcott. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8 copies left of that Megadeth. We haven't had this one. This is Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. That's $39.99. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. And these both have been out of print for quite some time, hence why I have an entire crate full of them. So I have all these Megadeths. This one has not been posted yet. And then Megadeth United Abominations, okay? So United Abominations is sold to Scott Markheim. And then this one here is the next one, sold to 007 Platinum. Scott Dwallow also gets one, and those are what's left, okay? Those hadn't been in print in quite some time. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction I have is Rush, Fly By Night, a 1975 UK copy, super clean with the original inner sleeve. An original first press UK copy, $55 start on Rush. And then Sarah Wyberdink says, I'll take the Alice. And Alice over here being School's Out. That's so we've sold both deluxe editions of those. There's my Megadeths, and I'm going to use Alice Cooper to separate them so they don't get mixed up. And then let's go ahead and introduce one more auction from, quote, The Bonus Crate. A classic album from Judas Priest, British Steel, a 1980 USOG, strong VG, maybe even VG Plus, a $15 start. And then Scott Markheim also needs Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, okay? There's that, and there's that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let everybody know over in the group that we have these in stock, okay? For sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to snap a couple pictures of these right quick, because if I don't get it out, if I don't get the word out now, then I could end it, because I think I've ordered like 10 extra copies as well of these, just FYI. So I've got a lot more on the way, essentially. All right, awesome. Let me see what's going on over here. All right, awesome. All right, so Megadeths are in stock. World Needs a Hero and United Abominations. All right. All right, boom. There's that. All right, so let's go right over here. First thing I have is the following. We sold Alice Cooper. Judas Priest got a bid for 15, 18, 20, and then What's Rush, and then AC/DC. The last bid on AC/DC that came in, I'm showing $18 of Sean Sam. This is a 79 Monarch OG. It's in VG minus condition. That's a final call on that one. Rush is a real OG first pressing, Blue Mercury label, a 75 UK near mint with the original under sleeve. $55 start. And then Judas Priest is a 1980 USOG strong VG. Larry Gonzalez has it for $20. $8 in limited shipping. That begins on Sunday or Monday, whenever the new week begins. Usually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. $8 in limited shipping. That's if you buy 145. That's if you buy one CD, or like some people, if you buy 67 albums, some people buy 130 albums in 1 week. We ship them for $8. Rush has a bid for $55. Final call on Priest and final call on AC/DC. If you decide you need those Megadeths, let me know. I'm actually going to go ahead and use them for back wall decoration because those are records we don't get too often. There's The World Needs a Hero, and there's a United Abomination. So those are in stock and ready to ship. Let's go ahead and blast through the last crate of new stuff right now, which has some restocks and some waiting list, etc., etc. If anybody new is welcome. If anybody new is watching, welcome to Coletco. $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, we'll sell it to you. We're here to do that. That's our business. Okay, first thing I have is this. Beautiful copy of Rush. First thing is over here. Brian Reynolds says, sorry, Chad, just got on. No reason to apologize. You was probably out drinking eggnog. AC/DC over here is sold to Sean Sam for $18. Rush is at $65. And then over here, British Steel. British Steel, Judas Priest is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $20. Those are new restocks of Megadeth albums. Those just came back into stock, so that means they just got pressed. The World Needs a Hero and United Abominations, 39 and 38. I should have just kept them both 39. That'd be easier. So those are new and sealed. They're ready to be grabbed. I'm going to keep them back there all night till they sell out. And plus, I just made a post in the group. I literally just photographed them. And posted them over in the group. See? We'll sell some right there from that post. That's a live shot from right here on the table. Kenny Cates Jr. says he'll take one of each. They're going to get grabbed fast. I think I've got 10 each of the other ones back ordered, though. So do Kenny Cates, and so do Kenny Cates. Brian Reynolds wants one of each. So do Brian Reynolds. So do Brian Reynolds. Now there's two more. So those are ones we typically don't get, and if they did come through, they'd go up for auction, and then poof, they're all gone. So Kenny Cates got one of each. Brian Reynolds got one of each. Let's introduce some new raw auctions. Rush is at $80. Here's Nina Simone. Check this out, a 1974 U.S. Indianapolis OG. The vinyl's really nice. The spine does have a little bit of ding on it up here. Does have some damage up here on the spine, but that one doesn't come through too often. Orange RCA. I mean, I don't think I've ever had that one before. Nina Simone is a $50 start, okay? Next thing is Danny Thomason wants one each of the Megadeths. Those are sold and sold. Now we're pretty low on United Abominations, but I still have plenty of these. So those are sold to Danny and Danny. Sean Druin also wants one of each. Sean Druin on once of each. Now we're pretty low on, really low on United Abomination. So that's sold to Sean Druin. Danny Thomason also got a pair. And then first thing I have in here is White Zombie. Devil Music Volume 1, $39.99. Nina Simone's a $50 start. Rush is at $82. Next auction is going to go up right now. Without further ado, The Clash, London Calling. It's a 1980 USOG 2LP Terre Haute, strong VG overall, VG plus condition. That's The Clash. It does have a little bit of writing there on the cover. It does have includes lyric content, which may be unsuitable. I've got two copies of New Order Low Life. New Order is $29.99. I've got two copies of Alice Cooper Trash, $39.99 for Alice Cooper Trash. Kip Winger plays guitar on that one. And then Emarosa. This is new for Friday. Now, the other night we had an Emarosa record up for bid. Did not get a bid. Put it on Discogs, sold it immediately for $200. That tells me their catalog's pretty desirable. So this is called Emarosa, and this is Peach Club. I don't know if it's something new or some kind of reissue, but it's on purple vinyl, and it's new for Friday. That is a new release for Friday. Purple vinyl, $29.99. White Zombies, $39.99. That is a music on vinyl press. Over here, I posted in the group one each of Megadeth. How about I go ahead and I'll probably start tagging those live right now so I don't forget. Oso said he wants one of each. I'll keep an eye on that live tonight so we don't miss out on the claims too, okay? So Oso, there's your one of each, and then John LeBeatty wants one of each. He just commented as well. And John LeBeatty gets the last United Abominations in the crate, and this is sold to John LeBeatty. So there we go. Two more just sold over there from the post. I've already got those tagged. There's Emarosa. I have Joy Division Unknown Pleasures. Joy Division's $29.99. Rush is at $110. And then The Cure, that's Imaginary. This is 3 Imaginary Boys, and that is their debut, I'm pretty sure. The Cure is $29.99. Final call to get a bid in on Nina Simone for $50, and then The Clash is just a $25 start. I've also got 2 copies of New Order, Power, Corruption, Lies. That one's $29.99. And then here's another new release for Friday. Neil Young and Bob Dylan, Live 1988. And you can tell the sleeve over here is kind of busted, just the baggie it's in. So you can see that it's on yellowish vinyl. Bob Dylan and Neil Young, live concert 1988, Like a Rolling Stone, Man of Constant Sorrow, Gates of Eden, $29.99 for that. 2 copies of Thrice. This is also a new release for Friday, The Illusion of Safety. That is $29.99. Rush is at $110. Final call on that. The Clash does have a bid. Let's make another Nina Simone, another buy it now. $50 on Nina Simone. I think that's like the 5th Nina Simone auction in a row that's went to a buy it now from the last week or so. Rush is at $110. And that's with amenities. Final call. The Clash does have a bid for $25. We got a request for some sort of metal record a couple people's been asking about. Sounds like that one might be a good one, huh? Hellstar, maybe? I'll put that up in just a second, but first thing, let's go ahead and put up Exciter, Feel the Knife. Exciter is a 1985 UKOG VG Plus condition. Let's go ahead and start that for $15. That's now up for bid. Next over here is Peter Criss, and I think I got a wait list going for this. This is the white vinyl. This is the white vinyl. Let me check my laptop. I know these are already grabbed. Peter Criss. Yeah, we have... Okay, that one was tagged. There's silver, but let me go get last night's waiting list because that's something that was new from last night. I have a whole pile of sticky notes here. I didn't order any vinyl last night because I knew it probably wouldn't ship tomorrow, and it's not going to ship. So hopefully Friday we get a delivery, but tonight might be the last night of new vinyl. Of course, there's no show Thursday. Tomorrow night's going to be kind of, quote, a hybrid show. So, yeah. Get the new vinyl out of your system tonight because shipments are a little weird this week. So here's Seth's extremely annoying tiny handwriting. So there's 4 people on silver, 1 person on white. 1 person on white. Jackie Long. So I have 1 extra Peter Criss on white vinyl. I've got 1 extra Peter Criss on white vinyl. Richard Bradshaw wants a copy of United Abominations. Richard Bradshaw gets my last in-stock copy of United Abominations. Okay, that's sold. Brian Thurman wants 1 of each. We need to give him The World Needs a Hero. Sell this to Brian Thurman, okay? And then we'll have to put him on a waiting list. Brian Thurman on a waiting list for Megadeth United Abominations, okay? So over here, Peter Criss is $38.99. This is sold to Jackie Long, and I have 1 extra copy. That's the white vinyl. Did I pull Susie, a Neil Young, and Bob Dylan yet? I didn't. Susie Breedlove over here on the Neil Young, Bob Dylan, right? Let's go back at the top. Yep, Susie Breedlove, Neil Young, Bob Dylan, Clash 27. Teresa put Nice. Did you mean Thrice or did you mean Nice? There is an album in here by Thrice. Maybe you meant Thrice. Maybe you meant Nice. Either way, there's both. Randy Klein wants the Dylan and Neil Young. Exciter 15. Exciter 15. Patrick Lear gets Nina Simone for 50. And then we are closed tomorrow. Yes, the storefront, well, we was open today. Tanner just kind of was here. And Monday, people were pulling on the door all day long trying to come in here and buy last-minute gifts. So I think he just went ahead and opened today. And I think we were really busy. But, you know, usually we're closed. I don't think we're going to be open tomorrow, so to make a special trip, call ahead. Always call ahead, of course, if it's your 50-50 but we're definitely open back up Friday. But yeah, we were kind of soft open today. Exciter 15, Exciter 25, Exciter 20, Exciter 20, Exciter 33, Exciter 40, and then Exciter out. Sean Drake gets Peter Criss white vinyl. That's sold to Sean Drake. Now we can take a wait list on those. And then next thing is Exciter out. And then I thought Exciter was a full album. Exciter, and then Friday, and then over here. Next thing is Rush. This is sold to Amenities for $110. So Amenities gets Rush Fly By Night for $110. And then over here, the Clash London Calling. This got a high bid right now. The Clash Amenities, $27. Chris Smith, just so you know, you were outbid on this, okay? Let's jump over right over here. And then Exciter Feel the Knife. Exciter Feel the Knife is a 3-track EP. This is how it originally came out. It's a 3-track EP. Matt Nichols has it for $40, and he wants to retract his bid because he thought it was a full album. It kind of is. I mean, this is the way it was released. So we'll say Jim Cooper has it for $33, and now Jim Cooper's out. Are we going to have to re-auction this entire record? We may have to re-auction this entire record. Let's cancel all these bids and let's redo this auction. Exciter is going back up for bid. Exciter is called Feel the Knife. It's a 1985 UK original and VG Plus condition. $15 start for Exciter. That's going back up for bid. It only has 3 Fast and Furious songs on it. $15. That's now the starting bid on Exciter. All previous bids have been canceled, and we got to redo this one. Exciter's a $15 start. So we have that. Now, I'm also taking a waiting list for Peter Criss on Silver. So that one is kind of the more limited edition one. Right now, there's about 7 people on a waiting list. I don't know if they'll come back in or not, okay? Exciter has a bid for 15. Exciter has a bid for 15. The Clash is at 33. Next thing is the Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker, which there was a waiting list on. The Black Crows is sold to Ryan Eaton. The Black Crows is sold to Ryan Eaton. He was on a wait list. There's 2 extra copies if anybody wants one. $34.99. The Clash is at 33. And now Exciter, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. New Order, Movement, $29.99 for New Order. Also, Evanescence Fallen is 33. We have 2 of those. And the Sisters of Mercy Floodland, Black Ice Colored Vinyl, $29.99. Now, Exciter restarted. We've got about 34 people at $15. How about we just go ahead and get somebody to bid $30 again, and that will get us right back to where we was at. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, a U.S. reissue on the gray Atco label, VG condition, a $15 start on that. Let's go ahead and sell the Clash then. This is sold to Amenities for $33. Final call on Exciter, $15 to Jason Jones. Going twice, going 3 times. Clock is ticking. He's about to get it for $15. Any second now, I'm going to have to end the auction. AC/DC's up for bid. I've got 2 copies of the Black Crowes Southern Harmony and Musical Companion, $33.99. Brad Bullen on a Sisters of Mercy. That is on colored vinyl. I have Dropkick Murphys, The Warrior's Code. There was a waiting list for this. Dropkick Murphys, The Warrior's Code. And Dropkick Murphys is Vladimir and Autumn Betts. There's 2 copies sold. Vladimir and Autumn Betts. There's 1 copy. There's 2 copies. And this is a new pressing from last week that was on colored vinyl. $29.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is REM, Fables of the REM. 85 OG Pitneyville press. VG condition, a $30 start. It does have the original on her sleeve. Dropkick Murphys is sold to Scott Dwallow. That's gone. Over here, we have New Order Brotherhood for $29. I have Ministry Twitch. This one is sold to Shane Devers. He's on a waiting list. And I've got 1 extra copy if anybody else wants one. This is $39.99. And this is Ministry Twitch. 1 sold to Shane Devers. There's 1 extra copy. That's a music on vinyl pressing. Next thing over here I have is 2 copies of Dropkick Murphys, or excuse me, Ugly Kid Joe. Now, y'all remember last week I ordered 10 of these and there was a defect in them. They all had seam splits. Luckily, we got a couple more and these aren't damaged. And there was one person that said, Chad, I want a nice one whenever they come in, and that's Mike Helton. So this is sold to Mike Helton. Thank you on that one. Exciter's now at $21. Kenny Cates Jr. gets the Ministry. Kenny Case Jr. gets that last minister. He's got to keep up with Shane. Can't let Shane get ahead of him. We have Exciter at $21. AC/DC did not get a bid. When are we going to do Iron Maiden? Very soon. When are we going to do David Gilmour? Very soon. When are we going to do Hellstar? Very soon. REM is an OG/VG, $30 start on that. Chris Meisner wants to Dropkick Murphys. That was the last copy of that again. Dwayne Worley gets an Ugly Kid Joe. That was the last copy of that one. And then we have the Rockin' Roots of Elvis Presley, $29.99. Now, unfortunately, we got a few scene splits. We got 5 copies. 3 of them have scene splits. $29.99 for Elvis, okay? Over here, Exciter, Danny Thomason, $21, final call. REM, a $30 start. VG, final call on that one. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing. Uh-oh. Japanese pressing. See, I told you I was bluffing. I was bluffing David Johnson. Here's a Japanese pressing of T-Bone Walker. This is a 79 Japanese OG, but this was in the hot picture. So hopefully he's seen this in the hot picture. T-Bone Walker, a mono compilation with inserts and OB EX edition, $30 start on that one. Husker Du. So right over here next to me is 12 crates of new stuff from this collection I just bought. We're about to go right into it. Every crate probably has about 10 auction items. And are they going to be auctioned? Some of them. Most of them I'm just going to leave in here. They're sticker price. They're no more, no less. And we're about to get into these right now. I mean, there's Japanese stuff in here. I see the Cramps. I see the Romantics. I see Pet Shop Boys. I see Kaja Goo Goo. I see Susie and the Banshees. I see Husker Du. I see Dave Edmonds. I see Depeche Mode, 10,000 Maniacs. That's about to be stuff literally straight price, no more, no less. We're about to start going through it, and I hope y'all are buckled up because it's probably going to get pretty busy with those crates. First thing is Brian G. Owens wants one of the Elvis, done. Stanley Richmond gets the AC/DC, buy it now for $15. Brad Bullen on Sisters. I've already pulled that for you. I have already pulled that for you, okay? And then Exciter. This did not get another bid, so did Danny Thomason. Last time it sold for $40. I had to redo it when everybody realized it wasn't a full album, and now it's sold for $21. REM did not get a bid. This is a $30 buy now. T-Bone Walker, Japanese pressing, $30 start. Going once, going twice. Okay? And some of these I may pull out, but I'd rather just keep y'all. We got plenty of other stuff to auction. John's got these priced, probably what they would sell for at auction anyway. He's like, some could sell for a few less, some could sell for a few more, especially like the Cramps, etc., etc. There are a couple straight price records in here for like $150. Some of the Cramps and some of the rare stuff in here, New Order. There's some pretty desirable stuff. There are a few straight price records for like 100 plus. So most of those starts at 20 and goes up. We got it sorted. We got $20 and up stuff. We got 3 crates of $9.99, and then we have 1 crate that's not new wave, 80s alternative, and it's even got a couple rap albums. It's got David Bowie. It's got stuff like that. So here we go. First thing over here, we got T-Bone Walker, 30, T-Bone Walker, 30. REM's a buy it now for $30. And let's read through this crate again, and this was the 3rd crate of new stuff. James Davidson wants 1 of each. James Davidson wants 1 of each of the Megadeth, so let's go ahead and tag him for The World Needs a Hero, and let's put him on a waiting list for United Abominations, okay? So Brian Thurman is also on that wait list too for United Abominations. So if y'all missed it earlier, we got a restock of Megadeth records. I've actually already made a post over in our group letting everybody know they've come in, and we've already sold 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 copies over there. There is the last one that's in stock. That is The World Needs a Hero, and we have 1, 2, 3 copies, 4, count the one in the back. There's only 4 copies of that left, okay? The Cure is $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. I'm very excited to go through these records over here, so before I do that, let's go ahead and put this up right here. Let's do Monster Magnet, Dopes to Infinity. Y'all know they just reissued their stuff in a box set, but this is the real OG pressing. A 1995 Euro OG EX++ near mint minus Monster Magnet. Oh gosh, something just came out of my mouth. $150 start on that. And then over here we got Parliament, the clones of Dr. Funkenstein. This is a 1976 USOG VG minus, but no feelable marks. $10 start on that. Okay, we have White Zombie, La Sexta Risto, Devil Music Volume 1, $39.99. New Order Low Life is $29. Also, Alice Cooper Trash is $39. Emma Rosa is $29. We have Joy Division Unknown Pleasures for $29. The Cure, Three Imaginary Friends for $29. New Order Power Corruption Lies for $29. Neil Young and Bob Dylan Live, 1988, $29. Thrice is $29. That's new from colored vinyl. Black Crows at $34. New Orders $29. And we have Evanescence $33. Sisters of Mercy $29. One left. Black Crows $33. Matt Nichols, I can put you, I forgot to answer you. Matt Nichols, if you're out there, I can put you on a wait list for Amorica. Believe it or not, I was ordering Black Crows. I ordered Shake Your Moneymaker, Lion, Southern Harmony, Crowology, and of course the one I don't order is the one Matt Nichols is looking for. But if you want on a waiting list, I can do it. New Order Brotherhood is $29. And then the Rockin' Roots of Elvis Presley, $29. Michelle Clements wants a Megadeth. Folks, we are low stock. Sean Holford wants both. All right, so we need to give Sean Holford a Megadeth. And Sean, you're on a waiting list for United Abominations. Okay, you're on a wait list for United Abominations. Matt Nichols on a wait list for Black Crows Amorica. Perfect timing. Time to change that crate, and we have filled up another one. So we sold out of United Abominations quickly, and that's the ones that evaporated on me. 2 crates of Soul Vinyl already tonight. Let's go ahead and grab this crate right here. Holy moly. And Bob Reiger says he'll go ahead and take a copy of The Cure. Holy moly. Let's go over all 3 auctions one more time right quick before I do anything else. Let me go ahead and see what's the status over here for some of these Megadeth albums as far as in stock. Let's go and type in Megadeth. Probably going to have to sign back in right quick. Yep. Click this, click that, click this. Remember password. Here's my short password to fill in my long password. I got a password for my passwords. Okay, where are those at? Okay, good. I can still get those. Let's go ahead and put in for those. And Elf. I got Elf Trying to Burn the Sun on the way too, if anybody needs those. Elf Trying to Burn the Sun. Let's log in over here right quick. Don't go anywhere. Let me search this distributor. Securing vinyl. It's like a game. Okay, good. Those are still in stock there. Let me grab. Okay. All right, good. Done. And done. Okay, here we go. A little paranoid. You gotta, I'm sometimes fighting against some of these main warehouse distribution. I'm grabbing stuff. I'm like fighting against probably other record sellers across the country. So it's like who can buy the most and who can buy the most the fastest sometimes. So sometimes you gotta stay ahead. You gotta be ordering stuff live. Otherwise it's gonna get grabbed. And everybody's like, man, Chad, I thought you could get it this week. I've already bought it somewhere else. And I'm like, ah. And then that's when I go and I just randomly start choking Seth. First thing is T-Bone Walker, and this is sold to 007 Platinum for $50, okay? Let's go over the details of Monster Magnet again. This is sold to 007 for $50. That's Bond, James Bond, 007. Monster Magnet, Dopes to Infinity. This is a 1995 Euro OG pressing, EX++ near mint minus, $150. So it's OG and it's near mint. $150 star. Parliament does not have a bid. It takes a $10 minimum bid. A 1976 U.S. Santa Maria OG, VG minus, no feelable marks, but it does have scuffing. $10 on Parliament. REM is sold for $25 to Mortgage Guy Rob. The World Needs a Hero. We're down to 2 copies. They're $39.99. Technically, there's a waiting list for United Abominations, but it looks like they're in stock, and I could have them by Friday. Next auction is Poison. Look what the cat dragged in. Poison is a 1986 U.S. club, also a VG minus condition record. Just a $10 start on that. All right, let's see what's in this crate. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. The Offspring Americana, a 2018 red vinyl 20th anniversary edition, $79.99. $79.99. 2018 red vinyl. Anniversary edition, Lucinda Williams, 25th anniversary, 2014 sealed, Lucinda Williams, $29.99. That's of her 1988 album, and that is self-titled Lucinda Williams. Lost Straight Jackets, complete Christmas songbook, 2019. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. And Elvis Costello Accidents. This is a bootleg unofficial, a 2 LP unofficial pressing, a live concert of Elvis Costello, $49.99. And the B-52s, another unofficial, Do Somersaults, a 1981 unofficial, $39.99 on that one. All right, first thing we have is the following. Monster Magnet doesn't have a bid yet. I'm about to make it a buy now. REM was sold for $25. Funkadelic got a bid. I think he meant Parliament. Parliament got a bid for 10, another bid for 10, another bid for 10, then 12, then 15, and then Chris Martin says, I'll take The World Needs a Hero. We're down to one copy of Megadeth. That is sold. Matt Nichols is first on Offspring. That's sold to Matt Nichols. And then Craig was first on Lucinda Williams. And it would be my honor to send this to Craig for free. We hadn't sent him a free record in quite some time, and he needs a freebie, right? Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Craig, for helping everybody with track listings, and we need to send Craig a free record. So how about one straight from the new collection purses? We just sold The Offspring. That was sold for $79.99. We still got Lost Straight Jackets, Costello, B-52s, the Georgia Peaches. This is an REM bootleg, a 1988 unofficial 1985, $59.99. Those first five could have all easily been auctions, but they're all straight priced here. Next thing is Marty Thau presents 2x5, 1980 sealed, $19.99. This is a compilation. Bloodless Pharaohs, Comatines, Flesh Tone, Student Teachers, $19.99. Dwayne Worley gets the last Megadeth. Dwayne Worley gets the last Megadeth. We are officially sold out of Megadeths, okay? Let's jump over here and see what happened. So first thing is nobody bid on Monster Magnet. This is a $150 buy it now. That's Dopes to Infinity. That's a U.S. original. Let's put that away, and that is so. Thanks, Craig. We're going to send him the Lucinda Williams from this new collection for free. For those that don't know, Craig's an unpaid volunteer, and he helps us all with all of our track listings. If I had to read off track listings for every auction and every question that somebody asked, we would sell probably 20% less every night because I would be spending hours and hours combined every year reading off track listings. Thank you, Craig, for using Discogs or Google for copy and paste feature. We love it. Last bit on Parliament. I'm showing Parliament. There's 2 Ps up for bid, so I hope I know where we're at. I don't know. We might have to get everybody clarified. I do have some people still putting P, and then there's also a Poison. I think Poison's at $23, and then the last bit on Parliament that came in. The last bit on Parliament that came in, I really don't know because there's way too many that just say P. So right now, if you're bidding on Parliament, you probably need to get a bid again and put PAR. Otherwise, I have no idea who has the high bid. Next auction is going to go up right now, Hellstar. Hellstar is a 1988 USOG Metal Blade Records with insert A Distant Thunder, Near Mint, and Nice Jacket, $35 start. There we have it. Poison 23, Parliament 16, and we have Missing Persons, Color in Your Life. This is a sealed original, $24.99. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust. Nick Lowe is $19.99. And The Pretenders 2, also $19.99. And The Romantics in Heat, very nice copy, in shrink with the hop sticker, Talking in Your Sleep, $19.99. Monster Magnet's $150, okay? So first thing, Poison's at $25, Parliament's at $20, Hellstar's a $35 start. These are all newly acquired records, priced as marked. Missing Persons is sold to Matt Nichols. Next is The Cramps, A Date with Elvis. 2010 purple vinyl sealed, $39.99. A 25th anniversary pressing remastered on purple vinyl sealed Cramps, $39.99. This is the Flesh Tones up front, a 1980 Pittman. This is a gold stamp promo, $24.99. Amenities gets the Romantics, that's sold to Amenities, and the Hoodoo Gurus, Mars Needs Guitars, a 1985 pressing, $24.99 on that. And Ice House, Man of Colors, shrink wrap and hop sticker. I don't get that one as often. 1987 Ice House, $24.99. Poison, Stanley Richmond for $25, and Parliament's at $20. Now, Karen Evans, you put Hellstar, but you didn't put a price. Make sure if you're bidding on Hellstar, you put Hellstar and then 35. That lets me know you're bidding. Jeremy Bryant, Glitter from the Litter Bin gets Ice House. Oh no, it's Devo. A Japanese pressing from 82, $49.99. That is for Devo. Oh no, it's Devo. Missing Persons, a Japanese pressing, Spring Session, an 82 Japanese pressing, $39.99. And then Nina, another Japanese pressing, an 85 Japanese pressing. That's a 3-track, $24.99. Duran Duran, Night Romantics, another Japanese pressing, $29.99. No Obi on that one. So now Hellstar's tied. Jason Jones technically bid first at $35. Poison is sold, and Poison is sold to Stanley Richmond for $25. That's sold to Stanley Richmond for $25. Let's put that away. And then over here, Parliament. The last bid that came in on Parliament was Chad Smith, and that's sold for $20. Amenities wants Missing Persons. That was for the Japanese pressing. Let's go ahead and pull that out. Now Hellstar, Karen Evans, you're out. Because technically Jason Jones got his bid in first at $35. So now it's up to you to bid again. Next auction is Smashing Pumpkins Gish. And this is an unofficial pressing on white vinyl, just a $25 start. It is in partial shrink wrap, $25 start on that. Next is the Pretender, self-titled. I've got Brass in Pocket, $19.99. Robert Gordon, Rockabilly Boogie, and this one actually is on a white vinyl. White vinyl on the Robert Gordon. That's an OG white vinyl, $19.99 on that one. Also the Boomtown Rats, 5 deep, $19.99, and 2020 Look Out. That's $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. 2020 Look Out. Smashing Pumpkins. Our next auction is going to be AC/DC Flick of the Switch. A 1983 USOG specialty press. It has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $20 start on AC/DC. Next is Pete Shelley. $19.99. Pete Shelley is called XL1. Hop sticker, $19.99. The Devo Japanese pressing is sold to Tim Voldness. Thank you on that one. We also have the Boomtown Rats Mondo Bongo. Boomtown Rats is a German press with posters. $19.99 on that one. And Dave Edmonds Information. That's a sealed copy, unopened original, $19.99. IRS Greatest Hits Volumes 2 and 3. Fantastic compilation. A 1981 double LP, $34.99. Smashing Pumpkins is near mint minus on the vinyl. Leslie Sibley on Boomtown Rats. JK gets the Cramps record. I was waiting for somebody to grab that. Now AC/DC's at $20. And then Hellstar. The last bid was Jason Jones at $42. AC/DC 21, now $22. Smashing Pumpkins, $25 start. No bid on that. This is Swans, The Burning World. It's $59.99. It does have some damage right over here. It does have the hop sticker. This is a gold stamp promo. Swans with the original on her sleeve, $59.99. Patrick Lear on F5. Was that a claim or 5? F5, what was F5? F5, he said disregard. Okay. This is, who is this? This is Joy Division. This is $29.99. It's a picture disc, a 2005 Italian, and this is $29.99. Also, Pet Shop Boys Please and OG Pressing, $34.99. Really super clean and nice. Hellstar's now at $50. Smashing Pumpkins does have a bid for $25, and then AC/DC, the last bid's at $25 as well. Smashing Pumpkins is an unofficial pressing on white vinyl. Unofficial pressing, white vinyl. It's a $25 start. Joy Division is sold to Robert Vladicek. This is a crate with records. So far, about 2/3 of them we just don't see too often at all. I mean, this is just kind of stuff that I wish I could buy on a regular basis, but we just can't find. Really cool to get all this set together at once like this. It's all curated and cleaned and priced. It's going to be pretty incredible go through these crates tonight. Make sure you have your plans canceled here on Christmas Eve. Hopefully, most of y'all have tomorrow off from work. Pet Shop Boys is sold to Mike Wilt. That is so. Patrick was second on Joy Division. AC/DC 27. Amenities next on Pet Shop Boys. Hellstar has a new bid for $55. This is the new wave 80s collection I was talking about. Yes, there are 12 crates full of stuff like this. 12 crates full of stuff like this. Insane, I know. Michael Freiberger on Pete Shelley. That is sold to Michael Freiberger. And then over here, Dan Aykroyd and Dr. Detroit soundtrack, or it's actually Dr. Detroit soundtrack, music by Devo, James Brown, Patty Brooks, $19.99 on that. And then Duran Duran price. Duran Duran Night Romantics is a 1981 Japanese pressing, $29. Now there's only like 10 check condition crates out of all these. you know, after you collect records, most of y'all have probably curated stuff where you have mostly near mint minus records. John's done the same thing. He probably wouldn't buy about anything unless it was EX plus or near mint minus. So all these are really clean. He's kept them clean, and they're all ready to go. We have Duran Duran. Hold on a minute. I think that's for Dr. Detroit for Scott Dwallow, right? Scott Dwallow got Dr. Detroit. Shakedown was second. Stacy Metternich on the IRS comp. That sold. Hailstar at 65. Smashing Pumpkins just got one bid, two bids, right? Yeah, Josh Brown bid 25, and then Vladarchuk, you bid 25. So Josh Brown has that at 25, and I think we were done on AC/DC, and this was sold for 27 to Brad Chapman, okay? Thank you on that one. Let's keep going, and let's keep rolling. Keep going and rolling. Wow, 12 crates. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. There's a few things in here that could be definitely auction worthy. We've already sold about 5 out of here. This is near mint. It's an unofficial on white vinyl. Hailstar is at $65. We got Curran, Evans, and Jason Jones kind of battling that one out. Let's go ahead and put up Bill Withers. Awesome record here, Steel Bill. And this is a 1972 OG with the fold-out jacket, EX edition, $30 star. She wanted Devo. Okay, you were third on Devo then. I'm putting IRS back in here. Michael Grind on Duran Duran. Michael Grind. Michael, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just let me know. Just say yes, first-time buyer. So there's that. Smashing Pumpkins is at 27. Chad Smith said he'll take the IRS comp. And then we have REM. Nice. This is on a brown translucent vinyl. This is the OG pressing. Reckoning. Beautiful, $39.99. Also, REM back-to-back. Can't get from there. And that's $14.99, Bandwagon and Burning Hell. So that's a 3-track REM, $14.99. And then the Runaways live in Japan, a Japanese pressing from 77, $59.99. We have not auctioned the Beatles yet. The Cramps is $149.99. Let me go ahead and say that right now. $149.99. But man, I don't think I've had this in like a year. Songs the Lord Taught Us. One more time. It's a first press, $149.99. That's with iron. Let me figure out what he wrote here. Something with incorrect listing on back sleeve. Okay, so it has the incorrect track listing on back sleeve. The Cramps is $149.99. Songs the Lord Taught Us. Real OG, no condition notes. Everything in here is EX plus or better. Everything in here is EX plus or better. Yes, really nice. There it is, okay? Michael has bought from us before. Thank you and welcome back. Hailstar is up to Jason Jones. High bids at 70. Smashing Pumpkins is sold for $27 to Vladarchuk. Let's put that away. And over here, Bill Withers is final call for $30. Gregory gets the Cramps, $149.99, sold. Next is Kajagoogoo. White Feathers, Kajagoogoo's an 83 Japanese pressing, $29.99. Depeche Mode, Behind the Wheel. That is a 1988 SRC pressing, $29.99. Our next auction is the Beatles, 62 to 66 red vinyl. A 78 Winchester red vinyl that Capitol did, $50 start on that. The Beatles, $50 start. Next is 10,000 Maniacs in My Tribe, a 1987, $34.99. Wow. Also, Depeche Mode, World of My Eyes, Happiest Girls and Sea of Sin. That Depeche Mode from 1990 is $34.99. And Pet Shop Boys, Introspective, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, $29.99. So amenities, there's 2 different Depeche Modes. Let me know which of the 2 you want. Hailstar has a new bid for 72. Nobody bid on Bill Withers. It's a $30 buy now on Bill Withers. No bid on that one. Michael Freiberger wants the REM single here. That is so to Michael Freiberger, $14.99. The Beatles is red vinyl, $50 start. And then from the bonus crate, I have an auction. Iron Maiden. Probably y'all didn't expect to see this go up for auction tonight. You probably didn't expect to see any of these go up tonight. Here's Iron Maiden, an 81 USOG Winchester EX Plus condition, $45 star. Depeche Mode, sold to amenities. Pet Shop Boys, sold to Brad Bolin. And we have Susie and the Banshees, Join Hands, a 2018 European press, $29.99. Echo and the Bunny Men, that is sealed. This is a 5-track, $24.99. Ron M on Bill Withers for $30. Hailstars at $75. Final Call on Beatles. Iron Maiden's a $45 start. Dave Edmonds is also sealed, $19.99 on that. Colleen Cook on 10,000 Maniacs. That is sold to Colleen Cook. And this is $24.99. New order, round and round. New order, round and round, $24.99. Barnes & Barnes, soak it up, $19.99 for Barnes & Barnes. And Husker Du, flip your wig, $64.99. OG 85 translucent brown with insert, $64.99. Iron Maiden 45, Iron Maiden 50. John Stevens on Echo and the Bunny Men. That's sold to John Stevens. Iron Maiden, another bid for 50. Patrick next on Echo, and Husker Du sold to Kelly Flottercheck. Also, Talking Heads, the Rhino RTI pressing from 2013, just $24.99. New order is sold to Amenities, and the Psychedelic Furs, Talk. Psychedelic Furs, that's a really clean copy, $34.99. Paul Beal on Susie and the Banshees, that's sold to Paul Beal. Iron Maiden has a new bid for 60. Red Hot Chili Peppers, OG, 1987 Allied OG pressing, $74.99. The Smiths, The Queen is Dead, a 2012 UK, $29.99. Iron Maiden 60, Iron Maiden 70, Matt Barnhill on the Talking Heads 2013 RTI, and then Ivan R on Red Hot Chili Peppers, that's sold to Ivan R. Hellstar is officially sold in, and that is sold to Curran Evans for $75. Let's put that away. Curran Evans gets that for $75. Nobody bid on the Beatles red vinyl. Nice. You can pick it up for a $50 buy it now. 2 LP with the inner sleeves, red vinyl. That's the Capitol Press. And then Iron Maiden's at $70 with John McPatriot. Also, we have the Dickies, the Incredible Shrinking Dickies, 1979 yellow vinyl, $49.99. Mike Brangle on the Smiths. That's sold to Mike Brangle. Also, we have NXS Kick, $34.99. That's an OG pressing. And the Ramones Road to Ruin is what? 1978 Jacksonville OG pressing, $59.99. Well, y'all have obliterated 2/3 of that crate. How about we try to speed run through them one more time, because there are like 12 more like that to go through. And Chad needs some Monster, definitely. Yeah, we just plowed through about 50 auction records. Okay, first thing over here is Red Hot Chili Peppers, Talking Heads. Mike Brangle, Smiths. Fred Carnell next on Smiths. D.K. Evans first on the Beatles. Was there somebody ahead of you? There wasn't. So D.K. Evans gets the Beatles for $50. Lucas Hanoff wants REM Reckoning from In the Bin. And then Amenities gets NXS. Amenities on NXS. And then over here, Joe Castillo on HD. If that's for Husker Du, that's long gone. NXS was OG, yes. Final call on Iron Maiden, Matthew Copa, $65. John McPatriot already had it for $70. Next auction is the Meters. Sophisticated Sissy Strut, Easy Back. Nice. This is a highly desirable record. The Meters. This is a 69 US Rockaway OG, G+/VG-. It does have some feelable marks on side A. Play tested, definitely has background noise, but did not skip. Even fair copies have sold for $50. So copies literally destroyed have sold for $50. Mid-grade copies sell for $350, VG+. A mint copy of this is like $500. If you had a near mint copy of the Meters, you could probably get around $500 for it. This is a $50 start on that one. G+, VG-. All right, let's go through this again. Unusual, we get this kind of stuff in this kind of quantity. Usually, if we do buy somebody's collection, they've got about this much of this kind of genre. I mean, to have this much of it, this is unusual. It's kind of like when we buy a big metal collection or a big rap collection. These are low production on vinyl. Late 80s, mid 80s, not much of this really sold, and not much of it really manufactured on vinyl. So take it in, one big night of it tonight, and we have Prince. And Prince is a 1986 U.S. Specialty OG, $10 start. Meters has a bid for $50. Here we go. Lost Straight Jackets, $39.99. Elvis Costello was a bootleg unofficial, $49.99. The B-52s, another bootleg unofficial. These are live recordings, $39.99. And we have the Georgia Peaches. That's REM. That's a live unofficial from REM, an 88 unofficial live, $59.99. We have Marty Fowl Presents 2x5. That's another compilation, sealed, $19.99. Niccolo Labor of Lust was $19.99. The Pretenders 2 was $19.99. This was Flesh Tones up front. front, $24.99. Hoodoo Gurus, $24.99. Mars Needs Guitars. Nina, 85 Japanese press, $24. The Pretenders' first album, $19.99. Robert Gordon's on white vinyl, $19.99. And then Boomtown Rats 5 Deep, $19.99. Mike Brangle. These bootlegs would always go to auction. They will if they don't sell tonight. Some leftovers may go to auction either later this week or next week, so grab them while you can. 2020 Lookout, $19.99. Dave Edmonds was sealed, $19.99. And then Swans, The Burning World, Gold Stamp promo from Hopstickle, $59. The Runaways is $59.99. And then Kajagoogoo, an 83 Japanese pressing of White Feathers, $29. Leslie Silverly on Boomtown Rats. Boomtown Rats was right. Hold on a second. Leslie Silverly on Boomtown Rats. That sold. And then Chris Knapp on Flesh Tones. That was for this one here. And Colleen Cook on the Lost Straitjackets. All we done on Iron Maiden. I didn't see another bidder after that $70 bid from John McPatriot. So this is sold to John McPatriot for $70. And then the Meters has one bid for $50. That's a final call to Tim Vodness. And then Prince is a $10 start. No bid yet. Final call on that one. Next angle here, Prince does have a bid for 10. Swans, it looks like it has a little bit of cover damage right here, but the vinyl is near mint minus. It's $59.99. Lucas, if you don't want it, then Chris Knapp does. Over here, we have Dave Edmonds. That's sealed for $19.99. Barnes & Barnes was $19.99. Soak it up. Psychedelic Furs, OG. We sold their other album, VG Plus, earlier. Keep in mind, all these are in beautiful condition, too. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. Prince has a new bid for $11. We have the Dickies. I think somebody asked if it's OG. It was. And it's on yellow vinyl. It's a promo. It's a promo, not for sale, on yellow vinyl. Whoever asked about that, $59.99. And the Ramones, an OG Ramones album just casually laying in the bin. A 78 Jacksonville press, nice. Road to Ruin, $59.99. All right, one crate down, 11 more to go. Which one should I do next? Let me take a peek at this one. They're all pretty much like equally crazy nice. Let me figure out which one we should do next. Oh, gosh. Yeah, let's just grab this one. Let's just go down the row. Let's just literally go down the row and see what's going on, okay? So we have actually, Lucas, he's going to pass, so this is available for whoever. Yeah, let me make sure I know what that is. Yeah, it looks like maybe something was stuck to it at some point right there, but other than that, it's really nice, okay? All right, let's put that right there. So those two are still available. First thing we have is this, the Meters. That got one bid and sold for $50. Nice. And like Laura said, that's literally what a copy of this sold that was literally broken in half. So nice pickup there for $50. Tim Vodness. Prince. Details. 86 U.S. Specialty OG, near mint minus. High bid's $12. Kristen Stark said, Chad, if you don't put up that Beatles album, I'm literally going to have a conniption fit on you. So let's put up this Beatles. I do not want anybody to have a conniption fit on me tonight. So let's find it, and here it is. This is the Beatles. This is an unofficial. See, they're walking backwards. That was an alternate shot of that album cover. Outtakes and alternate versions of tracks from Abbey Road. Very desirable Beatles bootleg, not only for the cover, but it's alternate takes and versions from Abbey Road. Nice, $55 start. Let the bidding begin. Next auction, we need a little jazz, and we got Stanley Turrentine, the Sugar Man. Stanley Turrentine is a 79 Japanese pressing with insert and obi. Japanese jazz for $35. We'll take it. Sean Miller says he'll take the Ramones. Sold to Sean Miller. That's done. Beatles has a bid for $55. Next is what? We're good to go. Here we go. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Look at this. Now playing selected cuts from Tears for Fears. In-store sampler, not for sale. $39.99. This was sent only to stores, and it's a promo sampler of Tears for Fears, songs from The Big Chair and The Hurting. How cool is that? $39.99. Sugar, that's Stanley Turrentine, $35. The Beatles, $55, $56. Prince is near mint minus. The high bid is GMB at $17. Fine Young Cannibals, that's $19.99. Johnny Come Home, an 85 Pickneyville press, $19.99. Electro Mix. That is a $19.90 UK, $19.99. Getting Away With It, Electro Mix. That's $19.99. Inner Groove Distortion wants Tears for Fears. Patrick Fu was second. Next is Dexy's Midnight Runners. I don't think I've ever had this one before. It's an 83 UK, $19.99. And then Tough Darts, $19.99 for Tough Darts. Has a promo sticker. And Scritti Politti Provision. And this is $19.99. Wow, what a crazy batch of records here. This is pretty amazing. Remember This Night, the Beatles 55, the Beatles 56, Sugar 35, Beatles 57. Inner Groove Distortion got Tears for Fears. Patrick Fu was second. Beatles 58, and then Shakedown was third on Tears for Fears. John Durden on Electro Mix. That's sold to Mega Blast 9. Prince 20, Beatles 60, Prince 18, Beatles 65, MG Sanchez next on Tears for Fears, Beatles 60, Beatles 86, Stanley 40, Robin Glenn on Dexy's Midnight Runners. All right, moving on. We have the Swim Pool Q's, Blue Tomorrow, $19.99. Melanie Jennings on Scritti Politti, sold to Melanie Jennings. Strictly Romantics, or excuse me, Strictly Personal by the Romantics. That's in shrink, $19.99. And then the Runaways, a Japanese pressing from 76, $74.99. We Are Punk Generation Obi. That's pretty cool. Near mint, $74.99. Over here, I'm going to show one more, then an auction update. Another Runaways, back-to-back, $74.99 for Queens of Noise. And these are near mint minus, as you can imagine, and pristine. All right, Prince is a 3-track. This over here is Prince and the Revolution Kiss. It's a 2-track single. It's a 2-track single, a 1986 OG 2-track single for Prince and the Revolution Kiss. That is what we're bidding on over here. And the high bid is Wayne Davis, Nick Bargeron at $20. Nick Bargeron at $20. The Beatles is near mint. It's an unofficial alternate takes from Abbey Road. The high bid is Stanley Richmond at $75. And then Stanley Turrentine, this Japanese pressing of this jazz album, the last bid was 007 at $40. Everybody else is out, okay? Next thing is Duran Duran live at Hammersmith Odeon, a 1982 Singapore press. Wow. Is this official? $39.99. How unusual. I don't know if that's official or a bootleg. Either way, I've never seen it. Duran Duran, $39.99. I mean, I've kind of looked through these, but it's not like I've really examined everything in all these crates either. I mean, it's been wow, another Japanese Runaways album, 1977, $49.99 for that. And then Gamma 3, another Japanese pressing, 1982, $34.99 on that. Meat Puppets Mirage, a 1987 in shrink. It looks like it was just opened. Beautiful, $39.99. Meat Puppets Mirage. Duran Duran sold to Kelly Gabney. Beatles is now at $77. Stanley Turrentine's at $44. Kate Bush on stage, 4 live tracks, 1979 Holland, $19.99. That means Prince is a final call to Nick Bargeron for $20. Stanley Turrentine, $50. The Smiths, Barbarism Begins at Home, Shakespeare's Sister, a 1985 German. Check out this price, $125.99. $125.99. But man, when have I ever seen this? I'll answer that. Never. I've never had this. The Smiths, Barbarism Begins at Home, Shakespeare's Sister, 85 German, $125.99. Our very own Laura Bryant, buying from the back of the store, wants the Kate Bush record. So Kate Bush, so to Laura. Let's put that in the crate. Matt Nichols on Meat Puppets, sell that to Matt Nichols. And then we have Erg, and he told me this was a movie soundtrack. Never seen it before, but look at the lineup on it. Gold Stamp Promo, 2LP, $39.99. Lydia Lunch, 1313. That's a 1982 press. Lydia Lunch, $34.99. And then the Psychedelic Furs, Forever Now, that's $34.99. Also, Rock and Roll High School, this is in shrink wrap, $29.99. Over here, Michael Freiberger on Erg, and that's sold to Michael Freiberger. Jeremy Bryant on the Lydia Lunch, that's sold to him. And then Perky 33 on Psychedelic Furs. Wow, that's a cool soundtrack too, Rock and Roll High School. All right, Prince over here is sold to Nick Bargeron for $20. That is sold. And then what about the Beatles bootleg? The Beatles bootleg, the last bid on this that came in was Kristen Start at $78. Stanley Richmond is out. Final call on that. And then Stanley Turrentine, the last bit on this was Amenities at $55, 007, just so you know you're out. Matt Nichols on Rock and Roll High School, and then sorry, missed the Smiths details, year and genre. This is the Smiths, Barbarism Begins at Home, Shakespeare's Sister, which I think is like a 12-inch single kind of EP. It's like a 3-track, and this is $125.99, an 85 German press, $125.99. Matt Nichols got that. Sean, thanks for the offer, but I'm going to keep both of these. I'm going to keep both of these at sticker price right now, okay? I'm going to keep both of these at sticker price right now. And let me go ahead and tag Megadeth. Give me 1 second. That was United and then Hero. I need to go ahead and order 5. We'll go ahead and take 10 over here. Give me 1 second. I'm watching all these Megadeth orders come in. I'm like, okay, I've got to make sure I have all these ordered. Even if I end up with too many, I think it'll be okay. And then Megadeth, Hero, was there any in stock over here? Okay, let's go ahead and order another 5 or 10 over here too. All right, and then let me get these carts submitted and continue checkout and submit order. Okay, done there. Let me make sure, done. Close my lid, here we go. All these are sticker price right now. Okay, first thing we have is the Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat, $19.99. First time showing these, I mean, they've literally been in a collection for 40 years, so I figured we just let them roll right now. Heaven 17, Shrink and Hop, $19.99 on that one. And Scritti Politti, Cupid and Psych, $19.99. So the Beatles is officially sold, and the Beatles is sold to Chris and Start for $78. The Stanley Turntimes at $65. Don't forget, we got a crazy lineup of auctions over here too. So there's that. Next thing is this, Black Sabbath featuring Tony Iommi, 7-star. OG, and I was mentioning last night how Born Again had never been reissued. Black Sabbath, this one has never been reissued. 7-star EX edition, $30 start on that one. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's pull one from the low start title, and that's Charles Mingus, Pre-Bird. Check this out. A 1982 US. It looks like it's Japanese, but it's not. That's a US press. VG Plus, $15 start on that. Lucas Hanaft on Scritti Politti. That is so we're going through this 80s collection. I guess you would call it new wave and alternative. A lot of different stuff in here. Boomtown Rats, Mondo Bongo. There's another copy of that. We sold one earlier. That one's $19.99 as well. Flesh Tones, Live in Paris, 1985. Speed Connection 2. That's $19.99 for the Flesh Tones. We have the Style Council Live, Home and Abroad. That's also $19.99. Gold Stamp promo. Urban Verbs, Early Damage, $19.99. Heaven 17, that is Heaven 17 self-titled. OG and Shrink Wrap Near Mint, and it's $19.99. Also, Marian Faithful Broken English. Marian Faithful is $19.99. And then Soft Sale, Tainted Love. Soft Sale's a 1981 French copy, $19.99. Let me figure out where I left off here. All right, and then boom. Okay, so first thing we have is Kelly Gabney on Boomtown Rats. Let's go ahead and pull that for Kelly Gabney. Craig Thomas on Urban, and that was Urban Verbs, so to Craig Thomas. Chris Knapp on F for Flesh Tones, and that was right back here, so to Chris Knapp. Style Council was right here. Style Council was $19.99. Chris Knapp on Soft Sale. Michael Ruttman was second. Next is Minutemen. Okay, this one's kind of pricey. $119.99. It's a 1983 press, Minutemen. What Makes a Man Start Fires? $119.99 on that. Over here, Stanley Turrentine is sold to Amenities for $65. $65, and that is sold to Amenities. So Black Sabbath 7-star. Black Sabbath 7-star does not have a bid yet. We're looking for a $30 start. $30 start on Black Sabbath. Charles Mingus, a $15 start. No bid on that either. Everybody's eyes might be in the crate right now and not on the auctions. Let's go ahead and put up a Scorpions. We actually had this album earlier tonight. Here's another copy. Love at First Sting, VG minus condition, $10 start on that one. Division Bell is a buy it now, $49.99. Chris Knapp does not want Soft Sale. He wanted Style Council. That's already sold to Lucas Hanaft because he asked about it first. That is sold to Lucas Hanaft. Mega Blast does want Heaven 17. Those are sold and sold. So Soft Sale is still available if you wanted that Michael Ruttman. If you want a Style Council, it's already sold. We sold Heaven 17. We sold that. And then boom, 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 boom. Mingus, 1515. The Jam, Setting Suns, a 1979 OG, $34.99 for the Jam. The Germs, the Germicide. The Germs is just $19.99, 1993 press. Michael Ruttman did want Soft Sale. The Smiths is $125.99. Yeah, the Smiths that's in the bin is $125.99. Squeeze, look at this. I love how the cover literally looks like it's being squeezed. It's a 10-inch, and it's in this kind of oversized jacket. Really cool. That's $19.99 for Squeeze. Eric Van Leuven on Germs. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. JK was next. Charles Mingus, $20. Robert next on Germs. Mingus, $17. Matt Nichols next on Germs. And Billy Idol. This is a picture disc. It is music. It's a 4-track. Eyes Without a Face, The Dead Next Door, Dancing with Myself, and Rebel Yell. An 84 picture disc, $26.99. And Adam and the Ants, Kings of the Wild Frontier, $19.99. Let me pause there because there's a lot of activity all of a sudden. First of all, nobody bid on Black Sabbath. This is a 1986 Allied OG EX condition, original under sleeve. Black Sabbath is a $30 buy now. This is Charles Mingus pre-Bird. It's a 1984 US reissue. It's in VG Plus condition. A bid just came in for $22. The Scorpions is a 1984 USOG 72 PRC Richmond. The alternate cover art. The vinyl is in VG minus condition. It's just a $10 start. Now, Michael Ruttman did get soft sale. Ray Red asked about the Smiths. And then Eric Van Leuven got the Germs. I've already tagged that. JK next on the Germs. Charles Mingus got a bid for $20. Robert Warner third on the Germs. Mingus got a bid for $17. Matt Nickel fourth on the Germs. Mingus got a bid for $16. Chris Knapp fifth on the Germs. Ray Red does take the Smiths, $125.99. That is sold to Ray Red. Nice. That's gone. And then over here, the Mingus is called Pre-Bird. Scorpions a $10 start. Mingus $22. Wayne Davis picking up the Billy Idol picture disc. Let's get a piece of cardboard to put behind that, please, so that can ship better. Sell that to Wayne Davis. Mingus $17. Matt Nichols gets Black Sabbath for a $30 buy now. Michael Ruttman was next, and then Amenities. Moving on. The Cars Panorama, $19.99 on the Cars. Culture Club, Do You Really Want to Hurt Me? I see Culture Club every night. I don't think I've had this one. That's why. It's an 82 UK. 82 UK press, $19.99. James Chance and the Contortions, Paris, 1980. And this is $19.99. Travis Wade, you were next on the Smiths. I just sold it to Ray Red for $125.99. Stan Ridgway, Mosquitoes, $19.99 for Stan Ridgway. Boomtown Rats again, a tonic for the troops, $19.99. And Haircut 100, So Tired. I don't recall seeing that one. Why? Because it's a 1983 UK copy. A 1983 UK copy, $19.99. So next is Scorpions, does have a bid for $10. Jeremy Bryant on James Chance, that's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Year and condition on Minutemen. No condition notes, EX Plus or better. It's a 1983, which I think makes that OG. Yes, super clean. 1983 Minutemen. John has it. SST Records, 1983. Next thing is Brock J. Hanna on Culture Club. Let's tag that to him. And then Mega Blast on RSR. So RSR was probably for Stan Ridgway. That's so to Mega Blast. I want to make note of one condition. The top seam does have a little bit of a split up here. Okay, other than that, though, the vinyl's nice. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. So I'm assuming that's also what your R was for. And then Michael Freiberger on Haircut 100. What is the Charles Mingus? Another comment says Mingus 100. Eric Van Leuven said next. You were next on Haircut 100. And JK says, I'll take the Minutemen. Both high-end records already sold out of here. Minutemen sold for $119.99. All right, so let's go over these auctions again. This is Charles Mingus pre-Bird. It's a 1982 U.S. reissue in VG Plus condition. And the high bid on this, 1982 US, is Ryan is Amenities at $22. I think the Scorpions literally just has one bid, Floyd Wilson for $10, and we're about to sell it. Next is Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust, $19.99, and the Pretenders Extended Play, $19.99, and then Dave Edmonds. Dave Edmonds is a UK copy in Shrink, $19.99, and another REM. This is Fables of the REM, an 85 Picnickville OG, $44.99. Minutemen is our only unsold auction. Dopes to Infinity. Minutemen is a 95 Euro original press. OG, EX++ near mint minus, $150 buy now. Scorpions has a new bid for 11. Our next auction is Talus. Let's put this up right now. Talus. Talus is an 84 US Hot Pog, OG EX+ condition, live speed on ice. Talus is a $25 star. Floyd, you've been outbid on the Scorpions. Husker Du. This is $19.99. It's an 87 promo, 12-inch single of Could You Be the One. $19.99 on that. That's a Husker Du 12-inch single, just FYI. Also over here, we have Public Image, a 1989 SRC pressing, $34.99. Wow, don't get that very often. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Husker Du. That is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk. Next thing over here, and this is 415 Music, 1990, $24.99. Chad, that wasn't Minutemen. It's in the crate. I pulled him the Minutemen, the one he wanted here, Minutemen. This was sold to whoever asked about it earlier. That's what this one right here was. JK got Minutemen. That's what he bought earlier at $119.99. Then Husker Du was sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk, and then Robert Warner was next, and then the Mr. Ranger, and then ST got Public Image, and Patrick Fu was next on Public Image. Kelly Gabney was next on Public Image, and then over here, Talus is at $25, and then New Order Substance 1987. This is an 87 Columbia Clubhouse copy, $89.99. This is Monster Magnet Dopes to Infinity. Monster Magnet's a 1995 Euro OG EX++ near mint minus. Monster Magnet's $150. Also, we have 78 UK copy. This is pretty interesting. This is the Stiff Records. I think it's a comp, and this is a scratch and sniff cover. This literally smells like a tire. It smells like a tire. $24.99 on that. So let's go back up to the top. I'm assuming Floyd does not want to bid again on the Scorpions. Mingus is sold to Amenities for $22. Final call on the Scorpions for $11, and Talus has one bid for $25, okay? Next over here is Guadalcanal Diary as a picture disc in 85 UK, $24.99. Michael Freiberger on Stiff. Okay, my crate is full. Let me swap out right quick, trying to go as fast as possible as well, trying to stay on a good pace so we can try to show as much of this as we can while we got everybody on and watching. Pretty incredible stuff. Let me grab a new empty crate from over here, and the show must go on. Wow. Well, I'll probably, if John's here marking records tomorrow, plus all the other stuff I don't get to, we'll have enough stuff over here to go through 50 years of 80s collection. All right, Talus just got one bid, and this is a final call. I'm going to go ahead and put it away. And Talus over here is a final call to Floyd for $25, okay? Next thing over here is Joe Jackson, Look Sharp. That's in shrink wrap, nice, $19.99. Thomas Dolby, She Blinded Me with Silence, $19.99. Red Rockers, Good as Gold. Red Rockers is an 83 Holland Press, $19.99. And $19.99 for Fetchin' Bones, Galaxy 500, $19.99. I lost Floyd. I'm assuming Floyd E. Wilson did not want to bid more than $11 on this. So this is sold to Brian Reynolds for $11. Floyd did bid $25 on Talus. I hope Floyd's okay. This is sold to him for $25. Next auction is going to go up right now. We have somebody wanting David Gilmour, and we have somebody wanting Iron Maiden. Here we go. Iron Maiden, the Number of the Beast. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast is a 1982 Winchester OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. The inner sleeve does have some tape residue on it. $25 start on that. David Gilmour, a 1978 Terre Haute OG EX condition. David Gilmour, $25 start. Next is Michael Ruttman on TD. Thomas Dolby sold. What was the Guadalcanal Diary? That was a picture disc. Guadalcanal Diary, Walking in the Shadow of the Big Man. That is the full album. It comes as a picture disc in 85 UK, $24.99. Travis Wade on Galaxy. This is sold to Travis Wade. Randy Klein was next on Thomas Dolby. Chris Knapp next on Galaxy. And then New Order Condition. New Order, surprisingly still in the crate. How about an original 87 club copy? An OG 87 club copy, $89.99. Iron Maiden, 30. David Gilmour, 25. David Gilmour, 25. Iron Maiden, 25. David Gilmour, 25. The Plimsolls. The Plimsolls is $19.99. Red Rockers. Red Rockers is $19.99. And the Swimming Pool Cues, the Deep End. The Swimming Pool Cues, also $19.99. Same price for the Alarm, $19.99. Mega Blast on PS for the Plimsolls. That is sold. And the Call, Modern Romans, $19.99 for the Call. And the Talking Heads, this is Little Creatures. This is an 85 original, $39.99. Michael Hamburger gets Monster Magnet for $150. That's sold. Next thing over here is the following. We had David Gilmour. About 5 people bid 25. Iron Maiden, about 5 people bid 25. Mega Blast got Plimsolls. Iron Maiden, 40. Iron Maiden, 35. Michael Hamburger got Monster Magnet. Leslie Silvley bid $30 on David Gilmour. Mellon and Jennings next on Plimsolls. The comp that's being mentioned is already sold. David Gilmour, 30. David Gilmour Gilmore 35, Chris Knapp third on Plimsolls, Iron Maiden 50, Leslie Sibley on the call. That is, who is the Mr. Ranger on YouTube? I recognize your profile pic, but I don't recall your actual name, okay? So that is sold to the Mr. Ranger. Let me know. And then Donna Bertram on Talking Heads, Iron Maiden 65. Talking Heads already sold. REM Chronic Town, the 1982 Indianapolis press. This one does have a little bit of cover wear, but it's OG, and we don't get that very often. That's their first release, $39.99. Another REM Murmur, an 83 original, $49.99. And then Talk, Life's What You Make It, a 1986, $19.99. Anthony Correa, there we go. Anthony Correa, thank you. Yeah, they've changed the handles on YouTube where I can't see your actual name anymore. Anthony Correa is the Mr. Ranger. And then, whoops, I picked up 2 records. Iggy Pop, Blah, Blah, Blah for $24, and Depeche Mode, Spirit. Depeche Mode from 2017 is $34.99. Was the Monster Magnet new box set, can you get another? The Monster Magnet we just sold was an OG pressing of that album. The box set is in print, and I can get like the 4 LP box set, $164.99. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Kenny Burrell, Midnight Blue. This was actually straight price the other night in a crate. I figured we'd pull it out and put it up for auction. It's a 63 USOG VG condition, a $30 start on that one. Next thing we had was David Gilmour was at 40, Iron Maiden 75, David Gilmour 45, Iron Maiden 80. The 2 REMs right here back to back. Murmur was 49 and Chronic Town was 39. No condition notes in either one. Both are OG. Leslie's out on David Gilmour, Iron Maiden 85. Chris Smith got Depeche Mode. Travis Wade was second, then Susie Breedlove. Now, to save time so we can go through a lot more records, I'm just going to read some titles that's left in here. I might go ahead and just knock them all out. I think I can recap it pretty fast. And then we're going to go right into another one, okay? First thing is this, Fine Young Cannibals, $19.99. Tough Darts was $19.99. If you need further information, let me know. Swimming Pool Cues, Blue Tomorrow, $19.99. The Romantic, same price at $19. And then we got 3 Japanese Runaways albums. This one is a 76, $74.99. Queens of Noise from 77 is $74. And then this one is $49. So that's the price on those. And I'm pretty sure somebody offered a while ago, didn't somebody offer $250 for these? Isn't that what they add up to be? 150, 200. 200 is the price for all 3. I'm pretty sure somebody offered me 200 for all 3 earlier. That's what they're stickered. That's what they're stickered, by the way. So David Gilmour has a bid for 55. First comment. Next comment is Kenny Burrell has a bid for 30. Kenny Burrell has another bid for 30. Iron Maiden has a bid for 100. Anthony Correa gets 5 Young Cannibals. Michael Freiberger wants the 3rd Runaways. You want this one right here. That is sold to Michael Freiberger. Iron Maiden 110. David Gilmour out, and then Kenny Burrell 35. Gamma 3 is $34.99. The Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat, $19.99. Marian Faithful Broken English, $19.99. And the Jam Setting Suns, $34. Somebody offered $150. Yeah, can't do that. These are all sticker price. The Jam's $34. Setting Suns, Decon 52 on Go-Go. We Got the Beat. That is sold. And now let's update these auctions. So Iron Maiden is a 1982 Winchester OG. VG condition with the original inner sleeve. $115 with Sarah Weiberdink. Right next to that is a lost David Gilmour album, or excuse me, a lost Pink Floyd album. It's David Gilmour, his first solo album, right in the middle of the height of Pink Floyd, 1978, a 78 U.S. original. 78 U.S. original, EX condition. The high bid is 55 of Mark Steele, and then Kenny Burrell has a couple of $30 bids, and then Pete Stewart has it for 35. Chris Smith next on the Go-Go's. And then we have Squeeze. That's a 10-inch with that really cool die-cut cover that looks like it's literally being squeezed, $19.99. Iron Maiden 130, Iron Maiden 150. Adam and the Ants is $19.99. And then the Cars Panorama, $19.99. And I'm trying to get my records to stand up over here. There we go. Boomtown Rats Tonic for the Troops, also $19.99. Same price for Niccolo Labor of Lust. The Pretenders Extended Play is $19.99. Dave Edmonds, a UK copy, and Shrink. Anytime I say UK, it's usually one I don't see too often. Here's another REM, Fables of, $44.99. 415 Music, that's another compilation. Joe Allen, The Donuts, The Mutants, SVT, The Symptoms, 1980 compilation, $24.99 for 415 Music. Joe Jackson Looks Sharp, Nice and Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Same price for Red Rockets. Red Rockers, that's an 83 original Holland. Guadalcanal Diary picture disc, full album, 24. New order, here's probably the surprise of the crate. An 87 OG Club, $89.99. We had Red Rockers again for $19.99. Also, Swimming Pool Cues for $19.99. Iggy Pop, blah, 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 24. Talk Talk is $19.99. REM Murmur, that one's $49. And then REM Chronic Town, $39. If you change your mind and you're like, dang, Chad, you know what? It is Christmas Eve, and I just realized that I have like an extra $10,000 laying around I need to buy records with. Go ahead and give me that entire crate. Just go ahead and ring me up. What a collection. I'll take all of them. And I'll be like, hot diggity dog, we'll do it. Otherwise, we're going right into another crate. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. Oh my gosh. No time to waste. No time to waste. Not even time to drink any Monsters. No time to answer phone calls from anybody at all. Man, I got an off-balance crate. It happens every once in a while. Some of these crates get like slightly off-balanced. These records will not stay up. Let me tilt it forward like this. They're wanting to fight back. Y'all better stay. I'm going to wrestle with y'all all night. Okay, here we go. So Iron Maiden, 160. Sarah Weiberdink out. This is sold. She's done. This is sold for $160 to Matthew Copus. Consider that done. Are we done on David Gilmour? David Gilmour, the last bid on this. I don't think anybody else bid. Let's go back and find that high bid. That was Mark Steele at $55. I'm scrolling. Mark Steele bid $62. That's because Adam Bernardi bid $60. Adam Bernardi's out. So to Mark Steele for $62. So to Mark Steele for $62. Kenny Burrell still getting bids. It's at $42. Next auction, next claim was Chris Meisner wants new order, the 87 club copy. My surprise is no longer a surprise. It's gone. That is so. Next question over here was Chris Bachek on the Squeeze record. That's a cool one. That's so to Chris Bachek, Squeeze. Let's get that tagged. And then the Talk Talk title, that was a 12-inch single. And that was Talk Talk, Life's What You Make It, extended dance version. Also, the 7-inch version and the dub version, 1999, 1986. Okay, Kenny Burrell, 42. Next auction, let's do this right here. Let's do Lamb of God. New American Gospel. Lamb of God is a 2006 U.S. reissue. That was the first time this was on vinyl. Previously, it was just CD only. Lamb of God, a $35 start. Here we go. New crate, new stuff, never shown from this collection. Sticker price. Let's get started. I have Plastic Bertrand, Sa Plain Pour Moi. This is from 1977, $24.99. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, $24.99. Elvis Costello, My Aim is True, $24.99 on Costello. The Flying Lizards, $24.99 on that one. And Elvis Costello, Get Happy, $24.99. Let me put this in here. Sorry, my charger found. Kelly Vlodarchek on Plastic Bertrand. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. The Fix, Shuttered Room, $24.99. William, you were second on Bertrand. Desmond Decker, Black & Decker, $24.99 for Desmond Decker. And Stray Cats is a music on vinyl press. This is music on vinyl, self-titled, 2016, $39.99. Donna Bertram on The Police. What about Kenny Burrell over here? It's between two people. The other bidder was Amenities. So right now, let me make sure everybody knows where we're at. Amenities has this for $44. If you're not Amenities, you don't have the high bid on this. It's a 63 USOG Plastiville press, VG condition, okay? And then Lamb of God has opened. Bradley Smith bid $35, Chris Smith bid $35. Donna got The Police. Edmund Estrada on Flying Lizards, that's sold. Lamb of God, $40. Jeremiah Stasich on Stray Cats. Those are sold and sold. Next is Talking Heads, Remaining Light, a 1980 specialty press. Talking Heads has the original inner sleeve with it, and it looks like an insert. A really nice copy, $64.99 on that. Also, Culture Club, another nice copy. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, Grammy sticker, $24.99. Kenny Burrell's at $50, Lamb of God's at $40, and Duran Duran Rio, $24.99. Our next auction is Black Sabbath, Live at Last. A 1980 Unknown Country VG Plus. These are typically European presses. NIMS VG Plus, $25 start. We have Squeeze Argy Bargy, an 81 Indianapolis OG, $24.99. The B-52's Mesopotamia, $24.99. Craig Weatherford on Duran Duran Rio, that is sold. And Welcome to the Pleasure Dome, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, $29.99 on that one. The B-52's Whammy is $24.99. And Japan, an 82 Pittman press. There is some cover wear on the back, no condition notes on the vinyl, and it has a saw mark. Japan, $24.99. The Fix Reach the Beach, one thing leads to another. Really clean copy of that, $24.99. Lou Reed, New Sensations. Lou Reed is $24.99. Travis Wade on Frank. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, so to Travis Wade. Kenny Burrell, $55. Lamb of God's at $40. Everybody else is out. And then Kelly next on Frankie. Black Sabbath was a $25 start. The Fix, another shuttered room, this time a German press, $24.99. Michael snared on Japan. Sabbath has a bid for $31. And another Fix, this time the Phantoms. A lot of Fix in here, $19.99. Rodney on the ROQ Volume 2, an 81. It has the original silver labels, $39.99 on that. Posh Boy Records. ST on Lou Reed, New Sensations. That's sold to ST. The Smiths, this is a Rhino press. This is a 2009 sealed, $39.99. That particular version, I think, is now OOP, which we call out of print. Chad needs a quick drink right quick. Good place to pause there with the Smiths. Boy, my mute button is hung up. It took me 10 seconds just to figure out how to mute my mic so they didn't have to hear me drinking. All right, back to the crate. 10,000 Maniacs, the wishing chair. 10,000 Maniacs, an 85 specialty press, $49.99. Of course, their catalog is known for being long out of print. Mary's Danish, There Goes the Wonder Truck, $19.99 on that. Don't recognize that one. Elvis Costello, $19.99. Goodbye Cruel World. The Police and Yada Mandadas, $24. And Madness, absolutely. Madness is $24.99. A Flock of Seagulls, listen, Flock of Seagulls, $29.99. So Kenny Burrell, the last bid was Amenities at $55. Everybody else is out. Lamb of God is at $50. Floyd Wilson. Everybody else is out. And Black Sabbath just got that one bid with John LeBeatty, $31, and that's sold. Let's put away Black Sabbath. Let's go ahead and put up one more auction before I show another record, and that is right here. Lightning Hopkins and Big Boy Crudup. Previously unissued 60 to 62 recordings, a 1982 UK compilation EX edition, a $25 start. Human League Dare, that looks a little bit different. That's because it's some kind of Mexico press. It is. Human League, $24.99. The Romantic, self-titled, that's in shrink, $24.99. And then OG Soft Sale, Nonstop Erotic Cabaret. We had a new pressing of this earlier tonight. There's an original for $24.99. MG Sanchez on Smith. I'm assuming that's for the Smiths, right, MG? That's so to you. Lightning Hopkins, 25, now 27. Stray Cats, Built for Speed, $24.99. And then Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles is $24.99. I got Soft Sale, the singles. Wow. Never seen that before. In 86 UK, $24.99. William Drugovich on Mary's. That was right back here. That's so to William Drugovich. And Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger. It has the original insert flap that came with those. $24.99. Kenny Burrell, Hammers Up. It's actually on my way down because no one has bid since Amenities bid $55, and this is sold for $55. That's done. Lamb of God, the last bid was $60, and Lightning Hopkins over here is at $32. So next is Travis Wade on Soft Sale. I'm assuming for the singles, let me know. And then Greg Brummett wants the Police. And the last Police was in Yada Mandata. That's sold. Jeremy Burke just has the price. It's already sold. Info on Romantics. That's OG and Shrink, $24.99. If anybody's just joined us, this is a collection I literally bought today before I went live. Belonged to John, who works here. He thinned out some of his 80s collection. These are all really clean, really nice. 98% are OG pressings, and they're all ready to sell. This is crate number 3 of 12. I don't know if we're going to get through all of them tonight, but I'm going as fast as I can. James Rainey on the Romantics, Lamb of God 70, and Lightning Hopkins, I believe, was near mint minus. EX. EX. Not a bad copy whatsoever. Okay, moving right along. The Cars. Y'all know what that is. Their self-titled debut, $34.99. Y'all know what that is. The Cars Candy O, $24.99. And more Madness. Madness has their big hit Our House on it. $24.99 on that. $24.99. Patti Smith Group, Radio Ethiopia. Patti Smith is a 1976. This is $29.99. Also, this is It's a Condition. Romeo Void. Wow, don't see them too often. $29.99 for Romeo Void. Peter Gabriel, Rain on the Car album. Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill. Nice, $26.99. Love that song. Eric Van Leuven on Patti Smith. That is sold. Over here, we got Peter Gabriel, The Melt album for $34.99. And Flock of Seagulls. Ra-da-dun-dun-dun. I walk along the lonely avenue. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. I never thought I'd meet a girl. Kelly Gabney gets Madness. That's sold. Melanie Jennings on RV for Romeo Void. Sold. And then Lamb of God is at 75 and ST. Let me know which of the two Peter Gabriels. Rain on the Car, Male, and then there's Flock of Seagulls for 29. I think we may be done on Lamb of God. Floyd has it for 70. Final call. Never mind. Cameron bid 75. Floyd, you can bid again or say out. Lightning Hopkins, X-Wing is out. This is a final call to Mega Blast for $32. Now, Chris Knapp, you were next on Romeo Void. Wielder, The Teardrop Explodes. Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. We Do 'Em Our Way. Sex Pistols, Devo, Hollywood Brats. That's a compilation. 1980 UK, $24.99. First thing is ST wants Peter Gabriel, The Rain on the Car album. Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill. Anthony Correa wants the Melt album. Lamb of God 85. And Craig Thomas on the Comp. And that's We Do 'Em Our Way. Craig was first on that. Then Michael Freiberger. The Time, Ice Cream Castle. 84 Allied, $19.99. And Psychedelic Furs is $34.99. Lightning Hopkins was sold for $32 to Mega Blast 9. Let's put that away. And that was Lightning Hopkins and Big Boy Crudup. Okay, there's that. 4 or 5 people on the comps. Chris Knapp on TD, and TD was Teardrop, right, Chris Knapp? That's so do you. And then Kelly Vladerchek on The Time. Let's introduce another auction. They're still bidding on Lamb of God, though. Cameron Lingefeld, you've been outbid. And our next auction is perfect for this crate, Talking Heads. And Talking Heads is a 1977 USOG original on her sleeve, VG condition. Talking Heads 77 is a $20 start. Moving on, Elvis Hitler. This is a 1988, $39.99. Interesting here. Disc Graceland. Never seen that before. $39.99. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry. $24.99. Talk, The Color of Spring. Wow. Don't get this one. $49.99. That's kind of hard to get. An 86 pressing of Talk, The Color of Spring. $49.99. That one's tough to get. First thing, Kelly Vladerchek on Elvis Hitler. Jeremiah Stasich was next. The English Beat, Special Beat Service. An 82 Electro Sound Press, $24.99. Nice. Thomas Dolby again. The Golden Age of Wireless with the hop sticker. She Blinded Me with Silence. $24.99. Kelly Gabney on Psychedelic Furs sold. Amenities on Tuesday. That is sold. And then ST on Talk. Talking Heads has a bid for $20. And Lamb of God is sold to Cameron Lingefeld for $100. All right, let's put that away. I walk along the... I can't believe no one got Flock of Seagulls. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. I'm trying to put away Lamb of God. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. I'm all hopped up on Monster. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. Dwight Yoakam. Technically more 80s, this time a little bit different genre. An 87 USOG and Shrink and Hop, nice $25 start. Here we go. So Tuesday, Talk, and now moving on. Times Square soundtrack, that's a good one. $24.99. Elvis Costello with the Costello labels, a 78 Santa Maria, $24.99. Patti Smith Group Wave, $24.99. And Simple Minds New Gold Dream. And it's on the limited edition colored vinyl, $49.99. And it's on the colored vinyl. Very cool there. That's OG. That's how it came. $49.99. The Alley Cats, Nightmare City, 1981 yellow labels, $59.99. $59.99. Also, The Long Riders, Native Sons, with poster, $19.99. Nick Hayward, North of a Miracle, sealed with hop sticker, $19.99. Patti Smith Group Easter for $19.99. Level 42, Standing in the Light, $19.99 for level 42, and the Fix Walkabout. The Fix is $19.99. Talking Heads just got one bid for $20. This VGOG, and that's sold to Troy Overmeyer for $20. Now, that crate has quite a bit still left in it, so what I'll do is I will just read the titles, and if you need a price, let me know. I won't give all the details again. Dwight Yoakam is a $25 start. First thing is we got a few last-minute claims. Kelly Gabney, there's probably a lot of people like, man, I'd buy a lot more, but I don't know what's coming up. Chad's blowing my mind right now. I'm afraid to buy too much because I don't know what's coming up in these other 9 crates. Thomas Dolby, so did Kelly Gabney. Does Nick Hayward have Tell Me Why? This one does not have that song. At least it's not on the hype sticker. Nope, not on this one. And then over here we have Scott Dwallow on I-42. That's L-42 for level 42. Eric Van Leuven wants Nick Hayward. I'm assuming Mega Blast is going to pass. Michael Snared on the Fix. And then Amenities next on level 42. Chris Knapp next on the Fix. And we have Chris Knapp on both PSGs. And then we got Amenities on English Beat. Both PSGs, Patty Smith Group, these right here, both sold to Chris Knapp, and Amenities wants the English Beat. Okay, I bet there's about to be a lot sale on this recap. Final call to get a bid on Dwight Yoakam for $25. Next is this. Let's do Prong. Prong is a 12-inch single live at CBGB's. That's a 3-track promo, it looks like, with an etching on side B, a white label promo, $20 start on Prong, okay? All right, so let's go through these. I'm just going to read the titles. There's actually now not that much. We've been selling about 2/3 of every crate. And that's why we've gone through 3 crates, and guess how much is left? About 1 crate full. So we've been selling about 2/3 of every crate. If you need a price, let me know. Elvis Costello, The Fix, Shuttered Room, Desmond Decker, Black & Decker. I'll go ahead and tell prices on some that I'm kind of don't see too often. I'm kind of surprised may still be available, like that, for $24.99. Talking Heads was OG, really nice, $64.99. All these are EX Plus near minus. Culture Club, Squeeze Argy Bargy, B52s. The Fix, Reach the Beach. That's my personal favorite with all the hits on it. There's another Fix, Shuttered Room. There's another Fix, Phantoms. Rodney on the ROQ. That's 10,000 Maniacs. That one's $49.99. Don't get that too often. And their catalog is not in print. The last thing they released was Unplugged, MTV Unplugged. Elvis Costello, Madness Absolutely, Flock of Seagulls Listen, Human League Dare, Mexico Press, Soft Cell, the OG with Tainted Love, Stray Cats, Built for Speed, Sting, Dream of the Blue Turtle, Squeeze, Sweets from Stranger, The Cars, self-titled OG, The Cars, Candy O, Flock of Seagulls again, Times Square soundtrack, Costello again, Simple Minds was $49 on the colored vinyl, the Alley Cats was $59, and the Long Riders Native Sons had the poster, $19.99. So if you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? It is Christmas Eve. I'm feeling a little bit frisky, my brother. Let's go ahead and just give me everything that's left in there. I mean, I'll go ahead and take all of it. Hey, we still got a crate to go through over here as well that's not necessarily... and this was part of the deal. Me and him reached a deal on this. So here's a surprise bonus auction, and boy, what a bonus auction. This is Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, and Sap. Now, right here on one of these discs, there's a little bit of... It almost looks like some scratches. But it's not... Well, it is, but it doesn't really affect playback. So this is like a VG Plus copy of Alice in Chains, Sap, and Jar of Flies. See those markings right there? It almost looks like there's something on it, but it's just like little hairline scuffing. So VG Plus, you get Jar of Flies and, of course, Sap. $35 start, music on vinyl press. Music on vinyl press, VG Plus. Jar of Flies is like near mint minus. Okay, and, of course, Sap is just that one side. The fourth side is an etching. All right, let's jump over here. Prong is at 20. Prong is at 29. And then Simple Minds was 49. Ryan M. on Desmond Decker. Let's go ahead and pull out some last-minute claims. Desmond Decker, Simple Minds was 49. It was on colored vinyl, Craig. And then price on Rodney on the ROQ, or whatever those radio station call signals were. Rodney, I believe, was, I think it was the first label, Posh Boy. Yeah, 81 silver labels, Posh Boy, $39.99. JK, Ryan Mustaine wants Fix, Reach the Beach. There it is. So that one's gone. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. Soft Cell was $24.99. Okay, price on Rodney and volume. That was volume 2, by the way. That was volume 2. AIC 35, AIC 40, and we have chains at 25. And then JK said sold on the Rodney, okay? Dwight Yoakam, this is sold to JK. Cameron Porter sold on soft sale. Baby, baby, where did our love go? Rodney on the rocks. Thank you. That sold. Maniacs was $49.99. And then we have Dwight Yoakam, a no bid, an OG, near mint and shrink and hype, $25 on that. So quick update on our auctions. Prong. The last bid on Prong was Floyd Wilson at $29. John Durden, you're out. Allison Chains, Jarfly Saps, $45 on that. Yeah, I will put that in new sleeves as soon as I can figure out what I've done with them. Right over here. A whole new crate is coming on the table in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and this is it, I think. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. I remember this one. Holy moly. I bet 20 on Prague. Actually, you bet 20 and then 29 because I'm assuming you thought that you tied John Durden, so you were bidding again. So if you're only at 20, John Durden still has it. Okay, so yeah, he bid 20, and then you bid 29, then you bid 20. So if that was a correction, John Durden still has it for 20. So that means you're out, and let me know if you want to bid more than 20, because he has it at 20. Okay, and then we sold Cameron that. Let's put my sleeves over there for a second. Alice James, 45, 46, 46. Jeremy Mark got Dwight Yoakam for 25. And then Josh Brown was second. So, yeah, you have Prong at 20 unless he bids more. All right, next auction very quickly is The Moments. This was also on a crate the other night. Pretty tough to get soul album. And this is a 1969 OG in VG condition. A $20 start on that one. $20 start on that one. So here we go. These are all sticker price. Continuing with this collection, right off the bat, Dead Kennedys, an 81 Spain pressing, $39.99. Dead Kennedys, right off the bat. Cheap Trick, a Japanese press, $39.99, 79 Japanese OG. The Cure, oh my gosh. It's a reissue, though. 2016. $39.99 for the head on the door. It is a 2016. It has some sticker damage back here on the back, too. That is a 2016. $39.99. Okay, over here we have Allison Chains 47, Allison Chains 50, Allison Chains 50. The Moments is a $20 start. REM Green. This is an 88 specialty pressing with the track listing sticker on the back. $59.99. OG REM. Mike Andretta on Joy Smith. Joy Smiths, whatever you're claiming, has already been sold. Chadwick Smith on Dead Kennedys. That sold. Allison Chains 50, Allison Chains 55. He said, ignore my last comment. No problem. Camper Van Beethoven. An 86 UK, $26.99. Eddie Passeur put red. I bet he meant REM. Sold to Eddie Passeur. And then Kate Bush, Amiga. Kate Bush is an 84 German press, $29.99. Prong is sold for $20 to John Durden. That is sold to Mega Blast for $20. Heavy confusion on that one, but it's sold to him. Michelle Clements is at 60. Alex, Sean Miller, you also bid 60. The Moments is a $20 start. So Eddie Passeur got REM. Craig Thomas on Camo. And I bet he meant for Camper Van Beethoven. That's sold to Craig Thomas. Allison Chain 60. Mac Addy, you were next on REM. Chris Meisner, third on REM. Travis Wade on Kate Bush. Allison Chain 62. Allison Chain 65. Joe Castillo next on Camper Van Beethoven. Tears for Fears. Everybody Wants to Rule the World and Shout. 12-inch single. $29.99 on that one. This is Talk Talk. Such a Shame and Call the Night Boy. Another 12-inch single. $19.99. And Devo. And Devo is called Shout, an 84 Allied original, $34.99. So surprise auction. Allison Chains Jarfly Sap, the music on vinyl press, just has some hairline markings that don't really affect back play on the first side of Sap. Everything else is nice. It's at $65. This kind of deep cut, I guess you call it deep cut, soul album here, The Moments, can be bought for a $20 buy now. Let's put that right over here. Next is XTC Oranges and Lemons, $59.99, an 89 US original. Also, we have DOA. This is Bloodied. The Damage to Date, 78 to 83, $24.99 on that. Jared Inc. on D, that's for Devo. That's sold to Jared Inc. And Let them eat jelly beans. This one has, it does, flipper, ha, ha, ha. 1985, this is super popular here, $39.99. I wish they'd put that back into print. Let them eat jelly beans, $39.99, and 85 original. That first track, flipper, is something else. It's the guy, and he's like laughing, and I remember the first time I ever heard that, John put that record on back here in the back. He started laughing, Paul started laughing, I started laughing, and we have The Fifth Angel, and now you're all going to cry because you're going to be wanting to bid on this. The Fifth Angel has the original inner sleeve. This is an 88 US reissue with updated cover art, gold stamp promo. There is some tape on the spine over here, but the vinyl's near mint. That's a $20 start. Sarah Wyberdink on the Japanese Cheap Trick. That sold. Alice in Chains is at $72. Next in here is Psychedelic Furs. We auctioned one earlier, VG Plus. How about a near mint one for $10 more? A 1980, $34.99 on that. Kevin LeBady wants the 12-inch single for Tears for Fears. That is sold. Let's check the jelly beans for inserts. Let them eat jelly beans. There is just a generic inner sleeve, and this has a book with it. Yes, it is complete. There is some writing and a couple stains on the cover, but the vinyl has no condition notes. 1985, that is $39.99. These are, of course, all newly priced today, sticker price. That is Joy Division, $24.99, or excuse me, New Order, True Faith. Always get those mixed up. $24.99 for that one. Wire, the ideal copy. 1987, $39.99 for Wire. Kelly Vlodarchik on New Order. I'm going to make sure you're okay with that. It is New Order, not Joy Division. The Cure Pornography. This is a 2016 press. $39.99. And then Alice in Chains is $78. Fifth Angel doesn't have a bid yet. From the bonus crate, AC/DC 74 Jailbreak. This is an 84 USOG VG Plus, a $20 start on that one. Okay, so first thing is Doug Jeppesen on Wire. That is sold. Lucas Hanoff was second. Pass on Jelly Beans. Next is West End Girls, Pet Shop Boys, 12-inch single, 86 Allied, $19.99. Chris Meisner on The Cure Pornography. Amenities was second on that one. And The Mind Bomb. There's several in here from The. Here's one, $74.99. Keep that in mind, but it is one I've never had before to my knowledge. In shrink, $74.99. Is New Order a mix? Let's take a look at this. So we have, this is New Order, True Faith in 1963. The label leaves True Faith, The Morning Sun Extended Remix, and the flip is True Faith Alternate Mix Dub. Those are about 10-minute songs on both sides, it looks like. So first thing over here is the following. We have AC/DC at 25, Travis Wade on Pet Shop Boys. That is sold to Travis Wade. Amenities was next on that one. Mark Sanchez was third. Mike Andretta wants Joy. Let me make sure that Javi Soto doesn't want it. And then AC/DC's at 20. Chris Knapp wants The. Nobody bid on the Fifth Angel, right? The Fifth Angel is a buy now for $20. No bid on Fifth Angel. Now, what about Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, and Sap over here? The music on vinyl press. The last bid that came in on that, the Jar of Flies, Sap. I am showing a high bid with Josh Brown at 78. Sean Miller, just FYI, you have been outbid. Javi Soto does get the New Order. That is sold to Javi Soto. Final call on that. AC/DC has bids for 25 and 20. Chris Smith is back in at 28. There will be a sale tomorrow night. Next is Soft Cell, the last night. Soft Cell was $19.99. That's a full album, by the way. I'm saying that on some of these because some of these are 12-inch singles. Don't want to get anybody confused. Echo and the Bunnymen Crocodiles, 1980 UK. That is $39.99. And then Duran Duran, The Wild Boys. That's a 12-inch single. 3 tracks, $19.99 on that. And The Undertones, Positive Touch, an 81 Monarch, $19.99. Crazy to see all this stuff together like this. Next auction is Baroness, the Yellow album. Baroness Yellow and Green is a 2012 OG, limited to 100 copies on clear vinyl. Discog states that this pressing was never available for public to purchase. Wow, so how was it sold? Was this promo or interesting? But some of these have sold for as much as $300. Clear vinyl Baroness, 95. Baroness is weird. You can get like brand new sealed or new pressings of colored vinyl, and they're like less than $40. And then the same album, there's about 12 different versions, and they range from $500 to $30. So I guess it depends on which version you want. AC/DC's at 80, 85. Travis Wade on Echo and the Bunny Men. JK on Undertones. Chris Smith on Duran Duran. And Chadwick Smith wants Let 'Em Eat Jelly Beans. Not much left so far in here. And then over here, Mike Andretta said pass. I don't think I've tagged you for anybody. No, that's already sold to Javi Soto. Mike, you might want to refresh your feed. You're about 2 minutes behind. I know everybody has a slight delay, but yours is a little more than normal. The only thing left in here right now is Soft Cell, Psychedelic Furs, DOA, XTC, Talk, and The Cure. I still have X, or Here Is X, Under the Bridge. What a nice copy. 1982, $34.99 on X. And then Television, Marquee Moon. Once again, this has got some sticker residue on the front, but this is on blue vinyl. It's a 2LP expanded, $79.99. Blue vinyl. That's no longer in print. The Stranglers Live Excerpt, $19.99. No longer in print as that expanded edition, I should say. $19.99 for the Stranglers. And The Lords of the New Church is Nothing Sacred. An 83 Monarch, $29.99. And A Flock of Seagulls, the story of a young heart, $24.99. So where are we on Allison Chain? Sean Miller, you've been outbid again. And Sean Miller says he's out. This is sold to Josh Brown for $85. And Josh, what I'm going to do, the sleeves on these are very horrible. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in MoFi sleeves for you, because I think that's one of the reasons this thing has gotten some of the scuffing problems. Some records are literally doomed as soon as they're made because they're put in sandpaper inner sleeves. And of course, nobody wants their records in sandpaper inner sleeves. But I'll recommend buying these sleeves. I've got them in stock if anybody wants to add a pack to their order. I guess right now would be a great time since everybody's buying some really high-end records for auction and really high-end records out of these crates. Sometimes we store them in here if we think they need them. But we have MoFi inner sleeves in stock if anybody wants some. If anybody needs some, I've got MoFi inner sleeves in stocks. Packs of 50, $26.99. I can add them to your order right now. MoFi inner sleeves, packs of 50, $26.99. So AC/DC was at 29 with Wayne Davis. Chris Smith, it was up to you. Baroness did get a bid. Baroness did get a bid for $95. Mega Blast got Lords of the New Church. Let's tag that for him. Lords of the New Church sold to Mega Blast. Eric Van Leuven was next. And then over here, Chris Knapp on the Stranglers. That's sold to Chris Knapp. And then let's go ahead and start a new crate because mine over here is pretty much full, but I'll go ahead and show three more. Wow, great way to pause. $119.99. $119.99. This is the Cramps. $119.99. This is a 1981 first pressing. It does have the merch form, does not have original inner sleeve. Okay, so it doesn't have the original inner sleeve. I just put it in a new MoFi sleeve. That is $119.99, and Gregory picks up the other Cramps. He bought the other OG Cramps we had earlier. Here's the other one. This is sold to Gregory. These albums are not in print, and they're highly desirable. By the way, the other big Cramps, music for, what's that one called? We have that up for pre-order in a whole lot of records right now. And if you want to pre-order that, we can share the link in the comments. All right, my crate's full. That's a good way to pause right there. Then I'm also selling these auctions. We filled up 4 crates tonight. We still got 2, 4, 6, 8 more crates from this collection we can go through. And that's top of my agenda all night long while we put up all these other auctions, okay? Next thing is this. We have Colleen Cook wants a pack of outer sleeves. Let's make sure she gets tagged for those and her name gets put on that. Ryan Mustaine got television. I missed that. Ryan Mustaine got TV for television. Thank you. That's so to Ryan Mustaine. Mark Stanley, of course, getting another Baroness album. Thank you. That's so to you for $95. And then AC/DC has a bid with Chris Smith for $30. This is at $30. I forgot to say that. That means, Wayne Davis, you've been outbid on that, okay? So AC/DC still getting bids. Next auction. This is coming from the high-end tab. Ike White. Changing Times. Ike White. Changing Times. Whoa, holy moly. This is a 1976 U.S. Pittman OG EX Plus Near Mint Minus. $250 start. 0 for sale and one did sell for $500 in this same condition. Looks like a record Jim B could buy and double his money on. Ike White is a $250 start. Good luck to all those bidding. ACDC is sold to Chris Smith for $30. Let's keep going. These crates are pretty sick. I'm ready to finish out this one because there's some stuff still left in here. Swing Out Sister, Kaleidoscope World. Never gone through these before. First time showing them. Everything's EX Plus, the Near Mint Minus. These are original, mostly 80s, $29.99. Misfits is a reissue. It's a 2020 sealed, $39.99 for the Misfits. And Pet Shop Boys Opportunities. Let's make lots of money. 1986, $19.99 for Pet Shop Boys. And Wall of Voodoo. I wish their catalog was in print, but it's not. $29.99 for Wall of Voodoo, and this does have Mexican radio on it. $29.99. Jam sound effects. The Jam is $34.99, and what it is, the deals, the eyes, the germs. That's a comp. 1982, $59.99. $59.99. Ike White's a $250 start. Next auction is Heavy Metal Kids Picture. Heavy Metal Kids Picture is an 81 German OG, $25 start for that. Wall of Voodoo is sold to Mega Blast 9. MG Sanchez on Pet Shop Boys. That is right here. And then Jason Fornerat was second. Brock J. Hanna was third. And then William Drugovich gets Watt. And then Michael Thrower on WV. I'm assuming you wanted Wall of Voodoo. Jared Inc. does get Jam. Mac Addy next on Voodoo, and Amenities next on Pet Shop Boys. Kate Bush, Cloud Busting. That is a 12-inch single 3-track. 85 UK, $24.99. And we have Sweet Bird of Truth, The is $19.99. Sorry, Chad, what country and year on Cramps? The Cramps, hold on a minute, I'll have to go get it. The Cramps that you bought was a 1981 U.S. OG first pressing with merch form, $119.99. EX Plus Near Mint Minus did not have the original inner sleeve. First thing is Travis Wade on Kate Bush, sold to Travis Wade. Tracy Songer was next. Jason Fornerat on The. John Stevens next on The. A Flock of Seagulls, Nightmares, 83 UK. Never seen that one before. It's a 3-track, $19.99 for Flock of Seagulls. U2 Boy, their debut in 82 SRC press. Does have a little bit of a scribble there. $34.99. And Houses in Motion, Talking Heads. Whoa, never seen that before. 81 UK, $24.99. This looks like another 3-track. Looks like it is. Yeah, $24.99 on Talking Heads. And Black Flag Damaged, a 1989 pressing, $49.99 for Black Flag. Ike White can be bought for $250. $250. Looks like something Jim B could buy and double his money on. Q Jim B claiming this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ike White's a $250 buy it now. And then Heavy Metal Kids Picture. This is a $25 start. And then Jim B gets Ike White. He just made $250 watching Coletco. Isn't that fun to do, Jim B? XTC Murmur. This is a 1984 Winchester press, $34.99. And the Revelos. This is Rev Up, a 1980 UK, and that is $29.99. He's never going to miss a sale. He's bought 3 new vehicles watching this show every night. Amazing. Next auction is the Clash Combat Rock, a 1982. This is a very early repress. The labels were changed, but it still has the commercial and inoculated city. VG Plus, a $25 start on that. Next is Michael Freiberger on the Revelos. Jeremy Bryant was next on that one. And the Lords of the New Church, a 1982 Indianapolis, $29.99. I did call that. That's a no-brainer. That was a $500 plus record he just got for $250. That was an absolute no-brainer. Next thing over here is We Three Kings, Muddy Waters, Little Walter, and Howlin' Wolf. This is an 82 UK reissue compilation, EX Plus condition, a $25 start on this. We Three Kings. Next thing over here is this, Revelo, Lord, sold to Michael Freiberger. Mega Blast was second, Eric Van Leuven third, and Greg Bummett gets U2. That is sold. Over here, we have U2 again, The Unforgettable Fire, one of my favorites there. 84 SRC pressing, $34.99, and Scritti Politti, Songs to Remember, an 82 UK, $24.99. This is Dawn of the Dickies, a 1980 Terre Haute press, $39.99. Dawn of the Dickies, $39.99, okay? There's that. Heavy Metal Kids did not get a bid for a $25 buy it now. That is a buy it now for $25. Let's put that away. One more look at the Clash. So the Clash is an 82 Terre Haute repress. It still has the commercial and inoculated CD, but just a different label. VG Plus. So that's probably the same stampers. They just changed the labels on it. And then we have We Three Kings. That's a comp from Muddy, Little Walter, and Howlin' Wolf. A compilation. EX $25 start on that. Amenities gets the other U2 album. That's a good one. And the Clash does have a bid for $25. Nina Hagen, None-Sex Rock and Roll. No, what's this one called? None-Sex Monk Rock. And Shrink and Hop and 82, $24.99. Wow, this is pretty. That's the only Scritti Politti that hadn't been claimed yet. Full album from 82 and Shrink. Don't see that one too often. $24.99. Whoa, the decline of Western civilization. $54.99. OG with the insert. Does have a clip corner. $54.99. The Church Starfish. Don't get that too often. I love this song right here. North, South, East, West. The guitar in it. That is $39.99. $39.99. Gregory on the decline. Michael Freiberger next. JK third. Echo and the Bunnymen. Songs to Learn and Sing. An 85 specialty press, $34.99. Love and Rockets, Earth, Sun, and Moon, Shrink and Hop, $39.99, 1987. And album by Public Image Limited, 86 specialty, $34.99. Oh my gosh, I'm going to need a cigarette after all those. Holy moly, I'm literally pausing to drink a can of... Holy moly. My monster's running low. Whew. I got sweat coming off my forehead. Oh my gosh, I'm starting to see visions. Oh, wow. Whew. Oh my gosh. Hold on, let me walk in here into this auxiliary. We call this the scream room. If you want to get your emotions out, you just go in here and just scream. Whew. Okay, let's see what's going on over here. All right, let me crack my knuckles. Let me touch my toes. Oh, gosh. Okay. Whew. Here we go. First thing we have is Decline, sold to Gregory Robert. Michael Freiberger second, JK third, Bob Riger fourth. Joe Castillo on the Church. He got the Church. Jason Fornerat next on the Church. Bud Solo next on the Church. Travis Wade on Echo, sold to Travis Wade. Next is Jason Fornerat put OR. OR was supposed to be for Love and Rockets, sold. He also got Public Image Limited, sold. William Druvich next on Love and Rockets. Kelly next on Public Image. ST next on Public Image. Chad Smith next on Public Image. Echo's already sold. Clash is at 27. And then we have We Three Kings, a no bid. This is a $25 buy it now. So right now the Clash... it's got a new bid for 27, Brian Hickson. So there's only four no bids so far tonight. Let's show those right quick because I got to get them all together over here. There's MoFi sleeves. I need to get these out because they're kind of annoying because they won't stand up correctly. They're kind of annoying, kind of like Seth. What an annoying little boy. We have Heavy Metal Kids. Picture this. This is $25. The Fifth Angel was $20. The Moments was VG $20. And We Three Kings, Muddy, Little Walter, Howlin' Wolf, that was in EX condition. EX condition, $20 on that. All right, Clash is still getting bids. And let's get right back to this crate. And like Limp Bizkit, we're going to keep rolling. Here we go. We have Bow Wow Wow. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. $19.99. And my mom is over here teasing me. She just sent me a big slab of fudge. Look at that fudge my mom just made. Holy moly. If y'all are curious what I'm going to be doing Christmas night, it's going to be eating that fudge right there. We Three Kings is sold to X-Wing. That is sold. Clash is at 28, Bow Wow Wow. Next auction is Brittany Howard of Alabama Shakes, the debut solo album. And this is a 2019 Deluxe Limited Edition black and white marble vinyl with signed lithograph. And that was only available through her web store. $35 start on that. Next is Bauhaus. Oh my gosh, Burning from the Inside. Bauhaus, an 83 Monarch, $34.99. And Rockabilly Psychosis, Garage Disease. Looks like a comp from 2013. That's $19.99. And the replacements, Pleased to Meet Me, Gold Stamp Promo, OG $59.99. $59.99, Happy Festivus. Over here, Depeche Mode, oh my gosh, $39.99 for Depeche Mode. People are people. What is going on all of a sudden? And then New York Dolls, a VG Plus copy. There is some cover damage. One of the few check condition records, New York Dolls is $49.99. The Clash, Chris Smith, 28, Brian Hickson, It's All Up to You. Next thing over here is this. We have Craig Thomas on Rock. That's the comp sold. Scott Dwallow put BH. That's for Bauhaus, right? Scott Dwallow. Robert Warner second on that comp. Scott Dwallow on Brittany Howard. Never mind. He wanted to bid on Brittany Howard. $35 star. So Bauhaus is going back in the crate. Clash got a new bid for $29. Joe Castillo gets Bauhaus. Adam Baumum was next on Bauhaus. And then Chris Knapp next on Rock Comp. Zumo on Mats for replacements. So does Zumo. Chris Knapp next on replacements. Amenities first on Depeche Mode. Chris Meisner next on Depeche Mode. Joe Castillo on New York Dolls. Mark Lent next on Depeche Mode. Susie next on Depeche Mode. And Joy Division Closer, a 2015, $29.99. And Joy Division Unknown Pleasures, another 2015, $29.99. Brittany Howard has a bid for $40. The last bid on Clash that came in was Brian Hickson at $29. Thomas Dolby, Aliens Ate My Buick, possibly signed. I hadn't really got a chance to examine it. It's got signatures all over it. John was like, I don't know, that's how I found it. I hadn't really got to look at it. So buy it as if they're just writing all over the cover, but I could probably have that check for you. Either way, I'm selling it right now for $29. But it looks like it's been signed by a few different people, including Thomas Dolby. So I don't know. It's being sold as is. $29.99. Tears for Fears, Rule the World. That's a 2LP greatest hits, $39.99. Next is Unknown Pleasures. That's Joy Division. So did Jason Fornerat. And then the Flamin' Groovies, Jumpin' the Night. VG Plus, $19.99. Thomas Dolby is sold to Michael Ruttman. And then Talking Heads, Fear of Music, VG $29.99. New York Dolls was in VG Plus condition. Tears for Fears, Rule the World is sold to MG Sanchez. That was the greatest hit. Scott Oman was next. And then The Clash. Details on The Clash. The Clash is an 83, 82 Terre Haute repress, so it's the second label, but it does have the commercial and Inoculated City. So that is at $29 with Brian Hickson. Brittany Howard is about to sell for $40 to Jason Fornerat. Final call on that one, okay? And then there's not much left. Well, wait a minute. There's one record left. The DBs, Repercussion. The DBs is VG Plus, $14.99. Those last few right here at the end are check condition, but man, there's some great stuff still left in here. Let's get right into another crate as soon as I can read through these again, okay? We have The Cure. That's a 2016 European press, $39.99. Talk 12-inch single, $19.99 for Such a Shame and Calling the Night Boy. XTC Oranges and Lemons. That's OG 89 SRC pressing, $59.99. DOA Bloodied but Unbowed. The Damage to Date, 78 to 83. Some sort of DOA compilation, $24.99 as a picture disc. Psychedelic Furs, 1980. OG Pittman, $34.99. Soft Cell, The Last Night, $19.99. That's a full album from Soft Cell. X, Under the Big Black Sun, 82 SRC pressing, $34.99. And A Flock of Seagulls, The Story of a Young Heart, $24.99. Mark Lynn on TT, and TT was for Talk. That's sold. The Clash is at $30. Brittany Howard is sold to Jason Fornerat for $40. And we have Swing Out Sister Kaleidoscope World, $29.99. Misfits, Sealed, 2020 pressing, $39.99. ST wants PF, and PF was for Psychedelic Furs. That's sold. Also, Flock of Seagulls Nightmares. That's a 3-track, $19.99 on that one. And then Talking Heads, Houses in Motion, another 3-track, 81 UK, $24.99. And Black Flag was OG, $19.89, $49.99 for OG Black Flag Damaged. Wow. The vinyl on that's very heavy, though. $49.99 for Black Flag. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is Bronze, BRONZ, Taken by Storm. An 84 U.S. specialty. OG has the original company near sleeve. $15 start on that. And then over here, we have XTC Murmur, 84 Winchester, $34.99. Dawn of the Dickies, $39.99. Nina Hagen, Nun Sex Monk Rock in Shrink, $24.99. Screedy Politi, $24.99. Songs to Remember. Wow Wow Wow's $19.99. Closer, $29.99. The Flaming Groovies, VG Plus $19.99. Jumping in the Night. Talking Heads, VG $29.99. Fear of Music. And the DB's Repercussion, VG Plus $14.99. Chris Smith on Black Flag. Okay, the Clash is somehow still getting bids. It's at $31. The Bronze is at $15. He's out. This is sold. Brian Hickson, $31 on the Clash. All right, let's put that away. Bronze is a $15 start. Don't forget about my bonus auctions. And my mom has texted me again, and she said, also, I'll be making peanut butter fudge along with this chocolate fudge tomorrow. Whoa. 1987, USOG, VG minus, Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. Judas Priest, $10 start. All right, let's condense that right over here. Let's get right into another new crate. Amazing. We're going to go through all this in one night, and we're going to be like, man, we wish we had 20 more crates of 80s New Wave. And I'm like, well, maybe right after the first year when Paul can go out and start hunting some new collections down. That's what it's going to take. Let's figure out which crate I want to go through next. There is one over here that's like, like not, well, you'll see in just a second. We'll mix it up and go through that one after this one. Okay, we'll mix it up and go through that one. And then there's there's one whole crate. There's one whole crate that's just $14.99, and then there's 3 crates that's just $9.99. So we got 3 crates of $9.99 stuff, 1 crate $14. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 crates left, counting this one. 4 of them are 3 $10 crates and 1 $15 crate. So there's really 4 high-end crates left and 1 kind of mixed. All right, here we go. So let's get started. Last thing I had was a couple more claims. Kelly Gabney on Psychedelic Furs and Cameron Porter on Soft Sale. I think the Psychedelic Furs got claimed. I'm pretty sure it did. It did. Unless there was another one closer up to the front. Joy Division was a 2015 press. Okay, but I did see a claim for Soft Sale. This one right here. Soft Sale was sold to Cameron Porter, okay? Judas Priest is at 11, and replacements, Judas Priest 15, all right? Here we go. First thing we have is UK Squeeze. UK Squeeze is the promo copy. It's a white label promo on red vinyl, $24.99. Same kind of stuff, sticker price, all new, never shown. X is an Allied pressing, OG More Fun in the New World, $34.99. Tim, the replacements, 85 SRC pressing, $59.99 for the replacements. OG just randomly in the crate. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is U2, Wide Awake in America. U2's an 85 USOG VG Plus condition, just a $10 start on that. Moving right along, U2 in the bin, War, $34.99 on that one. And REM, Life's Rich Pageant, $49.99. This is an 86 Allied press. REM has the original on her sleeve, $49.99. The madness continues. The Hoodoo Gurus, Stone Age Romeos, $19.99 for Hoodoo Gurus. Full album there. Joe Jackson, Night and Day is $19.99. And then Adam Ant Strip. That's in shrink. Really nice copy. $19.99. Honeymoon Suite. $19.99 for Honeymoon Suite. And The Fix React. Another Fix album. $19.99. And Searching for the Young Soul Rebels. Dexy's Midnight Runners. Don't get that one as often. $19.99. Okay, Bronze did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $15. It's an 84 US Specialty OG. $15. Taken by storm. Over here, we have Judas Priest. It is in VG minus condition. It is in VG minus condition. It is OG, but it's VG minus. Brian Call has it for $11. It has light, feelable marks on it. Probably just going to cause some pops. U2 does not have a bid, $10 start. Mark Lent on HG. HG was for Hoodoo Gurus, right? HG, Hoodoo Gurus, so to Mark Lent. Mike Straws put B. And B for Mike Straws was for there's no B in here. But I do have Talk, It's My Life. And that's an 84 Winchester OG, $34.99. The Colt Electric, wow. 87 SRC pressing, $49. Oh, Bronze, the buy it now. Bronze is sold to Mike Straws for $15. My bad. Wire, IBTABA. I don't know how that's supposed to be read. An 89 SRC pressing in shrink wrap, $39.99. 1 second. All right, let's back out of that. Let me click over here. Okay, next on this is Cowboy Junkies, the Trinity Session. Nice, an 88 Electro Sound, $34.99. $34.99 on this. And first thing is this. Jeremy Bryant on wire. That is so to Jeremy Bryant. Mark Lent on TT. And Mark Lent on TT for Talk Talk. That is sold. And then we have Lucas and Off next on wire. We have XTC Black Sea, $24.99. And we have the Long Riders. This is a 1983, $19.99. Also, Simple Minds is $19.99. And Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch, $19.99. Melanie Clausen first on the Cult. That's sold to Melanie Clausen. Next is Mark Lent, CG. CG for Mark Lent. CG was Cowboy Junkies. Maybe you meant CJ, right? That's sold to Mark Lent. Colleen Cook was next. Nobody Bet on U2. You can pick this up for $10. That is available for $10. U2, and that's Wide Awake in America. Okay, what about Judas Priest over here? The last bid that came in on Judas Priest was $13 with Michael Freiberger. Brian called, just FYI, you've been outbid, okay? Just FYI, you've been outbid. So Lucas got, let's go back to the top. Jeremy got wire. Mark Lent on TT. Talk, and then we had the Colt Soda Melanie. Mark Lent put CG, I'm assuming for Cowboy Junkies. He did, Cowboy Junkies. CJ, Colleen Cook next. Brian Call on Simple Minds, that's sold. TC Connor on LR, Long Riders. Who is TC Connor on YouTube? If you're a first-time buyer, let me know. If you're on somebody else, if you're under a different name, let me know. Long Rider, so do you. Brian Call out. He said yes. What's U2 in the crate? That's for U2 War, $34.99. And then Brian Call wants U2 America. He gets that for $10, okay? Moving right along, I have Ian Hunter Live, Welcome to the Club, $19.99. REM Document, $59.99. And then the Dukes of the Stratosphere, nice. That's essentially XTC, an 85 UK, $39.99. And then Nomad and the Nightmares, an 84 UK copy, $19.99. And Devo, Freedom of Choice. Crack That Whip, a 1980 Winchester, $29.99. Girl You Want. First time buyer, welcome to Coletco. First thing, Judas Priest is sold over here to Michael Freiberger for $13. If you're a first time buyer, there should be a link to our website in the description at the bottom of the page. Welcome to Coletco. Make sure you fill out that form. We need your email address. We need your username. We need your mailing address and your email address. We'll email you on Monday an invoice. $8 in limited shipping. David Bowie, a 1980 USOG Strong VG, $10 start on that one. Next is Mark Lynn on Dukes of the Stratosphere, sold. Chris Knapp on Nomad, sold to Chris Knapp. And then D. Kong on Devo, sold. What is the replacements? We still got REM, Ian Hunter, U2, Zappa, XTC, Dexy's Midnight Runners, The Fix, Honeymoon Suite, Adamant, Joe Jackson, REM. The replacements is a 1985 SRC OG pressing of Tim. All these records in here are super clean and super nice. Next is The Specials. The Specials is $34.99. Devo, Are We Not Men? 78 UK on red vinyl. 1978 UK red vinyl Devo. $49.99. Duran Carnival. That's a 4-track. 82 Holland. $26.99 on Duran. Japan, Quiet Life. Japan is a 1978 Canadian. $19.99. UB40. UB40 is a 1985. $19.99 on that one. Right now, Bowie has a bid for $10. Michael Freiberger first on this Devo. And then Doug Jeppesen first on The Specials. Madness, One Step Beyond, $29.99. And over here, we have Mark V. Zappa, Ship Alive and Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch, In Shrink, $19.99. Mark Lent, You Were Second on Devo. Flesh Tones, Roman Gods, a 1981 Terre Haute, $29.99. How much was the replacements, Tim? That was $59.99. Brock Hanna on DD, that was for Duran. Kelly Gabney first on Japan, and that is sold right here to Kelly Gabney. Brian Call on UB40, that is sold to Brian Call. Next is this, that's Rodney on the ROQ Volume 3, 1982 with the Fancy, $29.99. Final call on David Bowie for $10. All right, let me grab a new crate of bonus auctions. What do we have? First thing I have is this. I have Sebastian Bach, give him hell. Where is this coming from? A 2014 German OG, out of print ever since, sealed on red vinyl. $95 start on Sebastian Bach. That's now what forbid. Michael Freiberger on Rodney. Mark Weiss gets Zappa. Man, we are rolling with this crate. There's plenty more to go through. I'm at full pace. You know what I mean? What is Beat? The best of the Beat. An 83 German press, $29.99. What about Talking Heads' Fear of Music? An OG 79 Portugal, $29.99. Bad Manners, the English Beat, Madness, the Selector, the Specials. It's a comp. An 81 Santa Maria, $29.99. The Stranglers, Feline, $29.99 for the Stranglers. And Devo, Duty, Now for the Future, 79 OG, $34.99. David Bowie, one bid sold to Eric Van Leuven for $10. Sebastian Bach, a $95 star. Give them hell. Let's move that over. That's going to once and going to twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. And you may ask yourself, Chad, how many more great auctions do you still have to put up? I've still got stuff like Judas Priest, British Steel, an 80 USOG VG condition, a $10 start. Talking Heads, More Songs About Buildings and Food, a 78 Canadian press, $34.99. Is the Beat the English Beat? I believe so. Yes, that's the English Beat. 83 German, $29.99. What was the Stranglers album? Feline, Feline. Feline in 83, $29.99. Mark Weiss on Days. I bet he meant Devo. No, he might have meant this. What's this called? Dance Craze. I bet that's what he wanted. What, Mark Weiss? That's so do you. We have Missing Persons. Whoa, we need one of these for Matt Nichols. We lost one of these for Matt Nichols. Hopefully he's watching. I've been looking for one of those. The Dreamin', Kate Bush. It got tagged to the wrong person. The wrong person paid for it. The wrong person got it, and we don't know who ended up with it, but somebody did. Kate Bush, The Dreamin', 82 Jacksonville Press, $39.99. Over here, we have English Beat sold to Mark Lent. Chris Knapp gets the Stranglers. Judas Priest is at $15. Can't Stand the Rosillos. That's a 78 Los Angeles, $39.99. And Devo is an 81 Allied press with a 45 and poster and shrink and hop. Wow, that is completely fully loaded, $44.99. The Rosillo, so to Jeremy Bryant. Nobody bid on Sebastian Bach. That's a $95 buy now. Final call on Judas Priest for $15. And ABC Beauty Stab. Is that what that says? Yeah. Beauty Stab is sealed, unopened, $19.99. NRBQ, all hopped up, $19.99 for NRBQ. And Simple Minds, Sparkle in the Rain, Simple Minds is $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Another David Bowie, an 84 Winchester OG, original undersleeve, VG condition of Tonight, $10 start on that. Also, Elvis Costello and the Attractions. Check this one out. A 79 Canadian press on yellow and black marble vinyl with the bonus 45, $49.99. No, it doesn't have the bonus 45, just on colored vinyl though. Look at that. I have seen those before, but we've never had one. $49.99, Armed Forces. That is on the Canadian colored vinyl press. Pretty cool copy of that one. Has the original under sleeve. Now, sometimes they come with a bonus 45. I don't know if the Canadian versions did, but I know the U.S. did. Next thing over here is Chris Knapp. Next on Rosillos. Simple Minds sold to Joe Castillo. And The Clash, Give 'Em Enough Rope, San Francisco OG. Wow, San Francisco. I don't know if I've ever heard that. San Francisco press. Elvis Costello sold to Paul Oakley. Judas Priest is sold to Brian Call for $15. David Bowie has one bid with Sean Miller for $10, going once, going twice. Let's put that away. Let's find another auction. But the first thing I have is the Chesterfield Kings. Here are the Chesterfield Kings, 1982, 2LP, $44.99. Paul Oakley on The Clash. That's sold. And Dead Kennedys, Bedtime for Democracy, with both newspaper booklets and with both newspapers, booklets in order form, $79.99. Clash is already sold. Clash is already sold. The Jam, Surrender, Beat. The Jam Beat, Surrender, 1983, $29.99. So this is The Jam, and it's called Beat Surrender, 83, $29.99. And New Order, an 83 Italian press, OG, $49.99. Wow. Michael Freiberger on The Jam. David Bowie got one bid, so to Sean Miller for $10. Let's put that away. Looks like we need a lot of new auctions up, eh? Let's see what's left over here and quote the advertised stuff. And I have all kinds of, quote, bonus crate stuff. Chris Knapp next on the jam. Kate Bush, the kick inside, an OG Winchester press on green labels, $39.99. Boris Karloff, this is called Boris Karloff Narrates Sleepy Hollow and Rip Van Winkle. That's a spoken word children's record narrated by Boris Karloff. Sealed unopened, $25 star. Chris Knapp, you were second on the jam. Joe Castillo on new order. That's so to Joe Castillo. We have Blondie, a Japanese pressing of Eat to the Beat, $39.99. Samuel Kopich next on new order. Tim is still available, surprisingly. I'm pretty sure we auctioned off a copy of Tim the other night for more than that. Soft Sell, The Art of Falling, the Art of what? The Art of Falling Apart, $19.99. And we have the Bongos, Drums Along the Hudson. Bongos is $19.99. And this is Joe Jackson Willpower, $19.99. Moving on. Next auction is going to be Scorpions Animal Magnetism. A 1980 U.S. Club Strong VG, $15 start. Also Metro. Metro's is 77 Los Angeles, $19.99. And Brian Elvis Costello, Almost Blue, Shrink and Hop, $19.99. Who got new order? New order went to Travis Wade. It was Travis Wade, Mark Weiss, and then Joe Castillo. The feed moved. I didn't get it up there high enough. That is sold to Travis Wade. Travis Wade got new order. Thank you for throwing the flag. Yes, there's that one. How much is Sebastian Bach? $95. New order was sold to Travis Wade, then Mark Weiss, then Joe Castillo, then Samuel Kopich. Tim, somebody really needs to buy this. The Replacements, Tim, is an 85 SRC pressing, $59.99. Chris, if you don't buy that, you're going to regret it because there's been a lot of people ask about that. You're now the fifth person who's wanting to know the price, the condition, and the details. Hendry Smink on Soft Sale. That's sold to Hendry Smink. Thank you on that one. Next is the Cure Disintegration. This is the 2LP 2010 sealed, $39.99. Joe Jackson Body and Soul. That's also sealed, $24.99. Minute Work Cargo. That's also sealed with hop sticker, $29.99. Chris Meisner gets Tim, and everybody else is like, oh, man, why didn't I go ahead and buy that? Joe Jackson Beat Crazy, that's sealed for $24.99. Elvis Costello Trust is sealed, $29.99. And another new order, an 85 SRC. This one still has the Obi thing on it. It looks like it's torn right there. $39.99. Next is the Scorpions does have a bid for $15. Donna Bertram gets The Cure. Boris Karloff has a new bid for $26, now $27. Jason Forderite next on The Cure. And let's wrap up with a new order there. Now, this is so to Lucas and off. The Scorpions just got one bid. Michael Freiberger, $15, and that's sold. Travis Wade, now that time you're second on new order. And then Boris Karloff is getting new bids, B-sides out. What a collection. Let's read through some of these again. I'm just going to do, like I said, once again, just read some of the titles. Some of them I'm going to remind you on the price because that would be ones like, wow, I can't believe these didn't sell. And then we're going to go right into another crate, okay? First, Tom Sullivan says both JJ and EC. A lot of sealed stuff right here at the end. So there's Joe Jackson, sold to Tom Sullivan. Next is Joe Jackson, sold to Tom Sullivan, and Elvis Costello. I got you down for these three records. If that's not right, let me know. And then Sean Miller, you were next on the Replacements. And then over here, we have Kelly Vladicek next on New Order, and then Boris Karloff, 28, and then Boris Karloff, 29. Here we go. We have UK Squeeze. Promo on red vinyl. X is $34.99. More Fun in the New World. REM is still available. That's $49.99. Joe Jackson Night and Day. Adamant Strip. We also have Honeymoon Suite. The Fix React. We have Dexy's Midnight Runner. Searching for the Young Soul Rebels. XTC is still available. $24.99 for Black Sea. U2 War. Ian Hunter Live. REM Document. Madness. One Step of Bond. Flesh Tones. Roman Gods, Fear of Music, Talking Heads, more songs about building food. Devo, Duty Now for the Future. K. Bush, Dreamin' is still available. Devo again. ABC, NRBQ, The Chesterfield Kings, The Dead Kennedys, Kate Bush, also Blondie, Japanese, The Bongos, Metro, Brian, Elvis Costello, Joe Jackson, and Men at Work. He wants not Joe Jackson Willpower. Okay, he wants the other sealed Body and Soul here, okay? Let's swap those out, and let's give that one. Gotcha. Okay, then Samuel Kopich put Kate Bush 3. There is actually 2 Kate Bushes in here, Samuel Kopich, and he wants Dreaming. This one right here, that's sold to Samuel H. Kopich. Boris Karloff is sold to Mitch T for $29, okay? And then boom, 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 boom. Bongos price. Bongos was right here. That is Drums Along the Hudson, $19.99. These are all EX or better. No condition notes. Next thing I have right now is Helix and Dio. Do what? Helix and Dio? You heard me right. Helix is No Rest for the Wicked. On tour with Kiss. Look at that. On tour with Kiss. Have y'all ever noticed that? Must be on these foreign presses. 1983 European OG. No condition notes, $10 start. And then Dio, Holy Diver. It has one fillable mark. That's why we have to put it at G+. Dio is just a $10 start. Okay, next thing is how much was Dead Kennedys. Dead Kennedys, Bedtime for Democracy, $79.99. It has both newspapers, the booklet, and the order form. No condition notes, $79.99. Kelly asked if it's an OG, and then somebody asked the price. Yes. And then over here, price on Kings. The Chesterfield Kings is, here are the Chesterfield Kings. 1982 and Shrink, $44.99. Bill Stewart does get the bongos. And then over here, we have Carmen Schartiger wants Honeymoon Suite. So to Carmen Schartiger. Did I miss Joe Jackson? Eli is C early in the crate. And then, sorry, I just came on, Metro price. Metro was right here. Metro self-titled is $19.99. DO20, DO10, JK Pass. So, far as Joe Jackson in this crate, there is 1, 2 Joe Jacksons. And it is Night and Day and Willpower. Kelly Vlodarchek does get the Dead Kennedys. Michael Freiberger said sold on Metro. Sold to Michael Freiberger. Done. Okay? There we have it. And then Japanese Blondie is $39.99. Helix is a $10 start. Dio's at $21. My crate's full, but we got to bring over a new one. And I think I can get some of these condensed to where pretty much everything's in one crate all of a sudden. All right, let's do this. And Jeff Coppernall, you were actually second on Dead Kennedys. Somebody right before you asked if it was OG, and then you asked the price. I've already sold it to her for $79.99. All right, there's that. All right, moving right along. No time to wait. Here we go. Let's get right into this other crate. Well, let's do, man, I kind of want to do this other one that's kind of mixed. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go ahead and keep it up with the 80s theme, okay? Let's keep it up with the 80s theme. All right. Tom Sullivan says, I'll take Joe Jackson Night and Day as well. All right. This is also sold to Tom Sullivan. Dio has a new bid for $25. Let's put those right over here. So next thing is price on document. REM document. REM document was a 1987 Europa Disc OG pressing, $59.99. $59.99. Okay. Full crate. That's Moby Dick, if you don't recognize that. Helix did not get a bid. $10 buy it now on Helix. Dio is still getting bids. Michael Hamburger, $25, but MG's out. Here we go. First thing we have is The Call, reconciled. The Call, $19.99. Tom Tom Club, Boom Boom Cheap Boom Boom, $19.99 on that. Mike Straws gets Helix for $10. So do Mike Straws. Next thing over here is ABC, The Lexicon of Love, $19.99. Mike Pierce on The Call, sold. We have Julian Cope. Julian Cope is $19.99. The Human League Dare. The Human League is $19.99. The Nails, Mood Swing. The Nails is $19.99. Travis Wade on Tom, and that was Tom Tom Club sold. Daniel Strom third on Helix. And we have Dio. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $25, and we're ready for all new auctions. That's sold for $25. Next thing right over here is Saxon, Wheels of Fire, and right in front of it is going to be Stars. No, that's another S. Let's not do that. Let's do a Japanese reduction. Okay, I have some Japanese that didn't sell, price reduction. Here is Saxon, Wheels of Fire, a 1980 USOG. It is VG minus. The cover has some problems. Just a $5 start. Eric Clapton, near mint minus and pristine. Last time a $35 start. Let's get it sold for a $15 start. Clapton, $15 start. First, Kelly Gabney on ABC, sold. Mike Will on Dare, sold. Carmen next on ABC, and we still got Julian Cope and the Nails. Godfathers, Birth, School, Work, Death. Godfathers, 1999. Utopia, Anthology, 74.85. Don't recall seeing that one too much, 1999. This is another Joe Jackson, 1999 for Big World. Joe Jackson, 1999. New Order, Blue Monday, maxi single, 29.99. Oh, man. Oh, man. Blue Monday maxi single, $29.99. We have the Cult. Oh, man. Sonic Temple, an 89 Doji, $59.99. And XTC English Settlement, an 82 Pittman Gold Stamp promo, $24.99. Oh, man. Kate Bush Lionheart, VG condition, $14.99. That's the first check condition of the crate. If you're anybody out there new watching, this is $8 in limited shipping. Most of the people you see watching watch every night. They buy records every night. We also have a group, whole lot of records. We buy stuff, we sell stuff, and you can catch all the action right here. We'll invoice you on Monday, so if you're new and you're like, dang, I really want to get that REM record. Oh, man, I'm cracking my knuckles. I'm having to touch my toes. I'm taking heavy breaths. I'm having to pet my gerbil. Okay, Chad, go ahead and give me that REM. We'll sell it to you, and then we'll get you registered. We'll send invoices on Monday. Eric Clapton's at $16. The bid history is 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 16. Next over here is GF Condition for Mark Lent. GF Condition. Godfathers, no condition notes. There shouldn't be any check condition notes in here, but Kate Bush got slipped in. MG Sanchez on New Order, sold to MG Sanchez. Travis Wade was second. Carmen Tiger on XTC. Scott Oman on Kate Bush. And then we have Men Without Hats, Folk of the 80s, Part 3, $19.99. The B-52s bouncing off the satellites, $24.99. The Romantics, National Breakout, 1980 White Label Promo, $19.99. And Haircut 100, Pelican West, Shrink and Hop, $19.99. First thing is GF, sold. Godfathers, that's sold to Mark Lent. Over here we have Saxon and Eric Clapton. So first thing is Eric Clapton still at $16. That's now a final call. XTC is already sold. Mark Lent got the Godfathers. Chris Bryant needs a pack of outer sleeves. And then Travis Wade gets the B-52s. That is sold. Saxon did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants it. Eric Clapton's a final call for $16. Kim Wilde, $19.99. Travis Wade got B-52. Men is sold to Auntie Korea. That's Men Without Hats. Adam and the Ant, Prince Charming, $19.99 for that one. And Elvis Costello, Taking Liberties, $19.99. Sebastian Bach, sold for $70 to Bradley Smith, $79. Sold for $70. The Fun Boy 3, FB3, $19.99. Adam Ant, sold to Mega Blast. We have Out of Our Idiot, Elvis Costello, rare and unreleased cuts. Never seen that before. $19.99. Jared Inc. gets Saxon for $5. Chris Bryant wants one pack of outer sleeves. Carmen Tiger on Kim Wilde. Larry Gonzalez, nobody else bid. This is sold to him for $16. That's 461 Ocean Boulevard. I Shot the Sheriff. Eric Clapton is sold. Next is Carmen Tiger on Adamant. That means you would be second on Adamant. Tom Sullivan on EC Green. Elvis Costello Green. This one right here, Out of Our Idiot, right? That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Greg Bendinger next on Saxon. And I just can't stop it. The English Beat, 1980 OG, $36.99. Our next auction, these are going to be $15 starts. Japanese pressings. The first one is Night Ranger, 7 Wishes, and the other one is Monkeys, More of the Monkeys. Those are both near mint minus, $15 starts on those. Wow, Big Audio Dynamite. This is Big Audio Dynamite, $19.99 on that one. The Undertones, Hypnotize, $19.99 on the Undertones. And Public Image Limited, Happy, $34.99. The Psychedelic Furs, Midnight to Midnight. Shrink and Hop sticker, $34.99. The Infected, $39.99. And we have Culture Club, I'm Afraid of Me, Extended Dance Mix, $19.99. Final call to get a bid on Night Ranger or Monkeys, $15 starts, or they're going to be buy it nows. Jason Forterat on PIL, that's Public Image Limited. That's sold. Eric Van Leuven on Undertones. That is sold, and Night Ranger has a bid for $16. Jason Forterat also gets the and Cam and Char Tiger, first on Big Audio Dynamite. Culture Club info. Culture Club is I'm Afraid of Me Extended Dance Mix. That's a 12-inch single, $19.99. I'm Afraid of Me and Murder Rap Trap. It's 2 tracks. Jeremy, if you want that, it's yours. If not, so to Travis Wade. Chris Knapp next on The. This is $19.99, and this is Haircut 100 Paint, and this is Paint and Paint. Haircut 100. I don't recall seeing that one. This is Night Ranger 7 Wishes. $19.99 on Haircut 100. The Style Council Internationalist. The Style Council was $19.99. Night Ranger has a new bid for $18, and the Count Bishops, $19.99 on the Count Bishops. Also, Thomas Dolby, the Flat Earth, $19.99 on Thomas Dolby, and the Teardrop Explodes, an 83 UK, the Teardrop Explodes, $19.99. The B-52's Wild Planet in Shrink, 1980 Winchester, $19.99, and the B-52's is a 79 Jacksonville Press, $19.99. Over here, that means Culture Club is sold to Travis Wade, and then we have Night Ranger at 18, Haircut 100 sold to Carmen Char Tiger. That is right here, and the Monkeys is a no bid. This is a buy it now for $15 on the Monkeys. Jason Forner out on Teardrop Explodes. That is sold. Night Ranger has a new bid for 20. Chris Knapp on Year. He wanted Teardrop Explodes. That means you were second. And the Dead Boys and This More. Looks like he's puking live on stage. VG Plus, $17.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Without any further delay, we have U2 Zeropa. Oh my gosh, a 1993 US original, a Euro original. OG U2 Zeropa, 1993 EX condition, $85 start. First thing we have is Eric Van Leuven picking up the Japanese Monkeys, I'm a Believer, for just $15. Mark Weiss on both B-52. So to Mark Weiss. Gregory Roberts on Dead Boys. Michael Freiberger was next. Night Ranger 23. Brent Robley next on Dead Boys. Michael Snare next on Dead Boys. Jared Inc. next on Dead Boys. And we have IRS Greatest Hits Volume 1. That's a 1980 promo mail order sampler, $19.99. One of the best collections of 80s and new wave we've ever had, being sold right now. We had 12 crates of it when the show started. Well, we'll find out how many we have left whenever I say goodnight. Probably not much. Tony Bassel, Word of Map. Mickey, You're So Fine. Shrink, $19.99. Michael Freiberger on RRS, Mega Blast next, Night Ranger 25, U2 85, and we have Bow Wow Wow, RCA, $19.99. That's like a sampler, and we have Midnight Oil. That's $19.99. The name of the album is 1098-765-4321. Lamal, Don't Suppose, with Never Ending Story, Shrink and Hype, Lamal, $19.99. And this is who? New Order? Who is this? I think so. $19.99. That's tough to read. Yeah, New Order, Confusion and Confused Beat, $19.99. Gregory needs to pass on Dead Boys. That's only a $1 million restocking fee. $1 million restocking fee. So change Dead Boys to Michael Freiberger instead of Gregory Roberts. Michael Freiberger, you do get the Dead Boys, okay? Michael Freiberger also got RS. John Durden was second. Night Ranger 25, U2 85. Michael Ruttman on TB. TB was for Tony Bassel. Mickey, You're So Fine. Next thing over here is Samuel Kopich next. Cameron Char Tiger first on Style Council. Style Council, New Order, Lamal, Midnight Oil, Bow Wow Wow, Thomas Dolby, Count Bishop, Style Council, sold to Carmen Char Tiger. Night Ranger 27. Jason Fortnite first on New Order. Amenities first on Midnight Oil, Kelly Vladorchek first on Lamal, and we have Life in the European Theater, The Jam, The Clash, Bad Manners, Specials, Peter Gabriel, a Comp, $19.99. Fine Young Cannibals again, $19.99. We had one of those earlier. And Generation X, Valley of Dolls, Billy Idol, VG Condition, $12.99. And MDC, Millions of Dead Cops, VG Plus, $39.99. Where did that come from? Also, we have Pixies, Come On Pilgrim. It's Surfa Rosa, a 2018 Go Vinyl 2LP, $49.99. Michael Freiberger on this comp. That is sold to Michael Freiberger. Wow. OG U2 Zeropa. That doesn't come through too often. Sold to Travis for $85. And X Wild Gift, VG Condition, $19.99. There are a couple check condition records in here. Next auction is going to go up right now. Oh my gosh. Garth Brooks, his self-titled first album, a 1989 US OG Club, Near Mint Minus and Shrink. This album has never been reissued. $145 start. Never been reissued. You would think Garth Brooks would have them all over Walmart and Amazon, but they're not. $145 start on that. Night Rangers at 29. William Drugovich wants Millions of Dead Cops. That's sold to him. Mark Lynn on the Pixies. That's sold to him. Night Ranger 30. Randy Klein next on Millions of Dead Cops. And we have Kaja Gugu, Too Shy. Classic song, 12-inch single, $14.99. Waitresses, I Could Rule the World If I Could Only Get the Parts. $14.99 on that one. And Dirk Wears White Socks, Adam and the Ants, a UK copy. A UK copy. No condition notes on that one, $29.99. Joe Jackson, I'm the Man, sealed, unopened, $24.99. Ultravox The Collection, which is like a hits comp, $19.99. And Soft Cell, Soul Inside, 5-track mini album, $19.99. Adam Ant sold to Tom Sullivan. Night Ranger is at $30 of amenities. Carbon Star Tiger, you're out. Garth Brooks is $145 start. No Wave, that's a compilation, 1978, and it's on clear vinyl. No Wave, $19.99. Tom Sullivan got Adam Ant. Kelly Gabney wants Kaja Gugu, Too Shy. Next is Brock Hanna on Goo. That's probably for Kaja Gugu, already sold. Next is SC for Soft Cell. That's sold to Travis Waite. Scott Beebe gets to seal Joe Jackson. Jeremy Bryant on NO, and that's No Wave. Kelly Gabney first on Ultravox. Chris, you were next on Adam Ant. Bud Solo next on Box. Guadalcanal Diary. We had a picture disc earlier. Here is a 1984 first label, Walking in the Shadow of the Big Man. That's on vinyl there, $19.99. Also, we have Wall of Voodoo, Dark Continent, Dark Content. That's an 81 Terre Haute, $39.99. 10,000 Maniacs, Blind Man Zoo, 89 BM Gym Club, $34.99. Talking Heads, Slippery People, 84 UK, $24.99. And Husker Du, and this is sealed from 1987, $59.99. Garth Brooks did not get a bid. You can pick up this album for $145. Rare, highly desirable, and out of print. Never been reissued. Garth Brooks, $145. $145. Let's put that away. 89 US. Let's put that right over here, okay? So first thing is Night Ranger at $32. Tom Sullivan got Maniacs. That's sold to him. Kelly Vladerchek on Husker Du. Amenities is out on Night Ranger. Thomas Clark next on Husker Du. TC Connor on ADD, and then he put QD. Guadalcanal Diary. That's to our new buyer, TC Connor. And then Chris Knapp said, wait, I already have it. I think, Chris Knapp, you're passing on stuff before possibly it gets claimed to you. Just FYI. And then Robert Warner was next on Husker Du, and then Waitresses. Waitresses was right back here, and that was $14.99. That means Night Ranger is officially sold to Carbon Star Tiger for $32. Wow, that crate almost got obliterated. That's definitely of another read-through. But first, let's go ahead and put up the Scorpions, Lonesome Crow. The Scorpions is EX edition, a 78 Canadian OG EX, a $20 start. Let's see if this sticker will peel off the front. Yeah, pretty nicely. There we go. The Scorpions, Lonesome Crow, a $20 start. Good luck to all those that's bidding. All right, let's go right over here to this. Michael Freiberger said he already claimed the Waitresses, and I missed it. There it is. Yep, Michael Freiberger already got this. Edmund, sorry, he had already bought that. I missed that when I was going so fast. All right, let's read through those again. There's not much left in this one. Holy moly. All right, here we go. We got Julian Cope. That's self-titled and Shrink, $19.99. And The Nails Mood Swing, $19.99. Jeremy Bryant wants to pass on No Wave. Okay, so that's going to the putback. I don't think anybody was next on No Wave, right? I don't think anybody was I don't think anybody was second on No Wave, so that's still available. That's a compilation with UK Squeeze, Joe Jackson, The Police, and the Dickies, and others, $19.99. It's on clear vinyl, $19.99. If you want it, John Durden, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Michael Freiberger. Wall of Voodoo is sold to Thomas Clark, Twitch. Okay, that's sold to him. Scorpions is a $20 start. So that leaves, let's see, let's get into my rhythm here. Julian Cope and then The Nails. Utopia Anthology, $19.99. Joe Jackson is $19.99. Crazy World. The Cult is still available. Sonic Temple, an 89 specialty press, $59.99. The Romantics, a white label promo, national breakout. If I don't say any great on these, they are super nice. No Wave is sold to Michael Freiberger. Also, Haircut 100, Pelican West, $19.99. Elvis Costello, Taking Liberties, $19.99. Mark Steele gets The Cult. I knew that wasn't going to last long. Fun Boy 3 was $19.99. Next auction is Helix, Walking on the Razor's Edge. Another Helix, an 84 Euro OG, and this one's nice. In Shrink, $15 start on that. Also, the English Beat, I Just Can't Stop It, a 1980 Jacksonville press, $36.99. The Psychedelic Furs, Midnight to Midnight, in Shrink and Hot, $34.99. The Count Bishops, $19.99. Thomas Dolby, the Flat Earth, $19.99 on Thomas Dolby. Bow Wow Wow, that is $19.99. 8182 Special Radio Series. Fine Young Cannibals is $19.99. Generation X with Billy Idol, Valley of the Dolls, VG $12.99. X Wild Gift, VG $9.99. And then I skipped over Talking Heads, Slippery People, 84 UK 12 2-track, $24.99. All right, Haircut 100 was sold. Let's condense these, and I'm moving right into another crate. Haircut 100 was sold to Scott Beebe. Scott Beebe also on Psychedelic Furs. Who's ready for another crate? I am. And then Scott Oldman on Generation X. Wow, that crate almost got obliterated. Wow, no bid on Scorpions as well. Lonesome Crow and a 78 Canadian OG, just 20 bucks on that. Helix has a bid of $15, final call. So over here, I'm going to do a small little condensing. And the condensing is going to leave me with 6 crates we haven't been through. 6 crates we hadn't been through, and everything that's left is in 2 crates. Wow, that's pretty amazing. All right, so there's that. Generation X already sold, and Eric Van Leuven gets the Scorpions for 20. All right, I got to keep all this stuff together. That's sold to him. All right, so next is this right here, okay? Here we go. Michael Salazar next on Scorpions, then Sean Miller. Crazy deals on some of the auctions. I think everybody's so locked into these crates, they're forgetting what's going on in the back. 2011 OG Press of Blackstone Cherry. VG++ Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. That's OG Blackstone Cherry, $35 start on that. All right, here we go, here we go. 1 second, please. Here we go. First is Madness. Keep moving. Madness is $19.99. Nina Hagen, Fearless. Nina Hagen, $19.99. Also, the Style Council, My Ever-Changing Moods. Style Council, $19.99. Fun Boy 3, Waiting. Fun Boy 3 is $19.99. The Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing. Does have the original on her sleeve. Helix, 15. Helix, 16. Helix, 19. Also, Rachel Sweet, Full Around. Rachel Sweet is $19.99. She was on an episode of Seinfeld. Oh, George, what have you done? That's when George went to visit his mom in the hospital. Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, $19.99. And The Police, Synchronicity, that is $29.99. Another Suburban Family Monday morning or something like that. Style Council, so to Scott Beebe. Carmen Schartiger on Madness. And that was, he put Fun. Fun was Fun Boy 3, so to Carmen Schartiger. Duran Duran, 7 and the Ragged Tiger, $24.99. Talk Talk, The Party's Over. 2017. It's a 2017 pressing, sealed. Also, we have Buzzcocks, a different kind of tension, 79 UK, $39.99. And Terrence Trent D'Arby, introducing the hardline including toward TTD, 87 Shrink in Hop, $24.99. The Style Council, Our Favorite Shop, an 85 UK, $24.99. Concerts for the People of Kampuchea. Great stuff here. Paul McCartney, Every Night I Just Want to Get Up and Get Out of My Head. Somehow I managed to get a Paul McCartney song out of all these records. $19.99. Helix is sold to Hoopy for $19. What is the condition of Blackstone Cherry? Let's take a look at that again. Blackstone Cherry, Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea, is VG++++ is what Seth put. VG++++. $35 start. Squeeze. Coffee Can Tutti Frutti, $19.99. Lucas and Oft on This Style Council, sold. Carmen Schartiger on Trent, sold. Kelly Gabney on Buzzcock, sold. And Joe Castillo is on SC, and I'm assuming that's for Style Council, already sold. Billy Idol, White Wedding, $19.99 for Idol. Billy Idol, Utopia, $19.99. And we have Aldo Nova, that's the one with Fantasy on it, $19.99. Elvis Costello Trust, $19.99. We had a sealed copy earlier. Here's another Elvis Costello, Almost Blue, Gold Stamp Pro promo, $19.99. And the Fabulous Poodles, 1978. Check this out. They did some of these on pink vinyl. Mirror Stars, Fabulous Poodles, $19.99. Kelly Cook on Billy Idol, that is sold. Tom Sullivan was second. Thomas Clark was third. And Bow Wow Wow, See Jungle, See Jungle. Bow Wow Wow, $19.99. Tom Sullivan on EC for Elvis Costello. Do you want Trust or do you want Almost Blue? Blackstone Cherry's a no bid. This is a buy now for $35 if anybody wants it. Let's get some new auctions going, okay? But before I do that, let me go ahead and show you Nick Kershaw, $19.99 for Human Racing, and NRBQ, Diggin' Uncle Q, live, $19.99. Both Costello sold. Tom Sullivan, sold and sold. What do we have? What do we have? How about two more Japanese price reductions? Oh my gosh, I forgot about that one. Never mind. Whoa. Hold up. Wait a second. What is this? Give me 1 second. How about Kiss Alive 2? This is Kiss Alive 2. Vinyl is wrecked, but should play. What a grade from Seth. Vinyl is wrecked, but should play. So that's why we're going to start it for $1. Colleen Cook, you were next on Elvis Costello. I have Cabaret Voltaire. Wow, we don't get their stuff too often. 81 Belgium press, $19.99 for 3-something tracks. Information Society in shrink wrap, $19.99, and then Simple Minds Celebration, UK pressing, $19.99. Mike Wild on Bow Wow Wow, that's sold. Jeremy Bryan on Cabaret Voltaire, that's sold to Jeremy Bryan. And we have NXS Breakdance, $19.99. The Wildlife soundtrack, $19.99, and Stray Cats Gonna Ball, an 81 UK copy. Larry Gonzalez. Stray Cats is $24.99, by the way. Larry Gonzalez has Kiss for $1 USD. Folks, that's $1. Oh my gosh. Check this out. Guns N' Roses Night Train. We had one of these the other night. It's a limited edition die-cut picture disc of Night Train. That's from the UK. That's how it originally came. It's a lathe cut, super clean, 45 RPM, $30 start on Guns N' Roses. How cool is that? What was the Talking Heads? Talking Heads. No Talking Heads in here, but we've had about 7 tonight. Brock Hanna wants Information Society. That's sold to Brock Hanna. Chris Knapp, you were third on Cabaret Voltaire. Kelly Gabney on Simple Minds. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. Susie was next. And then Blackstone Cherry is sold for $25 to Bradley Smith. Moving on, we have the Best of Split Ends. That's in shrink, $24.99. GNR has a bid for $35. Josh Brown on Stray Cats. That's sold to Josh Brown. Next is Squeeze, East Side Story. Tempted by the fruit of another. Bow Wow Wow. I Want Candy. An 82 Holland press, $24.99. Thomas Dolby, The Golden Age of Wireless. 82 Jacksonville press. Different cover on that one, right? Different cover on that one, it looks like. $24.99. I don't remember that. Stray Cats has already sold. Misfits, Die Die My Darling, 2005, $29.99. And The Land That Time Forgot. This is $26.99. Another compilation there. The Land That Time Forgot. Next is Greg Brummett on Police. The Police. Is there a Police album in here? It is. Synchronicity. So to Greg Brummett. That is sold. Tom Sullivan on Bow Wow Wow. I Want Candy. Scott Beebe on Squeeze. Tempted by the Fruit. GNR has a new bid for $36. Carmen Schartiger on East Side. East Side. What was East Side? That was something we just sold. Squeeze. Yep, already sold. Glenn on MR. That's for Misfits. William Connolly, you were next on Bow Wow Wow. GNR 36, GNR 40. Larry Gonzalez gets Kiss for $1. $1 for Kiss Alive 2. Tag that for Larry Gonzalez. Next is Guns N' Roses. This is a lathe cut, original 1989 picture disc of Night Train. Yes, it does look like a satchel and a holstered gun. And the flip side is Reckless Life. It's near mint. That's the original plastic and sticker. The high bid's $40. Scott Dwallow on level 42. I'm assuming that's something still left in here. And level 42 is, I don't see it in here. Okay, but I do have this. I do have the Time. This is $19.99. Pandemonium, $19.99. I have The Dictators, Manifest Destiny, $19.99. The Untouchables, Wild Child, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Bow Wow Wow, The Last of the Mohicans, $19.99. And then Let's Active. Let's Active is $19.99. Also, Culture Club, I'll Tumble For Ya. That's another single, I guess. I don't recall seeing that one. $19.99. GNR 37, GNR 41. Colleen Cook does want Nick Kershaw. Let's go ahead and tag that for her. It was was right here. Denise gets the time. We don't see that one as often. That one was right here. Pandemonium. That's so to Denise. And then NRBQ Tiddlywinks. NRBQ is a 1980 all-disc press, 1999 Travis Wade on Culture Club. That's so to Travis Wade. And Real Life Heartland, an 84 Japanese, $29.99. Chad Smith on the Dictators. That is right back here, and that's so to Chad Smith. Let's put up another auction. But first, here's the Vapors, Near Clear Days, OG, $24.99. GNR's at $44. And our next auction is Randy Travis, No Holding Back, an 89 U.S. Club copy, sealed, unopened original, never been reissued as well, $30 start. Also, we have Squeeze, Argy Bargy. Squeeze is $24.99. Naked Eyes, self-titled. There's always something there to remind me. $24.99, clean copy. James White and the Blacks, Off-White, $24.99, 79 UK. Clark Kent, this is 10-inch green vinyl. I believe Clark Kent is Stuart Copeland from The Police. That's Stuart Copeland. So it's a die-cut 10-inch, and that's $29.99. I believe that's Clark Kent from The Police. The Teardrop Explodes, Kilimanjaro, 1980 Presswell, $24.99. James Rainey on Naked Eyes. Scott Beebe next on Naked Eyes. Wall of Voodoo, Happy Planet, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Carmen Schartiger, third on Naked Planet. Swing Out Sister, It's Better to Travel, 87 US. Somebody's calling the store. They're literally trying to call in and be like, Chad, please slow down. These crates are blowing my mind. I'm freaking out. I'm trying to call the store. I don't know what's going on. My cat's running around screaming. Jeremy Bryant on James White. That's so to Jeremy Bryant. Carmen Schartiger next on Naked Eyes. Craig Rutherford was third. The Clash, Cut the Crap, an 85 Pittman, Gold Stamp Promo, $34.99. Chris Knapp is TD, Teardrop Explodes. That's so to Chris Knapp. NXS Info. NXS is right back here. NXS was called Breakdance. It's $19.99. It's 4-track, black and white, To Look at You, The One Thing, and Here Comes Two. $19.99 on that. The last bid on Guns N' Roses was Amenities at $44. Final call on that one. Randy Travis has a bid for $30. The Stranglers, a Rural Sculpture. The Stranglers is an 85. That's $26.99. Thomas Clark gets NXS. And then Chris Bachek, you were next on Teardrop. Kate Bush, The Whole Story, which is a compilation, 2 LP, Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God, $39.99. And that is Public Image Limited. The Flowers of Romance, $34.99. And I've got 3 10-inchers here, maybe 4. Let's start right here. The Dickies is a 1978 white vinyl, $19.99. Oingo Boingo, $39.99. Wow, Oingo Boingo. Joe Jackson, Look Sharp, $39.99. And Nina Hagen is a 1980 promo, $19.99. There's 4 10-inchers for you. 4 10-inchers for you. First thing we have is ST on the Stranglers. That's sold to Chris. That's sold to ST. Chris Knapp, you were a close second. And then price on Argy Bargy, $24.99. I got a timeout because my crate's full. I am loaded over here. 5 more crates to go through. 5 more crates to go through. How many, Chad? 5 more crates to go through. Sing it loud for the people in the back. 5 more crates to go through tonight. First thing over here is the 10-inchers. We have the Dickies is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Done. Let's put these in sleeves and then put them with a cardboard backer, whoever's tagging, please, so they can find those. Sold to Eric Van Leuven. PIL right here. That is sold to ST. Jason Forterat on the Tough to Get Oingo Boingo. Michael Freiberger next on Dickies. Chris Bryant next on Dickies. Oingo Boingo's already sold. We got Curran Evans on Nina Hagen. Joe Jackson, Half Button. Does Joe Jackson have the button? It doesn't look like it. Okay, and then GNR has a new bid for $50. All right, so Randy Travis over here is sold. Randy Travis is sold to Alan Hagen, 1 bid, $30. Guns N' Roses, Mark Weiss, you've been outbid. Amenities, there is a new bid at $50 on GNR, just FYI. Okay, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Sade Promise. That's in Shrink and Hot. And that's an 85 US repress, EX Plus condition, $30 start. $30 start on that. All right, here's what's left in here. I'm just going to read some of the titles, and if you need price or more information, let me know. We still got Nina Hagen Fearless, $19.99. I also have Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing, Rachel Sweet Full Around, Joe Jackson Jump and Jive, Madness Keep Moving, Duran Duran 7 and the Ragged Tiger, Talk Talk, The Party's Over. That was 2017 European Seal, $34.99. Mark Weiss, you've been outbid on Guns N' Roses. Concert for the People of Campeche, $19.99. Squeeze, $19.99. Cossi Fan Tutti Frutti, Utopia still available for $19.99. Aldo Nova self-titled, Fabulous Poodles on pink vinyl, NRBQ Live, the Wildlife soundtrack, the best of Split Ends in shrink and hop sticker, $24.99. The Land That Time Forgot, Thomas Dolby, The Untouchables, Bow Wow Wow, NRBQ, Let's Active, Real Life, Heartland, Japanese with Obi, Vapors, Squeeze, Clark Kent, Wall of Voodoo, Swing Out Sister, The Clash, Kate Bush, and the only 10-inch that didn't sell was Joe Jackson, $39.99. Now, if you need information, I'm sure we'll have at least 2 or 3 or 5 questions. That's okay, because somebody's probably like, well, Chad, I need the price. I don't mind telling you the price at all. With that being said, now, this is another crate from this collection. This is all genres. Same place all these came from, same purchase we made. This is all different genre. There is stuff in here from the 80s. It may just not be, well, yeah, there's some stuff. There's also rap, there's also funk, there's also rock, and there's also 90s alternative. So here we go. Let's go through these. Once again, sticker price, all brand new stuff. Mark Vise, it's up to you on GNR. $53 with amenities. Colin Cook needs to put back Nick Kershaw. I have it. Let me go over here to the crate and try to find it right quick. Generation X, Public Image, Billy Idol, Costello, Bow Wow Wow, Cabaret Information Society, Blackstone Cherry, Bow Wow Wow, Squeeze, Misfits, Nick Kershaw. This is going back in the crate if anybody wants it. It's called Human Racing, $19.99. Okay, and then the Bow Wow Wow left over from the last crate. The Bow Wow Wow left over from the last crate is this. It is The Last of the Mohicans. This one also has I Want Candy. It's a 4-track, $19.99. Mark Vise out on GNR, and this is officially sold to amenities for $53. Sade right now, no bid. Final call on that, going once and going twice, okay? That's called Promise. It's in shrink with hop sticker, and that's an 85 repress EX Plus condition. Brad Bolin, if you do not want Bow Wow Wow, then John Durden does. Totally up to you. That's going to be sold to somebody. Here we go. Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, a deluxe sealed box set, 3 CD, DVD, and the LP remastered, $74.99, $74.99. And Queens of Stone Age, Lock Clockwork, a 2013, what kind of version is this? Pressed at Palace with 20-page book. That's why, $59.99. John Durden does get Bow Wow Wow. Blackstone Cherry was something that already sold. I was just reading off stuff that sold. When you get a chance, I'll take Simple Minds, You Go Dream, and Swing Out Sister, Kaleidoscope World, okay? I probably can find those right quick. Give me 1 second. Talking Heads, X, Find Young Cannibals, this, that, those, these, those, these, not in that box. I bet it's down here. Not this, not that, not this, not that, not this, not that, these, those. I'm looking. More Bow Wow Wow, more XTC, more Misfits. There's one of them. And then there's the other. All right. Whoops, I dropped it back in the crate. There it is. Got it. These are sold and sold, okay? So those are sold to Craig Weatherford. All right, here we go. So Fleetwood Mac, Queens of the Stone Age, and the Stooges. This is a 2010 pressing, sealed, $29.99, Rhino cut. August Burns Red, Constellations, a 2019 purple and clear vinyl, $74.99. Greta Van Fleet, Anthem of the Peaceful Army, $19.99 for Greta Van Fleet. And Weezer, the Teal album, that's doing more covers there, like Africa and Paranoid, $19.99. Next auction is this. I've had a lot of cafe lattes. I've had cafe latte monsters. Let's go over here and put up another auction, and that is the Allman Brothers Band. I've got one more silver dollar. This is the Allman Brothers Band, a 71 OG. We had one of these earlier. Monarch pressing in VG condition, pink label, $30 start. And by the way, nobody, and I mean nobody, bid on Sade. So that's a buy now for $30. Poor Sade. $30 buy now. Let the snipers are loading their guns. Bolt action. They're chambering one, and somebody just shot. Pow. Sade. Let's see who gets it. Oh man, I've talked so much my lips are bleeding. Okay, Greta Van Fleet is sold to James Rainey. That is sold. $30 start on Allman Brothers. Nirvana, Bleach. Nirvana is a 2011 sealed, $19.99. Joshua Huffman on Weezer. sold. We have Greta Van Fleet. Check this one out. Black Smoke Rising. That is a 2017, $39.99. Sade sold for $25 to Mark V's. Garth Brooks is $145. An 89 US Club CRC Carrollton. It has the original inner sleeve and shrink. It's near mint minus, $145. Earlier, Denise asked about the Moments. The Moments is not on the outside, but on the inside strong. 69 OG VG condition, $20 on that. Next thing over here is, let's see the Stooges again. The Stooges is their self-titled debut album, Iggy Pop, a Rhino, 2010 copy sealed, $29.99. Thomas Clark on Twitch got Nirvana. Mitch T on Greta Van Fleet, that's a Grail. So to Mitch T. Scott BB was next, and Weezer's already sold. We have Sublime, 40 ounces to Freedom, a 2016, $39.99. The Dandy Warhols, 13 Tales from Urban Bohemia, a 2000 press on gray marble vinyl, $39.99. And check this out. $149.99, $149.99. Funkadelic, a 1970 OG Terre Haute pressing, EX, $149.99, a rarity. Kelly Vloddercheck on Sublime, sold to Kelly Vloddercheck. Funkadelic, Uncle Jam Wants You, a 79 SRC pressing, no condition notes. Funkadelic, $39.99. Parliament, Mothership Connection, a 75 Pittman press, $49.99. Casablanca, wow. Weezer's already sold. It was the Till album. David Bowie Pinups, a 73 Indianapolis, $44.99, no condition notes. Nobody bid on the Allman Brothers, $30 buy now on that. And then Black Oak, Arkansas, $19.99, self-titled. David Bowie again, station to station, $34.99, tan label. So I just showed some crazy Parliament and Funkadelic albums. And the first one was Eric Van Leuven put Parliament. So that's sold to Eric Van Leuven, and then ST on Funkadelic. Now, do you want Uncle Jam Wants You or the $150 self-titled album? And then George Sherman wants the first Parliament, okay? So that's up to ST. If not, George Scher is going to get it. The Doors, absolutely live, no condition notes, $34.99. David Bowie, 72 Indianapolis, $44. I remember selling this to John. I remember selling that to John probably 5 or 6 years ago. That's an orange label, beautiful OG copy, $44.99. And Jimi Hendrix in the West, VG Plus, $24.99. So ST gets Uncle Jam Wants You, and the pricier Funkadelic here is sold to George Scher. But wait a minute, George Scher said First Parliament. Did you mean Funkadelic? That's the one that's $149.99. All right, moving on. Next auctions, I have Metallica, Ride the Lightning. This is a 2018. This is the 2LP. It's the 2LP half-speed master. The cover does have splitting, and the vinyl's in VG Plus condition. That's why we're going to start it at just $35. Next thing over here is Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, no condition notes. Hendrix, $34.99. And check out this copy of Paranoid. It is an 83 club copy, but it's spectacular. It is beautiful. $39.99 for that one. George Scher does get the Funkadelic. That is sold. And then we have Deep Purple Machine Head, a 73 Terre Haute, $29.99. Green Warner Brothers label, has the original inner sleeve. And David Bowie Diamond Dogs, another OG 74, $44.99. Man, these Bowies are real and they're spectacular. So we've had Ziggy, we've had Diamond Dogs, and we still got Station to Station and Pinups. And those are all OG pressing a Bowie album, super clean. Iron Butterfly and Agata Vita, $19.99. Iron Butterfly Ball, $19.99. Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis, $19.99. Black Oak, Arkansas Ranch and Roll with a Heaven on Earth deed certificate, $19.99. And Led Zeppelin 2, this is a mid-70s specialty press, but once again, it is super clean, $39. Final call to get a bid on Metallica for a $35 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be Pink Floyd. This is Dark Side of the Moon, a 75 reissue, which is the third pressing. It has 2 posters and both stickers. It's in VG condition, a $30 start. But man, the goodies are in here. We love looking at the goodies. So there is both posters, the Egyptian pyramids, the PINKFLOYLYD Pink Floyd, and then there's both stickers. I mean, this alone should be worth the $30 start for those guts. 2 vintage Pink Floyd posters and 2 vintage Pink Floyd stickers. What's those worth? We're about to find out. $30 start for the whole package there. Thomas Clark gets David Bowie Diamond Dogs. That's sold. Next is Sean Miller put Met 4. Matt 4, he's bidding on Metallica, $40. Mark Weiss on Led Zeppelin. Metallica got another bid for $35. Metallica at $40. Pink Floyd $30. Metallica $45. The Fugs, an Italian. The Fugs, $29.99. Also Hendrix, High, Live, and Dirty with Jim Morrison, 78 red vinyl, $24.99. Fugs again. This is another Italian preg. The Fugs' first album is what they call that one. And then Jethro Tull's first album. This is an early 80s press of This Was. That's super clean, $19.99. Also over here, we have the Rolling Stones Through the Past Darkly, a 2014 press, $34.99. That's a 2014. Pink Floyd, Saucerful of Secrets, mono. It is a 2019 Record Store Day near mint mono, $29.99, okay? So we got Metallica 40, Pink Floyd 35, Metallica 45, Pink Floyd 35, Pink Floyd 45, Metallica 47, Pink Floyd again, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, the 2018 Record Store Day mono, $49.99. We have DC Talk, Jesus Freak, 2015, $59.99. The Best of DMX Legacy, red vinyl from 2020. DMX is $24.99. David Bowie, Space Oddity, with shrink and hype, but no poster. It is 72, which is OG US for that label. VG $14.99. Funkadelic, Standing on the Verge of Getting It On. VG $39.99. Funkadelic, One Nation Under the Groove. VG Plus $34.99, and then Bone, Thugs and Harmony, Creeping on the Come Up, featuring Eazy-E, a 2020 Record Store Day, numbered $124.99, and Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, an 85 10-inch from the UK, $19.99. Metallica's at $48 with AM, ATM, CMP, NC, PNC. $48 on that one. Pink Floyd, the last bid was $45. Shakedown gets Piper, the mono Record Store Day mix. I love how they done that cover. And then over here we got JetBlue on Bone. That's sold to JetBlue, $124.99. Metallica 50, Sean Miller on David Bowie. Ground Control to sold to Sean Miller. Michael Ruttman on Dire Straits. And then Dennis was next on David Bowie. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $50. The deal on the Pink Floyds. Well, one of them's already sold. The one that's left is the mono Record Store Day version, 2019, of Saucerful of Secrets, $29.99. Eric Van Leuven wants Standing on the Verge. That is sold. Info on ABR, is it sealed? ABR. What was ABR? If you can refresh me on that, let me know. Okay, and JetBlue, sorry, I have to put back Bone. I already have that one. Okay, this is going back in the crate. Bone is going back in the crate. Pink Floyd at $55. What was the last bid on Metallica? Sean Miller, $50. All right, quick recap on that one. We took a big dent out of that one. The next, August Burns Red. Okay, the next 4 crates, once again, still continuing from this collection. However, we're about to do a $14.99 crate, and then there are 3 $9.99 crates. So we're about to get into some budget 80s. Some budget 80s, and everybody's probably like, hip, hip, hooray. First thing we have is August Burns Red. August Burns Red is called Constellations. It is open. It is near mint. It's a 2019 purple and clear vinyl, $74.99. It's split August Burns Red. Okay, then we had Fleetwood Mac, Tangle in the Night sealed. Queens of Stone Age like Clockwork. That's the Palace press. A 2 LP with 20-page books sealed, $59.99. The Stooges. And then we had the Dandy Warhols. Black Oak, Arkansas. The Doors, Absolutely Live. Hendrix in the West. Hendrix, Axis Boat is Love. Black Sabbath, Paranoid. Deep Purple, Machine Head. David Bowie, Pinups. David Bowie, Station to Station. David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust. Iron Butterfly. Iron Butterfly. Iron Butterfly. Black Oak again. The Fugs. Hendrix. Somebody just asked about this. 1978 red vinyl, $24.99. This is a semi-unofficial release. The Fugs. Jethro Tull. The Rolling Stones. DC Talk. DMX. Funkadelic. Pink Floyd. And Bone is $124.99. It depends. Are these check condition? It kind of varies in these kind of record to record. These are kind of mixed. First thing, Pink Floyd 55, Michael Freiberger, you did get outbid. Let me know if you want back in. And then Metallica, we can go ahead and sell this. This is sold to Sean Miller for $50, okay? That's sold. Let me go back over here, make sure I didn't miss anything else. We did the info on Hendrix. We did the info on Bone. Tom Sullivan on the Stooges. That was sold $29.99. There's two different Fugs albums. The first one is the Fugs first album, Italian, near mint, $29.99. The other one is the Fugs, and this is Italian, $29.99. Next question is price on DC Talk. DC Talk, that's DMX. DC Talk was Jesus Freak, a 2015 2LP, $59.99. How much was the Dandy Warhols? The Dandy Warhols were right back here, weren't they? The Dandy Warhols, 13 Tales from Urban Bohemia, a 2000 pressing on gray marble vinyl, $39.99. Amenities wants to know how much Stardust was. Stardust. Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. OG 72 orange label, $44.99. David Robertson getting the Queens of the Stone Age. How much was Deep Purple? Deep Purple, if you're referring to Machine Head, it's a 73 Terre Haute, $29.99, first label. Then somebody asked about DC Talk, and then condition on ABR and DC Talk. Grumpy Moose Gaming is going to be first to claim DMX. That is sold. Michael Freiber is out on Pink Floyd. Another question about David Bowie, and then how much was Funkadelic? I should have just recapped the crate because there's way too much good stuff left in here. Funkadelic is a Jacksonville Press VG Plus, $34.99. This Pink Floyd is officially sold to Amenities for $55. Okay, that was the third press, does have the goodies. So first let me put this jacket back in here, and then I'll hit some of the highlights on these again, make sure everybody knows what they're getting, and make sure everybody's getting what they want, and happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Okay, so we have Funkadelic, One Nation Under the Groove, VG Plus, $34.99. Deep Purple was asked about, 73 Terre Haute, no condition notes, $29.99. Stardust is sold to Amenities. Janet Gray does get Funkadelic, so the Dandy Warhols is a 2000 gray marble vinyl, $39.99. DC Talk is still available. No condition notes. Nice jacket too, 2015, $59.99. Both Fugs are still available. These are priced at $29 and $29. No condition notes. Also, Bone, Thugs and Harmony, Creeping on the Come Up, featuring Eazy-E, Record Store Day Splatter vinyl, numbered to 4,823, $124.99. Pink Floyd was a mono mix of Saucerful of Secrets, Near Mint, Record Store Day 2019, $29.99. Then we had the Stones, Jethro Tull, Hendrix, High Live and Dirty. That's on red vinyl, $24.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, and then there's 3 Iron Butterflies. None of them have any condition notes. They're all $19.99 each. Metamorphosis, Ball, and Inagata Davida, all really nice. And then there's 2 Bowies left. Neither one of them are Scary Monsters. OG Station to Station, OG Pinups, 34 and 44. And those are really nice. And then we had 2 different Black Oak, Arkansas, self-titled and Raunch and Roll Live. There's Through the Past. There's Jethro Tull. Then Black Sabbath. This is a reissue. It's from '83, but it's super nice. It's really nice. And then 2 more Hendrix. That's Axes and In the West. Somebody should pick this up. Should be on a single tone or a 2-tone label. Top loader, really nice jacket. Hendrix is a single tone. That's a 70s press, pre-barcode, $34.99. Inagata Davida. It should be on a yellow Atco label. I don't know if it's the very first pressing. It does have the gold record sticker. That typically means not the first, but that is the first label with the right catalog number and the right address. So yeah, that is an earlier pressing for sure. Edmund Estrada says he will take DC Talk. That's sold to Edmund Estrada. Thomas Clark Switch on Axis Boat is Love. That is sold to him. And if anybody else wants anything in there, don't worry, these are just going to be right here behind me. That way we can go ahead and start on a new crate. Now earlier, Laura brought me a bottle of water. I've been talking pretty much almost virtually nonstop for about 4 hours. I've took a couple breaks, but I'm going to drink some water before I start this next crate or put up the next auction. Give me 10 seconds. And it's gone. And that's how you drink a bottle of water. Session 101. Okay, we have Hendrix Inagata David, honey. I like when it goes into that instrumental, then he comes back, he goes, ho, ho, oh, bum, bum, and then they go right back into the rhythm. Soaked to Mike Pierce, 1999. Okay. How about a $14.99er? Everything in this crate is $14.99. Let's do it. $14.99, everything in this crate. Here we go. August Burns Red. Near Mint. Near Mint minus in shrink wrap. Is that one still available? Hold on a second. Did somebody buy it? Did I put it in the sold crate? No, it's in the very... Okay, yeah. This is August Burns Red Constellations, 2019, purple and clear. Yeah, near mint in shrink wrap. James Randy says, I'll take it. Great. All right, moving right along. Let's put up some new auctions. Got some great bonus stuff over here. Let's keep them rolling. Let's see what these two are right here. Nice. Another hard-to-get Randy Travis, Heroes and Friends, a 1990 US OG BMG Club Direct. This one was not sold in stores. $45 star, and then Van Halen, fair warning. An 81 USOG Jacksonville. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's nice. EX Plus condition, Van Halen. A $35 start. $35 start. It's about time to go refill my Monster. Let me fan my shirt a few seconds. Yes. It's hot because we've had the heat on for like a week here in the store. I got in my vehicle today. I didn't even check the temperature. I've been starting my Tahoe every morning, and guess what? I got in it. It said 68 degrees outside. I was like, oh my gosh, it's going to be hot in the store, and no doubt it is. Okay, these are all $14.99. The Long Riders, Two-Fisted Tails, Gold Stamp promo. The Long Riders, $14.99. This collection continues with Saga. Saga is $14.99. And the Rockettes, Make That Move, mini special priced LP. The Rockettes, $14.99. Red Riders Neruda, Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. And Big Red Music. That's a comp with the Boomtown Rats and Eddie Money, Jules and the Polar Bears, David Holster, and that is on red vinyl. And that is $14.99. The Tourist, Reality Effect. The Tourist is $14.99. No condition notes on any of these so far. All really nice. Saga, again, Shrink and Hop, $14.99. Stepping into the 80s, another compilation, $14.99. Nina Hagen, I see 2020. I see Squeeze. I see Me Sex. I see Joe Jackson, $14.99. The Rockets here, which was this one right here, Soda Mega Blast. And then we have Slammin' Watootsies, Kings of Noise, Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. Randy Travis doesn't have a bid yet. I'm looking for a $40 start. Van Halen 35, Van Halen 37. Okay, moving right along. Dave Edmonds. Dave Edmonds is $14.99. And Boomtown Rats in the Long Grass. Boomtown Rats is $14.99. Boomtown Rats again, also $14.99. And this Boomtown Rats has the original company sleeve. That's just their self-titled album, and it feels like it has an insert. It does. Original Mercury inner sleeve and insert. Ice House, Measure for Measure. Ice House is in shrink wrap, $14.99. And Box of Frogs, Shrink and Hop, Box of Frogs, $14.99. And Lena Lovett, Stateless, $14.99. By the way, Box of Frogs has ex-members from the Yardbirds like Jim McCarthy and Chris Dreja, or however you say his name. $14.99 for that one. Van Halen's now at $40 with Joe DeGato. Amenities you've been outbid. Nice. The B-52s, $14.89. And this is called what? I don't see this one. Summer of Love, maybe? That might be a maxi single. It is. $14.99. By the way, Randy Travis does have a bid, and it looks like it is going to sell. Final call. Micro Disney, Crooked Mile. Micro Disney, $14.99. Eisenhoft, Falco, $14.99. Der Kommissar, I think that's all in German. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, somewhere in Africa. That one's $9.99. Nick Lowe is $14.99. The Rose of England and his cowboy outfit. Nick Lowe, Man for Man's actually $9.99, just FYI. And then over here, we got Kelly Vlodarchik on Micro Disney. We have Travis Wade on B-52s. And then over here, we have the best of Dave Edmonds, $14.99. Van Halen's at $41. Joe DeGaldo, you've been outbid. Tom Sullivan on Nick Lowe. We're in a more 80s collection. More 80s collection. This time, everything is $14.99 in this crate. How much did you say, Chad? $14.99. Wow. Everything in here is just $14.99. That is right. Everything in here is $14.99. Even Nick Lowe again. Rose of England. We have Stan Ridgway, the Pig Heat. What does that say? The Big Heat, not the Pig Heat. The Big Heat, $14.99. Falco is all in German. Yeah, well, at least the titles are. I think this is all done in German. Sie Welthits, Der Kommissar, Sie bisen Jar, Offen Flaunt, Guans Wien, Machine Rennet, Hinter uns Sonne Sinfort, Niemisch Scholo, Heiden von Lot in Ausenhoft. $14.99. Stan Ridgway sold to Mega Blast. Also, we have Rockpile Seconds of Pleasure. Gold Stamp promo $14.99. ST second on Stan Ridgway. And Boomtown Rats. Gold Stamp promo $14.99. Saga Heads or Tails. Shrinking Hop Saga $14.99. Tom Sullivan on the other Nick Lowe. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. And Saga in transit $14.99. Randy Travis sold $40. Tom Sullivan over here. Van Halen sold $41 to Amenities. And I tell you what, I'm going to put up some new auctions. But right over here, we got Falco, Amadeus, Falco 3. Falco 3, 14. Amadeus. We have what? Boston. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Boston. This is the OG album, a 77 US repress. This is got some writing, so it is an orange label, but it's technically a repress. VG++, $20. So not all orange labels are OGs. Scorpions, Worldwide Live, an 85 US OG2 LP, strong VG, and then EX Plus condition, Live Scorpions, $20 start. Next over here, yes, you did get Stan Ridgway. Michael Rubman on Falco. I'm assuming he's talking about Amadeus. If so, Michael, that's so to you. Amenities, you were next, and Joe DeGaldo was third. And then Boomtown Rats Retrospective. Boomtown Rats, $14.99, and Nick Lowe in his cowboy outfit, $14.99. Next thing over here is Ice House, a full album. Let's go back and check. I think it was. Where was that? Ice House, yes. Measure for Measure is a full album. Shrink Wrap, $14.99. The Del Fuego, Stand Up, $14.99. The Lotus Eater, Set Me Apart, that is $9.99. A couple of these in here are $9.99. John got them mixed up a little bit. That's okay. The Hawaii Pup Split Second Precision, $14.99 for the Hawaiian Pups Utopia. I don't think I've ever seen that one before, and I've seen millions of Utopia albums. Trivia, $14.99 for Utopia, and Martha and the Muffins Metro Music, $14.99. And then the Long Rider, State of Our Union, $14.99. Ice House is sold to Kelly Gabney. That's sold. Squim, that's Steve Mason on Utopia. Going through this new 80s collection that we literally bought today. And it's rare we can buy a collection today and be putting it out, but it was already all priced and ready to sell. How convenient was that? Bram Chakowski, Pressure, that's in shrink wrap. $14.99. And then over here, we got the Long Rider, State of Our Union. I've already shown that one. Propaganda compilation, $14.99 for that. Let me adjust my camera. Let me bring that a little bit closer. There we go. We have Nick Lowe. This is Nick the Knife, $14.99. We sold Utopia. Does Box of Frogs have a title? I believe it's called Box of Frogs. I believe that one is self-titled. Box of Frogs, self-titled. Next is track list on Lotus Eaters. That was a 12-inch single. The Lotus Eaters right back here. What happened to that? It's right here. What happened to that? It's right here. No, there is two Long Riders. My bad. We got two of those. No wonder. I thought I was going insane. The Lotus Eaters. What the heck happened to that? It must be further back than I thought. Or it got out of order. Did somebody buy it? It disappeared on me. Okay, let me try to find that again. Okay, we have Box of Frogs, Nick Lowe, Propaganda, Long Riders, Bram Chakowski, Marvin the Muds, the Hawaiian Pups, Del Fuegos, Nick Lowe, Boomtown Rats, Saga. Oh, I moved it back here. That's why. I know what I did. I moved it back here. The Lotus Eater, Set Me Apart. This is $9.99. Set Me Apart, My Happy Dream, and Set Me Apart instrumental. $9.99. Okay, how much is Division Bell? $49.99. Michael Freiberger wants some propaganda. I will gladly feed you some propaganda. That's also to Michael Freiberger. Any Tone Loc in there? There's a good chance, really good chance Tone Loc's in here. And then over here was Deal and All these are sticker price right now. Nick Lowe, the Abominable Showman, $14 sticker price. First time reading through all these. No more, no less. Me Sex is $14.99. Dennis Jackson wants Box of Frogs. That's sold to Dennis Jackson. Scorpions is sold for one bid, $20, and that is sold to Steve McGee for $20. Boston's a no bid. It's a $20 buy now. 77 repress, orange label, VG++, VG cover. Boston, don't look back. That's not, don't look back. Icicle Works, $14. Box of Frogs, already sold. Split Ends, Time and Tide. Split Ends is $14.99. And then, not 19. Paul Hardcastle, $14.99. Also, we have Sniffing the Tears, Fickle Heart, $14.99. Mega Blast on First. I don't know if that's a claim or a comment. We have Live at CBGB's. That's a 2LP. Tough Darts, Mink DeVille. That is the Miamis, $14.99. Missing Persons, Rhyme and Reason, $14.99. Can you show the sagas again? Sagas. The first saga we have in here is the following. We have Saga in Transit, $14.99. The other saga is Heads or Tails, Shrink and Hop, $14.99. And then the other sagas. The other saga was Saga by Saga, Shrink and Hop, $14.99. The other saga was Saga by Saga, $14.99. Next is Mike Owen on Missing Persons. That's sold to Mike Owen. Next is Red Rockers, Good as Gold. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. After the Fire, ATF, Der Kommissar. This is $14.99. Also, we have Scruffy the Cat, Moons of Jupiter, $14.99 for Scruffy the Cat. Let's Active Cypress, that's $14.99. Saga's Heads or Tails. Right now, dibs go to Mark, there goes Mark. Hardcastle 19 was OG. Paul Hardcastle 19 is a 12-inch single OG, $14.99. Jim Davis on After the Fire, that's sold to Jim Davis. We have Kaja. Kaja is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And the Del Fuegos again, this time stand up. Saga with Worlds Apart and Heads and Tails. Saga with Worlds Apart and Heads and Tails. Okay, so you're asking Saga with Worlds Apart and Heads or Tails. Worlds Apart. So I'm assuming you're looking for a track. Okay, and that one is, I don't see that. Is that a track claim? And then Heads or Tails. So I know for sure you're getting Heads or Tails, right? This one right here, for sure. And then if you're asking, does any of these three remaining albums have this track? My answer is no, they don't. Those three are still available. Okay, and then over here, Jim Davis got ATF. Pam Stewart wants the Miamis. That was the Live at CBGB's comp. That's sold to Pam Murray. And then Sunglasses Saga. This one right here. Okay, that's Worlds Apart. That was the album name. Okay, you had me confused there for a second. So there goes Mark, gets both of those sagas. Greg Hubers wants 19. Paul Hardcastle. And then we have Sparks. This is Sparks and Jane Wilde in Cool Places, $14.99. Looks like there's a little bit of cover damage on it. And then we have Let's Active, Every Dog Has Its Day, $14.99. And then David Johansen, Live It Up, $14.99 for David. The Bite Now in Boston was $20. That was our $14.99 crate. Paul Oakley gets Sparks with James Wilden. Jane Wilden. That's sold to Paul Oakley, $14.99. It's almost time for a $9.99. Almost time for a $9.99 as soon as I do a good stretch. Oh, yes. Okay. That was much needed. So I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. These are all $14.99. There goes Mark says, sorry, he's highly intoxicated on beer. That's okay. Just keep drinking and keep buying. You'll figure it all out on Monday when you get your invoice. Okay? So first thing is this. We have Manfred Mann. We have Manfred Mann. This was actually $9.99 somewhere in Africa. The Long Riders. These are all $14.99. We have Red Rider Neruda. We have Big Red Music. We have the Taurus Reality Effect. Stepping into the 80s. These are all $14.99. Dave Edmonds, no condition notes either. The Slim and Watootsies, the Boomtown Rats, Lena Lovitch, Dave Edmonds, Ozelhoff by Amadeus, by Falco, Rockpile, and then Boomtown Rats. Manfred Mann is sold to Susie Breedlove. Mike Owen was second. So now everything in here is $14.99 for sure. Boomtown Rats again, Nick Lowe, the Del Fuegos, the Hawaiian Pups, Martha and the Muffins, Bram Chakowski, the Long Riders, Nick Lowe, Lotus Eaters, Nick Lowe, Me Sex, Icicle Works, Split End, Sniffing the Tears, Red Rockers, Scruffy and the Cat, Let's Active, Kaja, Del Fuegos, Saga, Let's Active, and David Joe Hansen. Okay? So we had Man for Man sold. If anybody else wants anything in there, if not, let's get into the $9.99 stuff. Okay? One second. All right. Boston is sold. James Chilcott asked about it earlier. Now, Amenities made an offer, but James Chilcott asked about it earlier, and he said he will take it for $20. Sean Miller on David Johannesson for $14. Happy Festivus, everybody. And let's put up some more auctions. Kiss, double platinum, a 1978 OG sealed, never been opened, sealed copy. Does have a corner ding up here. Kiss is sealed, a $65 start. And then our next auction is Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love, a U.S. reissue in shrink, near mint minus, Marvin Gaye, a $20 start. Let's go through a $9.99er crate. A $9.99er crate. $9.99er. There's 3 of these. Should be fun. $9.99 records. Are you kidding me? I'm going to take a quick peek at them. I didn't really get to go through these much. I was more interested in the high-end stuff I was buying, and we have pretty much obliterated all that. There's some pretty good stuff in here. Looks like a lot of 12-inch singles as well, so let's get started. How much are these, you ask? These are $9.99. Sealed Kiss has a bid for $65. Here at some point, it is almost 11. I can tell it's almost 11. My body's like, Chad, you need to stretch. You need to go get something to drink. You need to eat some M&Ms. Before I stretch and before I go get another refill on my Monster, Kaja Gugu is... Yeah, Kaja is Kaja Gugu. I'm going to go ahead and get started on this crate. But here in about 5 or 6 minutes, I'm going to go refill my drink. I'm going to have to because we still got 3 more crates to go through. Also, John marked 4 crates tonight. John had marked 4 crates of new stuff tonight, and we hadn't even touched those. And we went through new vinyl just once, and it was fast and furious when we went through that, okay? These are $9.99 in case I didn't say. The King Bees, $9.99. Martini Ranch, how can the laboring find something self-culture? $9.99. Also, we have Color Radio. These are all $9.99. And then we have the Look again. This is an 82 Canadian, $9.99. And Graham Parker, Squeezing Out Sparks, $9.99. And then Scritti Politti with Rankin Ann, The Word Girl, Flesh and Blood, $9.99. And then Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood, Costello, Elvis Costello, an 86 European press, $9.99. Marvin Gaye's a $30 start. Double platinum is sealed. It has 1 bid for $65, going to once, going to twice. And we have Kaja, as in Kaja Gugu, and this is sold. This is same thing, right? Kaja is Kaja Gugu. Let me make sure, ask the audience. This is the same band, I'm pretty sure. If not, Mike Owen will get it corrected, but that's so due for right now. Okay, and then over here, CDs or tapes at 1 a.m. We sold all the tapes last night, and then we posted the rest in the group. I don't really have many CDs to go through, but I'm sure we'll come up with something. We got a lot of vinyl to go through right now. Holy moly. So Mike Owen on SP, and SP was for Scritti Politti. Tom Sullivan got Test. I think that's just a test comment. And then we have the Bongos, Numbers with Wings, $9.99. There we go. It's Kaja minus Lamal. There you go. We have Bus Boys, Minimum Wage Rock and Roll. Bus Boys is $9.99. And the Paley Brothers. The Paley Brothers is $9.99. Mental as Anything, also $9.99. Scruffy the Cat, Boom, 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 Bingo. That's $9.99. And Roman Holiday, $9.99. Same price for the Fools Heavy Mental. That's $9.99. And Mega Blast Wants Bus Boys for $9.99. Marvin Gaye did not get a bid. That's a U.S. reissue. A 70s press still, though, in shrink. $30. Double platinum sold for $65. One bid. Scott Goddard, Your Fool, Shrink It Hype, $9.99. Featuring radio favorites Cowpunk and Your Fool, $9.99 on that one. Pez Band, $9.99. And Walk of Voodoo, Far Side of Crazy, Walk of Voodoo, $9.99. Our next auction is Ace Frehley and Kiss. Ace Frehley and Psychedelic Fur. Ooh, Ace Frehley and DJ Jazzy Jeff. Let's see what's going on with these. First thing is Carmen Shar Tiger on Roman Holiday. Roman Holiday sold to Carmen Shar Tiger. Mega Blast on Wall. And we have Marvin, an offer for $24, sold to Amenities. And Mike Owen was next on Wall of Voodoo. Next auction, Ace Frehley, a 78 OG. So the OG pressing of Ace's solo album. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the poster, and it's complete. It's got the inner sleeve, it's got the poster, and it's got the merch insert. It's only going to go up for a $15 start. And then, right next to Ace, we have the following. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, Rock the House, an 87 USOG, VG minus with scuffing, no feelable marks, very playable. That's how most of these are going to look. Just a $10 start. Will Smith, Keep My Wife's Name Out of Your Mouth. Howlin' Wind, Graham Parker, $9.99. Patrick Fu, you were asking about Elvis Costello. Everything in this crate is $9.99. This is a 12-inch single, Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood. And the B-side is Baby's Got a Brand New Hairdo and Get Yourself Another Fool. It's a 3-track, $9.99. Ace has a bid for $15. Fresh Prince has a bid for 10, Ace 15, Ace 15, Ace 25, DJ 10, Ace 16, Jazzy Jeff 10, Ace 17, and we have Methods of Dance. This looks like a compilation. China Crisis, Simple Minds, Eye Level, $9.99, and we have Novo Combo, The Animation Generation, $9.99, and we have the Style Council, My Ever-Changing Moods, $9.99. Several no bids tonight. Give me 1 second. I'll go through all the no bids in just a second. First, we have Arcadia, the consensus mix. Arcadia is $9.99, and David Lindley and El Rayo X, $9.99 on that one. So we have a pass on Wall of Voodoo. So this goes to the backup person. The first person next on this was Mike Owen. Mike Owen, you will be getting the Wall of Voodoo, okay? So he's changing his mind. That's so to you. And then over here, we have Fresh Prince at 20. Mike Owen on Style Council. That is sold. And then JJ for 11. Jazzy Jeff, these bids are way out of order. I think right now the bid's at like 20-something, and people are still bidding like 11 and 12. That's how either far behind they are or not really watching the main monitor, just FYI. Mike Owen gets Arcadia. Joe Castillo on SC. You were second on Style Council. Ace is at 26. Brock Hannah next on Arcadia. Brent Ribley on David Lindley. And then moving on. So we have Fanatics, Jules and the Polar Bears. Everything in here is $9.99. This is Marshall Crenshaw, Mary Jean, and 9 others, $9.99. And then Jane Wilden's $9.99. So quick update. As of this moment, 11:02 Central Time, Jazzy Jeff, the Fresh Prince, Kelly Vlodarchik has it for $20. $20, okay? $20. Ace Frehley just got a bid for $30. That's the high bids right now at 11:02 and some change. Also for $9.99 is Sharp Cuts, another compilation. Alley Cats, Peter Davidson, DB's, The Now, $9.99. Also, we have DFX2 Emotion. DFX2 is $9.99. And Rachel Sweet and Then He Kissed Me, $9.99. Speaking of Seinfeld, I told y'all earlier, she was an episode of Seinfeld. And if anything is in a crate related to Seinfeld, you immediately have to buy it. You have to say, wow, that has something to do with Seinfeld. I must own it. Over here, we have Martini Ranch. We had one of these earlier. There's another one, $9.99. DJ's at $22. Mike Owen has it. Everybody else has went out. Ace Frehley's at $30. Next is Slow Children, $9.99. Roman Holiday, Cooking on the Roof. Roman Holiday is $9.99. The DBs, Home for the Holidays, 12-inch single promo, $9.99. Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart in 17 Places, $9.99. Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick to Me, $9.99. Danny said JJ and 421. Right now, the high bid's at $22. You are $1 less than Mike Owen. Marshall Crenshaw, $9.99. Michael Freiberger on the DBs. That's sold to Michael Freiberger. And Present Tense Shoes, $9.99. Now Danny has it for $23. Now Mike Owen, you've been outbid. The Swimming Pool Q's is $9.99. Same price for the Wooden Tops Giant. Wooden Tops Giant is $9.99. Thrashing Doves, Jesus on the Payroll, $9.99 on that one. Melanie Jennings on Tracy. Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw. The Inmates, Shot in the Dark, $9.99. The Inmates and Ian Gone with the Wind, $9.99. Okay, we can confidently sell Ace. He is sold to Curran Evans for $30. New York Groove. What a song. All right. That's sold. DJ 25, Mike Owen. And then let me remove that. Let me put this poster away. Okay. Next thing over here. So Tracy, DJ 25, 25, 25, 26, Wax, Magnetic Heaven, $9.99 on that one. DJ's at 28. What was the Swimming Pool Q's? This one, I don't think I set a title because it's probably self-titled. Yep. I got a bad habit of that. If it's just the name of the album, artist's name of the album, that is $9.99. Yep. Swimming Pool Q's. Siam, I Am Siam, maybe. I Am Siam, Talk to Me, $9.99. What was the Simple Minds? The Simple Minds, I don't think there's a Simple Minds left in here. We have Boom, There She Was, Scritti Politti featuring Roger. This one does have some cover damage, $9.99. Bonnie Hayes with the Wild Combo, $9.99. And Utopia, Deface the Music, $9.99. Our next auction is Kiss. This is Destroyer. This is a 2014 remaster, $15 start. Mike Owen on SP. SP for Scritti Politti, sold. That is sold. Next over here is Moon Martin Moon, and this is on clear vinyl. Moon Martin Moon is $9.99. We also have Graham Parker and the Rumor, Live Sparks, $9.99. And Bebe Buell, this is Covers Girl, $9.99. Simple Minds was on the dance album. Simple Minds was on one of the compilations. Aha! Simple Minds was on one of these compilations. Methods of Dance, Simple Minds. The song that's on here, the Simple Minds, is Soundtrack for Every Heaven, $9.99. Mitch T on Swimming Pool Q's. That's sold to Mitch T. DJ Jazzy Dazzy. DJ Fresh Prince is sold to Mike Owen for $28. Consider that sold. Kiss is a $15 start. Next is Man for Man. We had one of those earlier. There's another one, $9.99. Scott Smith, right? MM for Scott Smith, and that was for Moon Martin. That's sold to Scott Smith. Consider that sold. Eric Van Leuven on Graham Parker. Consider that sold to Eric Van Leuven. I have another full crate. Wow, this is amazing. Let me swap out crates right quick because this thing is full before I try to put anything else in here. Done. That is 7 full crates of sold records tonight. Still got 2 more from this collection, and I'm sure at some point we might even get into some of this newly priced stuff. What does that mean? Let me translate all that for you. We've sold a lot of records because that's not new vinyl. That's vintage OG records. Those take up a lot more space. That's pretty crazy. All right, next is Mike Owen on Man for Man. That's sold. Destroyer, 2014 remaster, Near Mint and Shrink, $15 start. Q-Feel is $9.99. The Inmate, Shot in the Dark, $9.99. Another Sharp Cuts compilation, $9.99. Hello, My Name is Blotto, $9.99. And Nick Kershaw, When a Heart Beats, an 85 UK, $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And without a further doubt, we have Paul Stanley. Paul Stanley is a 1978 USOG PRC Richmond press. It has the inner sleeve. It also has the poster and the merch insert. VGVG, $15 start on that. All right, now, obviously, I can't spend a lot of time going back through these again. So what I'm going to do, y'all know they're $9.99. I'm just going to read the titles, and if you want to claim something, be my guest. Make my day. Next auction is Metallica. This is a 1988 UK unofficial sock cut, VG condition, $15 start. This is probably an interview. Yeah, limited edition interview picture disc with James Hetfield, but a pretty cool display piece. Hetfield looks like he's on a saw blade. That will play, and it will be him interviewed. $15 start on that. Craig Weatherford on Q Feel. Let's go ahead and tag that for Craig Weatherford. That's sold. Kiss has a bid for $15. Paul Stanley has a bid for $15. And it's Q Feel, a full album. Q Feel was a full album. Yes, it was. Okay. Moving right along. These are $9.99. Here's what's left. If you want them, they're $9.99. No condition notes on any of these, so EX Plus or better. The King Bees, Martini Ranch, Color Radio, The Look, Graham Parker, The Bongos. If you need more information, let me know. The Paley Brothers, Mental as Anything, Struffy the Cat, The Fools, Heavy Mental, Scott Goddard, Pez Band, Graham Parker, Costello, Navo Combo, Jules and the Polar Bears, and Marshall Crenshaw. Let's pause right there to say Kiss is a final call to Alan Hagen for 15. Paul Stanley 15, Paul Stanley 18, Paul Stanley 20, Paul Stanley 25, Hatfield Metallica picture disc 15. Jane Wilden, Sharp Cuts, DFX2, Rachel Sweet, Martini Ranch again, Slow Children, Roman Holiday, Graham Parker, Marshall Crenshaw, Present Tense, The Wooden Tops, Thrashing Doves, The Inmates, Ian Gom, Wax, I Am Siam, Bonnie Hayes, Utopia, Bebe Boulel, Methods of Dance, Another Inmates, Another Sharp Cuts, Hello, My Name is Blotto, and Nick Kershaw. You can tell somebody purged their collection. He had duplicates over here. He definitely had duplicates. Mike Owen wants Mental. Mental as Anything, right? That one was right in here. Let's go right into another crate. Mental, 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 Mental. Where is that one? And then Mod, Slow Children title. I think it's called Slow Children. Nick Kershaw, Blotto, Sharp Cuts, Inmates, Methods Dance, Baby Led, Utopia, Bonnie Hayes, I Am Sam, Wax, Ingon, Inmates, Thrashing Does, Wooden Tops, Terrorism Dance, Marshall Crenshaw, Grand Park, Ron Holland, Slow Children. Yeah, I think it's called Slow Children. Yeah, self-titled on that one. Okay, then Martini, Rachel Sweet, DFX, Sharp Cuts, Jane Wilden, Marshall Crenshaw, Jules and Pobear, Novel Combo, Elvis Costello, Howlin' Wind, Pez Band, Scott Oman, Bond, Mental as Anything, right here. This is sold to Scott Oman, sold to Mike Owen for $9.99. And then what was MOD? Mod. Methods of Dance, also sold to Mike Owen. Okay, Kiss is sold for one bid, $15, Alan Hagen. Paul Stanley's at 26 with Larry Gonzalez. Okay, there's that. Next is no bids. Yes, I will show those right now because I've been promising them, and some people are tapping their foot and they're like, Chad, I know there's some amazing unclaimed records over there, and I am just dying to buy them up. If you will please show me those, I will probably buy every one of them. But you've got to start showing them to me, and you've got to do them right now, okay? Here we go. More $9.99 records. Let's get started. No bids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This should not happen. So here they go. Let's see who claims them first. The Allman Brothers, a 71 OG Monarch, pink label, original inner sleeves, VG condition, $30. Garth Brooks, Near Mint Minus, in shrink, OG, first press, never been reissued, $145. The Moments, not on the outside, but on the inside strong, 69, US, OG, VG, $20. Fifth Angel, 88 US, new cover art, gold stamp promo, inner sleeve, $20. Heavy Metal Kids, picture, 81 German, near mint, $25. And from the other night, John Mayall, Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton. German import, 70s press, Decca, VG Plus, $35. Paul Stanley, sold to Tom Kelly for $30. Done. Metallica, James Hetfield interview picture disc. This is sold to Susie Breedlove for $15. Susie, you got a crush on James Hetfield? We know Susie has the hots for Robert Plant. Let's find out if she has the hots for Hetfield. There's that. Did not win the Allman Brothers. We sold one of those earlier. That's the second Allman Brothers. Garth Brooks, 125. Garth Brooks, 140. Garth Brooks, 140. Next is this. I've got two auctions. Depeche Mode, A Question of Time. Depeche Mode is an 86 USOG EX edition, $10 start. Kiss, Dress to Kill, a 77 repressed Terre Haute, VG minus, $10 start. Here we go. Here's new crate of $9.99. Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Wanna Have Fun, 12-inch single. These are $14.99. I stand corrected. These are $14.99. These are $14.99. Was that the only nine? Okay, maybe there's three $14.99ers and one $9.99er. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, I got that flip-flop. So these are $14.99. Cyndi Lauper, sold to Kelly Wlotterczyk, $14.99. Next is Culture Club, Karma Chameleon, $14.99. Also, Steve Walsh, Schemer Dreamer, $14.99. The Bongos, $14.99 for Beat Hotel. We have, this is Midnight Oil, Power and the Passion, $14.99. Pete Shelley, I don't know what it is, $14.99. And Guadalcanal Diary, Jamboree, $14. That's literally what it's called. I don't know what it is. It's not that I don't know the name of the album. Okay, up at the top, so we had Depeche Mode 10, Depeche Mode 10, Depeche Mode 10. Kelly got Cyndi Lauper, Depeche Mode 15, Kiss 10. Kelly Wlotterczyk on Karma Chameleon, also sold to Wlotterczyk. Depeche Mode 16, Brock Hanna next on Culture Club. Michael Freiberger on Guadalcanal Diary. Mike Owen first on Midnight Oil. These are all $14.99. Next is Diesel, Watts in the Tank, $14.99 on Diesel. Cats self-titled, $14.99. Lena Lovitch, New Toy. Lena Lovitch, $14.99. Level 42, Something About You, $14.99. Level 42. The Vapors, Magnets. Vapors, $14.99. And Jason and the Scorcher still standing, $14.99. So Depeche Mode is at 16. Depeche Mode is at 18. Depeche Mode is at 18. Kiss still has one bid with Jay Beach for $10. Shoes, Tongue Twister. Shoes is $14.99. Graham Parker, Heat Treatment. Graham Parker, $14.99. Depeche Mode is at 20. The Kane Gang, Miracle, $14.99. And the Coolies, Dig. The Coolies, Dig is $14.99. Paul Oakley on the Vapors. That's sold to Paul Oakley. Thomas Clark is on LL, I level. That's what he's trying to claim there. That's a lowercase I or two. That's an uppercase I and a lowercase L. I level. Depeche Mode 25. Jeremiah Stasich next on level. Depeche Mode 22. Mike Owens in at 25. The Style Council, $14.99. The Style Council. Also, Athletic Spiz 80. Is that what that says? $14.99. No, he was wanting LL for Lena Lovitch. Okay, I was about to say, these LLs can be pretty confusing. Lena Lovitch is sold to Thomas Clark. That means Jeremiah Stasich. Did you also want Lena Lovitch, or was you trying to go for... No, that's level 42. I was thinking about eye level. That's all on me. My bad. I could have just cut out a lot of confusion. I was thinking about eye level. Never mind. Okay. Wow. Kiss has a buzzer beater bid. Randy Klein's in at $11. Depeche Mode's at $27. Translator, Everywhere That I'm Not, a retrospective, $14.99. Patrick Fu on Style Council. That's sold to Patrick Fu. We have Lena Lovitch again, Stateless, $14.99. Hooters, Amorose. Hooters is $14.99. And then the Wooden Top, Straight 8 Bushwhacker, $14.99. Also, Todd Rundgren, the ever-popular Tortured Artist Effect. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. Michael Freiberger on Translator sold. Level 42. It's a 12-inch single. Something About You. That is a 12-inch single. $14.99. Kiss has a new bid for 12. Depeche Mode has a bid for 28. Another bid for 28. Another bid for 28. And our next auction is Psychedelic Furs. This is a 1982 USOG Terre Haute, strong VG, maybe VG Plus, original under sleeve, just a $10 start. We have Clocks. Clocks is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Level 42 sold to John Durden. Carmen Schartiger on Hooters. Coolies info for Jeremy Bryant. Coolies. The Coolies is called Dig, question mark. That is 1986, no condition notes, $14.99. Everything in here is $14.99, including Gamma 2. Gamma 2 is $14.99. We have Kaja Gugu, Hang On Now, 83 UK, $14.99. And then the King Bees, 1980 Spain press, $14.99. Jeremiah Stasis said, I thought, okay, so you did want level 42. My bad. So in all that confusion, Jeremiah did want level 42. So, yeah, it was Thomas Clark on LL for Lana Lovitch. Jeremiah put LVL for level 42. And then Mike Owen claimed it, and then John Durden asked about it. Okay, so there was 4 people in line for that. It does go, level 42 does go to Jeremiah. Okay, and then Jeremy Bryant is sold on the Coolies. That is sold. And then Kiss has a new bid for 13, Depeche Mode 35, and Time Zone World Destruction. Time Zone, $14.99. The Style Council, The Cost of Living, $14.99. We have Grand Park and the Rumor, the Parkerilla. That is $14.99. And then also over here, Depeche Mode, 35 of Mike Owen. Kiss is at 13. Josh Brown, you're out. Psychedelic Furs does not have a bid. We have Bow Wow Wow, Do You Want to Hold Me? Bow Wow Wow's an A3 UK, $14.99. This looks pretty scary. This is Mexican Radio, Wall of Voodoo, 12-inch single, $14.99. Fetchin' Bones, Bad Pumpkin. Fetchin' Bones is sealed, an 86 alternate rock, $14.99. And Dublé is sealed, $14.99 sealed. The Psychedelic Furs is called Forever Now, a 1982 U.S. Terre Haute. It does have the original under sleeve. It's VG, strong VG, and that's a $10 start. Wall of Voodoo, Mexican Radio is sold too. Mega Blast, Robert Warner was second. Depeche Mode's at $37, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Kiss is officially sold to Randy Klein for $13. So Wall of Voodoo went to Mega Blast, Robert Warner next, Mike Wilt third, and then over here, Patrick Fu on Style Council, and that's sold to him. So everything in here is $14.99, and let's read through these again. How much are these, Chad? They're $14.99. We have Steve Walsh, Schemer Dreamer. Steve Walsh was in a band called Kansas. We have the Bongos, Beat Hotel. The Psychedelic Furs is a 1982 USOG Terre Haute with the original under sleeve, strong VG, $10. They're still bidding on Depeche Mode. It's at $40 of Mike Owen. Amenities, you've been outbid. Pete Shelley, I don't know what it is. Pete Shelley, $14.99. Watts, In the Tank by Diesel, $14.99. Cats is $14.99. Furs has a bid for $10. Jason the Scorcher still standing. These are all $14.99. Shoes, Tongue Twister, Graham Parker, Heat Treatment, The Kane Gang, Miracles, Athletico Spias 80, Do a Runner. We have Lana Lovitch Stateless, The Wooden Tops, Straight 8, Bushwhacker, Todd Runger, The Ever Popular Tortured Artist Effects, Clocks, Gamma 2, Kaja Gugu, Hang On Now, King Bees, Time Zone, World Destruction, Graham Parker, Parkerilla, Fetchin' Bones was sealed, Bow Wow Wow, and Dublé. Okay, over here, Furs, $10. That is another bid for $10 of Leslie. Leslie's back in at 11, and Depeche Mode is at 44. All right, we're going right into another crate. Everybody ready? If you change your mind, you're like, dang it, Chad, I've changed my mind. Shoot, go ahead and give me everything that's left in there. I'm actually sitting on about $35,000, $40,000 of extra cash I just found outside of my house. Somebody left it on my doorstep. So I've got all kinds of extra spending money. Go ahead and just give me everything left in that crate. I'd be like, no problem. In the meantime, we're going to go right into a whole nother crate. And once again, this is a nice, what kind of crate is this? Okay, so this is a $9.99 crate. This is a $9.99 crate. This is a $9.99 crate, okay? A $9.99 crate. It looks like it. I'm going to tell you the price on all of them anyways. I could sort every record every night. I'm still going to tell you the price. It helps my rhythm of going through them. And plus, it's weird. Like somebody could hop on right in the middle of me showing a record, and as soon as their feed loads, I'm putting it back in there and like, crap, how much was that? Okay, so first thing we have is Depeche Mode. I did see a bid come in for 44, which means Mike Owen got outbid. And then Psychedelic First 10, Psychedelic First 11, Psychedelic First 13, Psychedelic First 15, Depeche Mode 48. And then over here, let's get started. We have Thompson Twins, In the Name of Love, 12-inch dance extension, 82 promo, $9.99. Bourgeois Tag, Yo-Yo, $9.99. Scritti Politti, Wood Bees, 12-inch maxi single, Absolute, $9.99. Utopia, self-titled, Wild, $9.99. Bourgeois Tag Yo-Yo and Shrink Wrap, $9.99. Thrashing Doves, Bedrock Vice, $9.99. Depeche Mode 52, Psychedelic Furs. The last bid was now $15. Depeche Mode 52, Mike Wilt on Thompson Twins. So to Mike Wilt. We have Rank and File. Rank and File is $9.99. What is the Depeche Mode? Brock Hanna second on Thompson Twins. Scruffy the Cat, $9.99. Psychedelic Furs 15. Marshall Crenshaw Downtown, $9.99. Bruce Woolley and the Camera Club, English Garden, $9.99. Carbon Tiger third on Thompson Twins. This is Acquisition of Time, Depeche Mode, a 1986 US OG, and Amenities has it for $55. Now Psychedelic Furs. Here's the bid history. 10, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. And the high bid on $15 is Amber Mathis. Next is Yaz, Y-A-Z-Z, Wanted. That's $9.99. And Scritti Politti, Perfect Way, 12-inch single, $9.99 on that one. And Room, there she was, Scritti Politti featuring Roger, another Scritti Politti. And then White Lies, Jason and the Scorchers, that's $9.99. Depeche Mode 55, Depeche Mode 58. Right now, Psychedelic Furs is still at 15, going once, going twice. Our next auction, without any further ado, is Charles Wesley Godwin, Family Ties. Charles Wesley Godwin, Family Ties, is a 2023 U.S. limited edition 2LP maroon colored vinyl, only available at shows of his, near mint minus $125 start. Depeche Mode's at 58. Yaz is sold to Leslie Holt. That was right over here, and that's sold to Leslie for $9.99. Over here, Preston Rose on Jason, 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 Jason. Sold. Jason to the Scorchers, sold to Preston Rose. Depeche Mode is at 60. Is it Yaz, Yaz, or Yazoo? Y-A-Z-Z, Yaz. And then Yachts, SOS, $9.99. We have the Cretones, Thin Red Line, $9.99. 2 Minute Warning, Angel City, $9.99. DB Cooper, Buy American, $9.99. Psychedelic Furs is sold for $15 to Amber Mathis. Depeche Mode is still getting bids. So it started at $10. Depeche Mode has bids for 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all the way up to $62 of Mike Owen. Charles Wesley Godwin, $125 star. Ultra Vivid Scene, Staring at the Sun, $9.99. And Translator, No Time Like Now. Translator's also $9.99. DB Cooper, sold to Kelly Vladorchek. And then over here, we're going to put up another auction. And that other auction is going to go up right now. And you may ask yourself, my gosh, what other auction could you possibly have up for auction? And then this is, well, never mind. This don't have a price on it. Seth said it's up to you to price it. Well, that doesn't help me since I hadn't looked it up, Seth. All right, so let's put up the Decemberist. The Decemberist is called I'll Be Your Girl. The Decemberist is a 2018 U.S. limited edition orange vinyl autograph, number to 2000 sealed, $105 start on the Decemberist. Okay, next thing over here is Depeche Mode 66, Eric Van Leuven on Ultra. Ultra Vivid, sold to Eric Van Leuven. Over here is Sherbs The Skill, $9.99. Marshall Crenshaw Field Day, $9.99. Julian Cope, Gold Stamp Promo. Julian Cope is $9.99. Mondo Rock, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. And China Crisis, Hannah, China Crisis, Extended Mix, $9.99. Haircut 100, King Size Stereo 45 cut. Haircut 100, $9.99. And the Sherbs, Defying Gravity, that is $9.99. Also, Scritti Politti, Perfect Way, another one of those for $9.99. And Sean Cassidy, Wasp. Sean Cassidy, Wasp, produced by Todd Rundgren, featuring Utopia. Sean Cassidy, Wasp, $9.99. Michael Freiberger on Haircut 100. Don't forget, we still got Sean Cassidy, Wasp. And then over here, Depeche Mode's at $73. Mike Owen's out. Charles Wesley Godwin's a no bid, $125 buy it now. Red vinyl, near mint minus, only available at his shows. And then the Decemberist is a final call to get a bid on that 2018 limited edition orange vinyl autographed by band, $105. First thing is Depeche Mode 70, Depeche Mode 73. We sold Haircut 100, Depeche Mode 75. SC, Sean Cassidy, sold to Jane Fink. Carmen Schartiger on Perfect Way. That was Scritti Politti. And then over here we have The Flirts Jukebox. That's $9.99. And Ian Matthews, Stealing Home. And this is actually the pressing they did on blue vinyl. Ian Matthews, Stealing Home, $9.99. cents. Reflector, Pablo Cruz, good gosh. Pablo Cruz, holy moly. David Lindley, El Rayo X, $9.99. The Cretone Snap Snap, $9.99. And Brian Briggs, Combat Zone, that's $9.99. The Decemberance also does not have a bid. That's a $105 buy now. Depeche Mode is at $77. Our next auction is Kiss, Rock and Roll Over, a 76 USOG Terre Haute. It has the original. It has nothing. It has the original jacket and the original disc. No stickers, no inner sleeve. $10 start on that. Bram Tchaikovsky, Fun Land, $9.99, and the Producers is also $9.99. Is the Flirts a single? Let's go back and find that. The Flirts is a 12-inch single. Jukebox, Don't Put Another Dime, and On the Beach, Surfs Up, also $9.99. Depeche Mode has a new bid for $80. Boys Brigade is produced by Geddy Lee, $9.99. Produced by Geddy Lee, $9.99. The Unforgiven is also $9.99, and Angel City, Face to Face, $9.99. Depeche Mode's at $80. Amenities, he goes back to you. Kiss is a $15 star, and our next auction is Stars, Coliseum Rock. Stars is a 1978 USOG Winchester VG condition, and this is a $10 star. Depeche Mode's now at $86. Depeche Mode at $86. The Jags, No Tie Like the Present. The Jags is $9.99. The Jags Evening Standards, $9.99. And Mike's Murder soundtrack, Joe Jackson featured on this one, $9.99. And Scruffy the Cat, also $9.99. Tiny Days. We have the DBs, The Sound of Music. The DBs is $9.99. And Martha and the Muffins, that one's called Dance Spark. Martha and the Muffins, also $9.99. The Scenarios Pet Rock is also $9.99. And The Unforgiven again, this time their self-titled album, $9.99 on that one. Also, Bruce Woolley and the Camera Club, $9.99. And Robert Johnson, Close Personal Friend, $9.99. Depeche Mode has a new bid for $88. Amenities, he goes back to you. Nobody bid on Kiss, so you can pick up Rock and Roll Over for how much? Just a $15 buy it now. That's an OG, no inner sleeve, no stickers, just a disc, not bad. Depeche Mode's at $93. Is Boys Brigade Melody. Boys Brigade Melody. How about I go back and find that one? Right now, though, the DBs is sold to Paul Oakley. Thank you on that one. And the Boys C. Cope Herb DBs. Bruce Woolley, Cretones, Julian Cope, Sherbs, David Lindley are all awesome new wave punk grabs. And Chris Knapp says he'll take the Cretones, he'll take Julian Cope, he'll take the Sherbs, and he wants the DBs. He's taken a lot of Derek Clark's recommendation. But first, we got to find Boys Brigade and figure out exactly what that was. Boys Brigade, and this is called, it's a full album. It's a full album first and foremost because there has been a lot of singles. It's just self-titled. It is produced by that. Now, Chris Knapp, I think some of those may be in other crates, but we're about to find out. Maybe they're not. So, okay, there's Bruce Woolley. That one wasn't claimed, but we have, let me see here. All right, we have, okay, let me go back. Okay, there's Cretones. That's sold to Chris Knapp. That's sold to Chris Knapp. I got you for the Cretones. I got you for the Sherbs. Okay. And I have you for Julian Cope. And DB's already sold. There's another Sherbs sold to Chris Knapp. There's the Cretones sold to Chris Knapp. Yep, that's everything. Okay. All right, moving on. We have Hazy Fantasy. John Wayne is Big Leggy. Is that what that says? $9.99. And then Stars, Coliseum Rock. This is a buy it now for $10. Stars is a big buy it now for $10. Depeche Mode is at $100 with amenities. Over here, we have Greg Hoover's Boys Brigade. That is sold to Greg Hoover's. Depeche Mode's at $105. Tom Sullivan on Angel City. Tom Sullivan on Angel City. Angel City. Tom Sullivan, Angel City. This sold to Tom Sullivan. And then I think I missed a question. Does China Crisis have Arizona Sky? Let me find that. China Crisis, 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 China Crisis. This is Hannah. That's a 12-inch single. Hannah Banana. Here Comes a Rain Cloud in African and White. Depeche Mode's at $105. Let's put up another auction. The next auction at this moment, going up right now, is Kiss, double platinum. Low grade, G plus with condition, $5. G plus with feelable marks, $5 on Kiss. We have the Scenarios, the sound of sunbathing. Scenarios is $9.99. Joan Armour Trading. Joan Armour Trading is $9.99. That one's called The Key. Toronto, get it on credit, $9.99. Graham Parker and the Up Escalator, $9.99. Rank and File, Long Gone Dead, $9.99. Pearl Harbor and the Explosions, $9.99. The Spizzle, Spiky Dream Flowers, $9.99. The Inmates, First Offense, $9.99. Parachute Club, $9.99. Joe Boxers, Like Gangbusters, $9.99. Fetchin' Bones is $9.99. Cabin Flounder, and Rico Kasich Beatitude, Rico Kasich from the Cars, $9.99. Depeche Mode is sold to amenities for $122. And folks, that was all 12 crates of that new collection. That's it. Time to get into other stuff. I got to go get something to drink. That was a marathon. I basically have been reading titles nonstop, like ultra zoomed in focus for about, what, 4 or 5 hours now? At least 5, about 5. And Rico Kasich is sold to Tracy Songer. Okay? And I'm going to go refill my cup. Great time to pause and ask everybody what they probably want to do the rest of the night. I'm thinking about going through John's new arrivals, buy it now, best offer. This was all John's personal collection of 80s he thinned out. This is stuff he thinned out. Imagine what he still has. He probably has, I wonder how many albums John has, 10 or 15,000? I bet he's got a bunch. You should probably see all of his 60s psych and stuff. So what I'm going to do is ask everybody where they're watching from right quick. You know, Los Angeles, California, New Mexico, Texas, Florida. Really cool to see where everybody's watching from. I'm going to go pour out this old drink. I'm going to fill it back up with ice. I'm going to fill me a brand new Monster up. And I'm going to grab this bag of pistachios and reset my brain, because that was a mind cluster. That was a mind blower. That was a crazy run I just did there. And yeah, let me grab this right here. So let me fill this back up with ice baby. Da da dun 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 da da dun dun. Ice baby. Ba ba bum 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 ba ba bum ba. Under pressure, pressure pushing down on me. Something something. Something, 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 da da dun dun something. Beep, bop, ba da dum bum. Bing, boom, 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 boom. Ice. Wow, I've already drunk 3 Monsters. No wonder. Golly, 4 and 5 hours? Whew, I'm going to sleep good tonight. I walked 5 miles last night watching 2 episodes of the Beatles anthology. I got off the elliptical. I didn't even realize how long I'd been on there. I was so zoomed in watching the Beatles anthology. I was like, wow, the Beatles anthology. The Beatles anthology. I got so locked in watching it. Nice. Some of y'all live so close to each other, y'all could get together and have a Coletco local chapter fan club. Yeah, this is the Dallas-Houston area Coletco local fan club chapter. Y'all have meetings and y'all watch old episodes and drink coffee and talk about records and talk about me firing Seth, and you wear your Coletco. It's like a little cult. Then y'all watch the shows together and then fight over records. I am okay. I'm sure y'all just don't want to hear me chewing right now. Okay. We're back on cue. All right. I'm ready. We got a couple more hours left tonight. I'm getting all hyped up on caffeine and sugar. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Look at this. Beautiful. Blub, 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 blub. I have to go get some more ice here in a second. Okay. So Tracy Songer got Rico Kasich. Brock J. Hanna on the producers. Brock J. Hanna got the producers. I hadn't pulled that out, right? The producers for Brock J. Hanna. Let me make sure I find that. Carmen Chartiger got Joe Boxers. And somebody asked, could I read through this crate one more time? I will. We know they're all $9.99. I can just read off the titles, and if you have any questions. I still got to find producers for Brock J. Hanna, unless I've already tagged it. I don't think I did. So how about I find it when I go back through the crate, okay, Brock? Sorry for the timeout. I needed a complete reset there. So next is everybody's location. Thanks for sharing that. That's always cool. People watching literally all over the country. All right, please, everybody watching all over the country. Amazing. And outside of the country, too. So thanks for that. And I'm almost down at the bottom. And Randy Rhodes Light is third in line. It's in production. Or it's being mocked up right now, okay? Here we go. We have Kiss Double Platinum. It's a 78 USOG, $5. 78 USOG, $5. Buy it now. It's in G+ condition. Lots of no bids tonight. We have a putback on Iron Butterfly. A putback on Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida. That is still available, and I think as soon as you claimed it, somebody else was back up. Now I don't know who that is, but we'll just say it's up for grabs, okay? $19.99. Scott Oman gets Kiss for $5. We got more auctions, and then condition of John Wayne is Big Leggy. Pam Murray, Brock, never mind. That was a 12-inch single. I remember that one. That was Hansy Fantasy. Promo, no condition notes. Yeah, near mint minus. Okay, let's put some other auctions. So, yeah, I think we should keep showing some new stuff because, you know, tomorrow I may have a record show where we may just be doing like a walk through the store, doing miscellaneous. I don't really know what I want to do. It depends. So I'm not going to say till I wake up and make a post probably tomorrow. But that's so to Jeremy Bryant. But I'm sure I'll be live. I'll definitely be live at some point doing something, maybe even a lot earlier than normal. I say that, and then you know me. All right, so here's what's left. Bourgeois Tag Yo-Yo. These are all $9.99. Scritti Politti, Utopia, Bourgeois Tag, Thrashing Doves, Rank and File, Scruffy the Cat, Marshall Crenshaw, Scritti Politti. That was Bruce Woolley and the Camera Club. Scritti Politti, Yachts, Angel City, Translator, Marshall Crenshaw, Mondo Rock, Ian Matthews, Pablo Cruz, David Lindley, Brian Biggs, Bram Chakowski, The Producers, so to Brock J. Hanna. We have The Flirts, The Unforgiven, The Jags, Mike's Murder Soundtrack, Scruffy the Cat, Martha and the Muffins, The Scenarios, The Unforgiven, Bruce Woolley, Robert Johnson, China Crisis, Scenarios, Joan Armatrading, Toronto, Graham Parker, Rank and File, Pearl Harbor and the Explosions, The Spizzles, The Inmates, Parachute Club, and Fetchin' Bones. Okay, I'm going to try to keep all the $9.99 stuff together and then all the $14.99 stuff together. So here was the other $19.99 stuff. Let me condense that in here with this one. So if anybody changes any mind, or you're like, you know what? If you know what, Chad, go ahead and just sell me all those. I'll be like, hot diggity dogs. Okay. We're going to go ahead and condense all these over here. It's also that time of night for me to figure out what to do next. All right, there's that one. All right, so that was a $9.99 crate. This crate was $14.99, and so was this crate. All right, so the two $14.99 crates are together. Okay. And then Paul Oakley wants the Jags, Scruffy the Cat, and the Inmates. We can do that. The Jags, Scruffy the Cat, and the Inmates. All right. The Jags, Scruffy the Cat. There's the Inmates. Got it. There's Scruffy the Cat. And then there's two different Jags albums. So let me show you, make sure we're on the same page here. I have the Jags, Evening Standards, the Jags, No Tie Like a Present, Scruffy the Cat, Tiny Days, and Inmates First Offense. So I know you want the Inmates and Scruffy the Cats. Let me know on the Jags. Okay, empty crate. So there was two $14.99 crates. Now there's one $14.99 crate. There was one crate of like more miscellaneous stuff, not really 80s. No, that's yeah, that is an 80s crate there. Okay, that's the miscellaneous crate. Yeah, so there's essentially, so those two could technically be put together. Hold on one second, I'm playing some cleanup. Both, please and thank you. Okay. Pickle asked for an album from the previous crate. Pickle, can I please get the Time Zone World Destruction record from two crates back? I believe it's $14.99. Yes, I'll have to track it down, but I can do that. I can do that. Let me find a divider. I'm kind of curious the percentage of sold here. It's been pretty crazy. I have to condense these because I can't really move around. There's so much stuff behind me. But we started with 12 crates, and after I do a little bit of a condensing here, yeah, we're going to have 5 left. And of course, I didn't expect to sell too much of the $9.99 stuff. And at some point, you might catch some of this stuff best offer. All right, so I mean, probably the next time, I'm probably going to post it in the group. Probably do a best of crate, some of the best stuff from those other ones. We can probably maybe run through those again tonight in case you're like, well, I don't want to see something get gone And if you don't want to see something get gone, I can go through those again. Let me just temporarily set this up here out of my way. And so Pickle, and that was Time Zone World Destruction. All right, let's put up some new auctions while I'm doing that. Here's the Rolling Stones and Peter Criss. The Rolling Stones now is a 1965 OG mono red label, but it's typical Rolling Stones condition. G plus, VG minus, $5 start. Peter Criss, a 78 USOG, but it does have all the guts. It has the inner sleeve, it has the poster, the merch insert, and the insert. So his came with an insert, poster, merch, insert as well, and the inner sleeve. The vinyl, though, is VG minus, but man, $5 start. I mean, it's worth that for the posters and the goodies inside of it. Okay? Especially if you can get them to sign some of that. The jacket, the poster. With that being said, I still got to find that record, which was Time Zone World Destruction. Problem is me finding it, knowing what it looks like, but I bet I can do it. This is the $14.99 crate. Man, right to it. We were lucky. We were really lucky right there. Sold to Pickle, a.k.a. Melanie Clausen. Those are two different people. Okay. Let's see. All right. Rocking around the Christmas tree and a happy holiday. Ra-da-da-da-dee, a shoobity-bop. Da-dun-dun-da-da-da. I'm thinking, da-da-be-da-ba-da-ba-da. Biddy-beep. Ra-da-ba-da-beep-a-bop. Bop. Shoo-ba-da-bop-ba-da-bop-bop. Dee-da-da-bop. Dee-dee-dee. Da-da-da-da-da. Hum-bum-ba-da-deep-a-bop. Dee-dee-da-da. Da-da-da. Dee-dee-dee. Smells holy. Hum. All right, these are check condition. Buy it now or best offer. These are check condition, new arrivals, never shown before. Buy it now or best offer. Peter Criss is OG. The vinyl is VG minus. It does have all the extras, the poster, the inner sleeve, the merch insert, and the regular insert. It's at $12. The Rolling Stones is a low-grade OG mono, $5, final call on that. New vintage records, never shown, buy it now, best offer. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust. This one's VG plus. We had two near mint copies from the last bin of 80s collection. That one's $14.99, $5 cheaper. Paul Simon, Live Rhyming. I love Paul Simon. VG plus condition. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Sting. I don't think that's the same Sting though. VG plus $14.99 Pleasure. It is Sting Pleasure, VG plus $14.99, Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection. This should be on the Uni label. So this is the second press of this on the MCA then. Great stuff though. Go check out the song, Where To Now St. Peter. Very interesting one there. Great album, VG $9.99. Jay Beach on RS. I'm having a feeling he's about to bid on the Rolling Stones for $5. CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys. EX Condition, $32.99. EX $32.99. Down on the corner, Fortunate Son. Right down. We have Cher, Take Me Home. Cher in a very provocative outfit there. EX Condition, $22.99. Clip Corner, Shrink Wrap. Hall & Oates, Voices. VG $9.99. Amber Mathis getting Elton John. That's so to Amber Mathis. And Spooky Tooth, Spooky Tooth. Spooky Tooth is EX Condition. $16.99. Spooky Tooth with a guy known as Gary Wright. So Peter Criss is tied. Cameron has it for $15. Jay Beach, you're out. Larry Gonzalez, you're out. And technically, nobody has bid on the Rolling Stones. I'm about to make it a buy now. Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger, EX $22.99. REO Speedwagon, Shrinking Hive. This is called Decade of Rock and Roll, which is like a 2 LP compilation. EX $32.99. Billy Joel, 52nd Street. You know you was a big shot, did ya? Something, something. EX, $12.99. What you do say about Fortunate Son? That's a song on the CCR album. I Ain't No Senator's Son. EX $32.99. Alice Cooper, Flush the Fashion. VG Plus $19.99. Merry Christmas with the Smurfs. Good gosh. Did not expect to see this in here. VG $9.99. That should be more like VG $99.99. Rush. Did not expect to see this in here. OG Hold the... Whoa. VG Plus $24.99. Rush. Unbelievable. Peter Chris, $16. Rolling Stones does have a bid for 5. Regina offered 10 for share. Sold. ST for $12. ST for $12. Spooky Tooth sold to Adam Bernardi for $12. MCS, Merry Christmas Smurf, sold to Michael Ruttman. Eric Van Leuven on Rush. Those are all gone. Peter Chris is J Beach at $16. Everybody else is out. Amenities gets the Rolling Stones for $5. Sold for $5. Larry Gonzalez, you're next. I said RS Rolling Stones earlier. You did not ever place an actual bid on it, though. I've got to sell it to Amenities for $5. Larry, you're second on Smurf. Chicago 17. EX Condition $9.99. Shrinking Hot. Milli Vanilli. Girl, you know it's true. VG $9.99. The Who's Next. There is some writing on the cover. The Vinyls VG $9.99 Decca label. Over here, Peter Chris. It's about to be sold to Jay Beach for $16. Everybody else is out. Cameron and Larry. Next over here is Prince for You. VG $24.99, also a VG cover. And then we're going to pause with Grace Jones Nightclub and VG $12.99. You've always, when bidding, got to put a number, because I know you're probably thinking, oh, I'm in at Stones, but if you don't put a number, I don't really know you're bidding. I think maybe you think it's a bot now, and you don't know how many times I've sold somebody for a minimum bid of the minimum bid, and they changed their mind because they refused to win an auction. I don't know what it is, but you've got to put a numerical. Otherwise, there's no telling how many people will say, oops, never mind, I thought it was a bot now. I'm like, well, you can get it for the minimum bid. No, Chad, I do not want it for the minimum bid. I only want it if it's a bot now, which is the same thing, but some people do not want to win an auction. I've had a couple people that have said, Chad, no matter the circumstances, I will never be bidding on an auction. So if I do, let me know, because I will not be placing any bids, even though it's for the same price. I don't understand that, but it's happened a lot. It happens a lot. Or they'll get an invoice and be like, my bad, I thought that was a bot now. I'm like, well, it's the same price. I don't understand. So we got to make sure you put a number out there, okay? It's a bizarre phenomenon, but I think some people have auction phobia. We have Scorpions, Love Drive. This is a U.S. reissue. It is, unfortunately, side A is G+, but side B is EX. $5 on the Scorpions. Okay, so Milli Vanilli, Eric Van Leuven, if you want this, it is yours. You're right. Or excuse me, Scott Oman. Scott Oman, if this is yours, it will be $19.99. If not, it's sold to Donna Bertram. We might be too far apart off on that one. And then we have another offer, another claim, another claim, another claim, another claim, another claim. Boy, what a bizarre auction on Peter Chris. Literally, nobody said out. This is sold for $16. And that's sold to Jay Beach. Now, Jay Beach, you did get that one for $16. So let's go ahead and tag that away. Scorpions has a messed up side A, evidently. That's that religion. It must be. It must be religious beliefs. I don't know. But I've laid down stuff, and I've had people put RS, okay? And I'm like, well, you got to bid. No, I don't want to bid. I just want to buy it. And I'm like, well, there's nobody else bidding. You can buy it right now for $5. It's just technically an auction. No. Only if it's a buy it now. I'm like, okay, we'll just keep going then. Queen Jazz, VG Condition, $14.99. VG Condition, $14.99. And Milli Vanilli is sold to Scott Oman. Thank you. Next is Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos. VG Plus, $19.99. No nudie cover in Queen. No nudie cover in Queen. No nudie cover in Queen. Thank you, Jay Beach. Scorpions, $5 start. Sergeant Pepper's, an apple pressing from the early 70s. VG Condition, $19.99. Milli Vanilli was marked $19.99. Sorry, Jim B. Not happening. Also over here, we have Jethro Tull Aqua Lung, VG Plus $14.99. Jeremiah Stasich on MIC, M-I-C. I'm not for sure on that one, but I do have AC/DC Back in Black. VG Condition, $19.99. And Talk Talk, the party's over. VG Plus, $24.99. There is some writing on the cover. Nobody been on the Scorpions. This is a $5 buy now for Love Drive. How much? 5 $1 bills, and it's yours. Next is Queen. James Chilcott has offered $12 on this. Sell that to James Chilcott for $12. The Doors, LA Woman. That has the original die-cut window cover. VG, that is $26.99. Jane gets Sgt. Pepper's for $15. And we have Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Heart is in VG condition, $14.99. Scorpions is sold to Cameron Cohen for $5. REO Speedwagon, the hits. VG Plus, in shrink, hype sticker, $14.99. Our next auction is a buy now for $5. Peter Chris. It's a 78 USOG Terre Haute G Plus condition. No insert, just the inner sleeve. Peter Chris is $5. Next is the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll. VG Plus $24.99. James Chilcott put S5. That was Scorpions. I've already sold it to Cameron. J Beach offered $15 for AC/DC. Sell this to J Beach for $15. Next is Michael Jackson Thriller. No co-produced by Michael Jackson. OG Press, VG $14.99. Paul Oakley gets the Doors for $20. Thomas Clark gets Peter Chris for $5. Sheldon Bergenhire gets REO Speedwagon for $10. And we have Madman Across the Water, my personal favorite of Elton John's discography. VG condition, has some nasty scuffs on it. Original label, though, $14.99. Pat Benatar, VG Plus $9.99. And Crosby, Stills & Nash, Deja Vu, VG Plus $24.99. I almost cut my hair. It was just the other day. Next auction is Sade, an 85 US repress, G Plus condition, Diamond Life, Sade, $5. Next thing over here, and we have Who at $6. Who at $6, and the Who is sold to Thomas Clark for $10 if you want it. This one was marked $14.99. VG condition, $10 on that one. Band on the Run, VG Plus $19.99. And the Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, 2 LP compilation, VG $14.99. I reviewed the tape. You did misspeak, but it's okay, Chad, you're forgiven. I think you misreviewed the tape. I think you're still wrong, Jim B, and I'm sticking to it. And you can't do anything to change my mind. Next auction is going to be Judas Priest, Point of Entry. This is an 81 USOG VG minus $5 start on this. There's that, and then Michael Jackson, $9. Cameron Koenig. Sell Michael Jackson for $9 to Cameron. I have Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, VG Plus $24.99. Peter Frampton Comes Alive. That's VG Plus $19.99 on Peter Frampton. Jackson 5, VG Plus $19.99. And More of the Monkeys. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. VG Plus got a nasty looking scuff right there. VG Plus $14.99. Sade $5. Judas Priest $5. Going once, going twice. What about another auction? Quiet Riot Mental Health. A 1983 US Pittman. VG minus condition. $5 star. Bang Your Head. Okay, and then those are 5 and 5. This is a check condition crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Thomas, you give me $8 and the Who is yours. And we won't get fooled again, okay? Monster time. It's also time for some more mini M&Ms. Chocolate. Whoo. Here we go. Chocolate, chocolate. Here we go. Over here. First thing I have is Thomas Clark does get the Who album for $8. All right, that's sold. Over here, Sade, one bid, $5, sold to amenities. One bid, $5, sold to amenities. Next thing is Judas Priest, point of entry. Sold. No, it has a new bid. Sean Miller, $8. Quiet Riot also has a bid. Mortgage Guy Rob 5, final call. Duran, $12. Let me figure out what Duran was left in here. It was 7 in the Ragged Tiger. Scott Dyer, 22, give me 15. An even flat 15. 10 and a 5. Chad, give the LP to Jim B 71373. What LP? Give Jim B something? No way. He's already been given $400 or $500 in cash tonight. Nick Lowe, Labor of the Lust, VG plus $14.99. Paul Simon, VG plus $14.99. Sting is VG plus $14.99. Daryl Hall, John Oates Voices, VG $9.99. Ariel Speedwagon, EX $32.99. Billy Joe 52nd Street, EX $12.99. CCR was EX $32. Alice Cooper, still available, VG plus $19. Chicago is EX $9.99. Prince for You, VG $24. Grace Jones, VG $12.99. Cheech and Chong, VG plus $19.99. Jethro Tull, VG plus $14.99. Heart, classic album, VG $14.99. Talk Talk, VG plus $24.99. Rolling Stones is VG plus $24.99. Elton John, VG $14.99. Benatar, VG plus $9.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash, VG plus $24.99. VG plus $19.99. The Beatles is VG $14.99. Bob Dylan is VG plus $14.99. Peter Frampton, VG plus $19.99. Jackson 5, VG plus $19.99. And the Monkees, VG plus $14.99. Judas Priest is sold for $8 to Sean Miller. Quiet Riot's at $6, and now it's at $7. His fitting over the RS. He's actually just trying to say that I misspoke on the price on Milli Vanilli, and he really loves it when I make a mistake, and he's trying his darn best to make sure that I know that I misspoke on a price so everybody knows about it, and that he has confirmed that I did make one mistake after reading 38,000 LPs tonight. Don't worry, Jim B's on strike too. Over here, we have Duran is at $15. That was EX condition on that one. Jay Beach, it's up to you on Quiet Riot. Let's go through another crate. Oh, man. Jim B is the enemy of the people. Amenities, you'll soon learn that. That guy is the enemy of the state, okay? Just like that movie. I think that's a movie. That guy is the enemy of the state. Okay. Here we go. I'm ready for another Moonster. Or another drink of it, at least. I think that's somebody with Will Smith. Who is enemy of the state? Matt Damon? Something like that. Tommy Lee Jones. Harrison Ford. Will Smith and Gene Hackman. Okay, I knew it was two big dogs. All right, Quiet Riot is sold over here to Mortgage Guy Rob, $7. Enemy of the State. Yes, CIA type movie. I've watched that. That's pretty good. I need to watch that one again. Over here we have Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, $19.99. Stray Cats, Built for Speed, $24.99. Chicago 16, $9.99. Non-condition bin. And then Moody Blues. This is Days of Future Past, not beautiful copy. Fifth Estate, Jason, I never did answer you. I answered you in my head, but I didn't answer you out loud. Fifth Angel, is still available. Yes, $20 on Fifth Angel. That's all no bids over there. There's like 12 of them. Next auction is going up right now, Accept. Kazaku Bond. Accept is an 85 USOG 12-inch EP EX condition. A $10 start on Accept. Kazaku Bond. Next auction is David Bowie, Young Americans. VG minus condition, but it is in shrink with hop sticker. Fame with John Lennon doing the backing vocals. $10 on that. Young Americans, Young Americans. And the Young Americans, whoa. That's my best David Bowie. Fifth Angel is sold to Jason Jones for $20. Moving on. These are buy now best offer. This is a A listening experience unlike any other. The Moody Blues, Days of Future Past, $19.99 on that. Chicago Stray Cats, Paul Simon. Gene Autry sings South of the Border. That's a 2 LP compilation. Gene Autry, $19.99. Genesis, self-titled, $19.99. The Beatles, also known as The Beatles Again or Hey Jude, a Winchester press, $39.99. The label says The Beatles Again. Let There Be Rock, AC/DC, a 78 Monarch pressing, no condition notes. Wow, what a spanking copy. And it says Porky Prime Cut. That's what you want to see. David Bowie 11, David Bowie 10 and 11. We got another Jay Beach and Mortgage Guy Rob. Let's see who wins, Mortgage or the Beach. We have John Prine, the best of John Prine, a 78 US OG Presswell at Co-Interstreave, Strong VG, $10 on John Prine. Jackson's, 2300 Jackson Street, sealed. Shrink is torn. Still a VG Plus cover, even sealed, but $29.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Van Halen 2, $44.99. Let There Be Rock was $49.99. The Tubes, Young and Rich, $19.99. Hall & Oates H2O, $19.99. Foreigner, Double Vision. Really nice records in here. No condition notes on the vinyl. $19.99 on Foreigner. Nice. Rainbow, check this out. Sealed. Gatefold jacket with the Richie Blackmore's Rainbow Hype sticker. How much? $39.99. Also, the Boogie Boys, $19.99 for the Boogie Boys, and Foreigner, self-titled, $19.99. What's accept at? $0. We're looking for a $10 minimum bid. David Bowie's at 15 with Jay Beach. James Chilcott, AC/DC was $49.99, just FYI. And then John Prine's a $10 start. Preston Rose is in. Tracy Songer is going to get the Moody Blues. That's sold to Tracy for $14. Thank you. And then Houdini, Back in Black. Houdini is $19.99. We got the Clash. This is Radio Clash. Outside Broadcast Radio 5, 81, $19.99. Wheeler Nelson, Redheaded Stranger, $39.99. Huey Lewis and the News 4, a sealed original copy, $24.99. And then Orleans is sealed, $14.99. Jeremiah Stasich gets AC/DC for $40. So to Jeremiah Stasich. Nice. We have Joan Jett, Glorious Results of a Misspent Youth. Joan Jett's $34.99, and Billy Joe, Street Life Serenade, that is sealed, $19.99. John Prine, just one bid, and sold to Preston Rose for $10. That is sold. Let's show David Bowie one more time. I think we're down to one, maybe two bidders, and then one person's asked about it. This is Young Americans. It is in shrink with the Fame Hop sticker. It's in VG minus condition. And the last bid on David Bowie was Jay Beach at $15. Accept did not get a bid. This is a buy now for $10. That's Kazaku Band. Accept. $10, and that is a buy it now. Over here we have the Clash, and the last bid on the Clash, or the last offer on the Clash, was $10. And we're going to sell this to Jay Beach if he wants it for $15. $15 on that one. David Bowie has a new bid for $16. The Beatles Help, a 76 UK. The vinyl's really nice. The cover has some obvious discoloration. $49.99. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. This has the original on her sleeve. $34.99. Danny Thomason gets accept for $10. David Bowie has a new bid for $16. Mr. District Attorney. This is $19.99. The FBI and Peace and War, The Traveling Man. Those are radio broadcasts. Travis Woods on Billy Joe Street Life Serenade sealed for $15. And then over here, what was the Joan Jett? What was the Joan Jett? The Glorious Results of a Misspent Youth, $34.99, no condition notes. Chad, sometimes you go faster than I can hear. What Van Halen? Van Halen was Van Halen 2. That was back here. That was right here. That was here. Van Halen. That was 2 or 3 hours ago. Van Halen was a USOG, original on her sleeve, $44. That's Van Halen, and the name of the album is Van Halen 2. Beautiful Girls. Dancing in the Street. Up to Jay Beach on the David Bowie. It's also up to Jay Beach. Did I ever find Overkill? Not yet. What was the Rainbow? Crossroads, $29.99. Rainbow was right back here. That was sealed. Unbelievably. Rainbow Rising with Hype sticker. Unopened original. $39.99. Cheap Trick, their self-titled debut. $19.99. Poco, Ghost Town. Poco is $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. What a lucky man he was. That's not on this one, though. From the Beginning is, though, $14.99. Head East, a different kind of crazy, is $19.99. And Fashion Fabrique is an 82-cent pop, $14.99. Clash, I countered your offer because it was Mark 19, you offer 10. I said I would do $15 on it. Also, Leslie, you just got outbid on David Bowie. That's now at $17. You've been outbid. Here is Riot. Can't even find promo listing for this. 82 USOG EP. Sev said there's no Discogs entry. It's a Riot 12-inch promo, EX condition, $20 start on that. That's the sleeve it came in, Electra Warner Brothers. So there's 3 tracks and 3 tracks. So 6 total tracks, a white label promo, very unusual, not on Discogs. I find that hard to believe, but there it is. David Bowie, 17. Melanie Clausen said sold on the Sealed Rainbow, gone. Crossroads, that's sold to James Chilcott for $20. Sold for $20. Jeremy Bryant on Fashion. Fashion show to Jeremy Bryant. David Bowie's at 18, Jay Beach is out. If you want the Clash, Jay Beach, $15. Awesome crate. Let's read through those again. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, $19.99. Stray Cats, Built for Speed, $24.99. Chicago 16, $9.99. Gene Autry, Sing South of the Border, $19.99. Genesis, self-titled, $19.99. The Beatles, Hey Jude, $39.99. Jackson's, 2300 Jackson Street, Sealed, $29.99. Jason, you were second on Rainbow. He passes on the Clash. The Tubes, Young and Rich, $19.99. Hall & Oates H2O, $19.99. Foreigner, Double Vision, $19.99. The Boogie Boys, $19.99. Foreigner, self-titled, $19.99. Houdini, Back in Black, $19.99. Willie Nelson, Redhead Stranger. Really classic album here. Super duper nice copy, $39.99. Huey Lewis was sealed at $24. Orleans was sealed at $14. A 76 UK copy of the Beatles at $49. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. In the evening, all of my love to you, $34. Full in the Rain. Well, Mr. District Attorney, $19.99. Joan Jett, so did Danny Thomason for $25. Van Halen 2 was $44.99. Cheap Trick by Cheap Trick, $19.99. Poco Ghost Town was $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, classic, $14.99. Head East was $19.99. And then the Clash, I've already told somebody I would do $15 on that. This is Radio Clash. All right, so no bid on Riot. Final call for $20. David Bowie still getting bids. Leslie has it for $21 currently. All right, that's where we're at. First thing we're going to do, next thing we're going to do, first thing we're going to do, next thing we're going to do is we're going to go through another new arrivals crate. Let's see what we can hit over here. Was there another check condition crate? Maybe there was. There is. Another check condition crate. Awesome. Here we go. Let's go through these. These are going to be buy it now best offer. These are new arrivals check condition. Okay. He's out on David Bowie. Let's put up other new auctions. David Bowie is officially going to be sold over here to Leslie for $21. Nobody bid on Riot. White label promo, EX condition, $20 on Riot. Okay, let's put that away. And Riot is going to be a $20 buy now. The claim should just be lit up. Claims should just be lit up. Let's go through all the no bids, okay? The first one's Riot, a 6-track kind of white label promo thingy here. That's $20, EX condition. Let's go through all the no bids. This is kind of crazy, but there's some good stuff over here. First thing we have, Riot, $20. Next thing I have, Stars, Coliseum Rock, 78 USOG, VG condition, $10. Kiss, Rock and Roll Over, VG condition, $15. The Decemberist, I'll Be Your Girl, a 2018 US limited edition orange vinyl autograph sealed, $105. Charles Wesley Godwin, Family Ties, 2023 limited edition maroon vinyl 2LP near mint, $125. John Mayall, Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton, German import, 70s press, VG Plus, $35. Heavy Metal Ears, picture, Heavy Metal Ears, an 81 German, $25. The Moments, not on the outside, but on the inside strong. 69 USOG, VG condition, $20. Garth Brooks by Garth Brooks, an 89 US Club, Near Mint Minus and Shrink, $145. The Allman Brothers Band, a 1971 USOG Pink Capricorn label, OG, VG condition, $30. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 no bids. Let's get that down to 0. let's start going through this crate. But first, we have filled up our 8th full crate of vinyl tonight. That's pretty remarkable. Pretty remarkable. 8th full crate of vinyl. I think we can fill up another one if we go through these other 2 crates of new stuff. I mean, it's basically a holiday. You know, this is basically a holiday. I doubt a lot of people have to work. That's probably why it's 12:19 and we still have 189 people watching the feed right now. Holy guacamole. Guacamole and dip and chips. Guacamole, dip and chips. Guacamole, dip and chips. What do I have to eat tonight? I have a salad and I have a parfait. Okay, I'll take it. Salad and parfait. Yuck. Whew. All right. So first thing is I need a new empty crate. Second thing, we're about to start reading through these and we're about to sell all these no bids. Somebody's about to say, Chad, I'll take them all. I'll take them all. I'll take them all. All right, first thing I have is on the table, we have Moments at $15 with Denise. So the first time this was put out for sale, it was originally marked for $75. And now it's got as low as $15. Jim B screwed up on that one. So did Denise for $15. Jason put pick, and that was picture. So did Jason. Danny Thomason was second. Tom Sullivan, I'll split the difference with you on the Decemberist. So this was marked 85. I'll do it for 95, okay? And then you also offer 10 for Head East. I'm going to go ahead and sell you that. I'm going to go ahead and take your offer on Head East, which is half off, okay? And I'm going to do that so you'll encourage my $95, so you'll consider and be highly encouraged with my $95 counter offer, okay? And then over here, I've still got the Allman Brothers, Garth Brooks, John Mayall, the Charles Wesley Godden, the Kiss, the Coliseum, and Riot, okay? All right, let's put all those over here. Now, I apologize if anybody just got on or somebody says, what are the no bids? Because it's going to be about another 20 minutes before I go through those again. That's a very popular question we get. What are all the no bids? And then sometimes I literally have to stop the show to go through them. But sometimes it's worth my time to, because people love no bids because they know those are good records if we had tagged them to put them for auction. They're like, oh my gosh, Chad, that's some good stuff if you tagged it for auction. All right, here's a Japanese no bid. Here's some stuff I got to check on. And let's go ahead and put up this right here. Golly, look at all this stuff. Hold on one second. Have I sold off all the other no bids? Okay, Hall & Oates. I got to check these need to go to Laura. Let me put those right there. That all needs to go to Laura. All right, this, I don't know why this is in here. I just need to put it in new stuff. Steve Earle live at Austin City Limits. It's sealed. It's a 2 LP. That sticker price, Steve Earle, $29.99. Tom Sullivan gets the Decemberist for $95. Garth Brooks, $120. I think somebody offered that earlier, and I said $140. Yes, somebody already offered $120. I said $140 on that one. How much was right? $20. Garth Brooks, $140. Pretty firm at that. All right, here's our Japanese price reduction. This is Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is going to go up for a $15 start. Near mint minus, no condition notes, $15. I have another Stars. How about we put these together? Is that the same album? Here we go, 2 for 1. So here's Stars Coliseum Rock, and here's Stars self-titled. Both of them for a $10 start. Okay, 2 Stars albums, $10 start. And then I got another Kiss album, Asylum. And Kiss Asylum is VG minus, pretty beat up, hop sticker, OG, $5 start. Riot 10, Riot 19. We have REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, VG, $9.99. Supertramp, Crisis What Crisis, VG Plus, $14.99. John Prine, Prime, VG Condition, Cover Damage, Rotting and Corner Damage, $24.99. Deep Purple Machine Head, VG Plus Condition, that is $24.99, and this does have the lyric poster. Nice. Over here is Point Blank Airplay, VG Plus, $14.99. Def Leppard, High and Dry, a VG copy, $24.99 for Def Leppard. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, VG Plus, $14.99. Sheila E., The Glamorous Life, VG, $12.99. Led Zeppelin 4, a specialty press. The cover is a little bowed down here. See that? The vinyls in VG Plus, $19.99. Led Zeppelin. Not bad whatsoever. $19, or excuse me, $29.99. Stars is sold to James Chilcote for $11. Nobody bid on Hall & Oates. This is a $15 buy it now. And if anybody wants Kiss Asylum, it's a $5 buy it now, okay? $5 if anybody wants Kiss Asylum. Hall & Oates is $15. Danny said 14 on Riot. I started at 20. He offered 10. I said 19. He said 14. I'll come down to 18. Or you can watch me resell it Friday night on Metal Night for $37. Your pick. 18, or you can buy it for Friday night for $37, which is probably what it should brought. Scott Oman gets Kiss for $5. That's so. Thomas Clark was next. Cameron was after that. Led Zeppelin, VG Plus, $44.99. Charo, boy, excuse the nudity on that one. Charo is VG Plus, $14.99. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, VG Plus, $34.99. Wow, 3 Led Zeppelins in here so far. And then somebody else tried to buy Kiss. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people on Kiss. EX, Eric Clapton, $22.99. How about the next one? I get everybody to bid on this immediately. So I'm going to lay down this one, and then everybody's going to bid immediately. Paul Stanley, G condition, low grade, $1 start on Paul Stanley. Next is Foghat, Full for the City. Slow ride, da-da, da-da, da-da-da, take it. You know that one, $16.99. The Monkees, that's their self-titled debut album in mono, VG condition, $9.99. Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation, VG condition, $9.99. And Loverboy, Shrink and Hop, VG $9.99. The Doobie Brothers, what were once vices are now habits. VG condition, $9.99 for the Doobie Brothers. Also, Foghat, Rock and Roll. That's a rock, that's a roll. VG Plus, $14.99. Ted Nugent, Scream Dream, VG Plus, $9.99. And Rick Derringer, All-American Boy. Rock and Roll, Hoochie Coo, VG Plus, $14.99 on that one. Paul Stanley has a bid for $2. Final call. I'm going to put it on a 30-second timer. See if anybody else was going to be bidding. And that is with Pam Murray at $2. Till Tuesday, EX $19.99. Cheap Trick in color. A white label promo. VG condition, $14.99 for Cheap Trick in color. And Stevie Wonder characters. VG Plus, $16.99. JJ for $8. James Chilcote. And JJ was Janet Jackson. Sell that to James Chilcote for $8. And EG Daily, Wild Child, VG Plus, $9. And we have Nielsen Schmilson, Lime and the Coconut. 3, 2, 1. Sold. Pam Murray, Paul Stanley, $2. This is sold to Pam Murray for $2. All right, let's put that away. Next thing over here is Moog Power, Hugo Montenegro, VG Plus, $14.99 for that one. VG Plus, $14.99. There's Nielsen Schmilson, VG $9.99. And the Urban Cowboys soundtrack, that's VG $9.99. The Jackson 5, Maybe Tomorrow, and that's VG condition, $12.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Kiss Dynasty. And this Kiss Dynasty is a 1979 USOG, and it has the inner sleeve and the poster. VG minus, but no fillable mark. Let's see what kind of condition the poster is in. This might be worth alone a $10 start. It looks like it's got a couple wrinkle dinkles in it. It doesn't have any pinholes, but it's probably like a VG poster. Kiss Dynasty with poster, $10 start. Going once, going twice, final call before I make it a buy it now. Billy Joe, An Innocent Man, that's EX edition, $12.99 for Billy Joe. Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, is VG $9.99. Hank Williams Jr. Strong Stuff, VG Plus $16.99. Another Ted Nugent, Call of the Wild, VG Plus $9.99. Nice. Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange, EX condition, $34.99. Elton John Blue Moose, VG Plus $16.99. And Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, VG condition, $12.99 for Billy Idol's Rebel Yell. Rebel Yell. Kiss has a new bid for 11. Where's my monster at? As you can tell, I'm not talking as fast as I normally do. Okay. Anybody else? Everybody's still awake out there. Everybody's gotten a little bit sleepy on me. Everybody's gotten a little bit sleepy on me. New check condition bin. 94% of it still available. Sad but true. Okay, I was on a pistachio break. I'm about to get on another pistachio break, but not before Kiss at 12, Kiss at 12, Kiss at 13. All right, the first thing we had was Billy Idol sold to Thomas Clark for $8. Tracy Songer on Hugo Montenegro. That's sold to Tracy Songer, the Moogregger. Thank you on that one. Kiss at 13. Nielsen and Loverboy, okay? So we got Elton John, Clockwork Orange, Ted Nugent, Hank Williams Jr., Steppenwolf, Billy Joe, Jackson 5, Urban Cowboy, Nielsen Smilson, VG 9.99, Lima and the Coconut, E.G. Daily, Stevie Wonder, Cheap Trick, Till Tuesday, Rick Derringer, Ted Nugent, Foghat, Doobie Brothers, Loverboy, Vinyls VG, Covers and Shrink with Hop, $9.99. Monkeys, Foghat, Eric Clapton, Led Zeppelin, Charo, Led Zeppelin, Sheila E., Arlo Guthrie, Def Leppard, Point Blank, the Deep Purple, Machine Head, John Prine, Supertramp, and REO Speedwagon. Kiss, Dylan Morgan, $13. Everybody else is out, including Larry Gonzalez. Larry Gonzalez says he's done. These were inquired about. If anybody else wants a price, just let me know. Be my guest. Make my day. You can't handle the truth. All right. So James Rainey said he'd do both for $5. Sure. So did James Rainey. Sheldon, you were second. So we may have a first-time buyer, Dylan Morgan. Have you bought from us before, Dylan Morgan? If not, just say yes, first-time buyer. And then Stephen Winterhill on Led Zeppelin, Rat. And Rat is for, I'm not for sure. He put Led Zeppelin and then Rat. Let me know if you're claiming a record out of here. Or he may just be saying random band names. I'm not for sure. It looks like he's just saying random band names. All right, let's go through the last crate of new stuff from tonight, and then we'll do a half-off nonsense crate, okay? Dylan's bought before. Thank you and welcome back. We have one more crate of brand new stuff never shown before. These are all EX Better, and these are all buy it now or best offer, okay? Here we go. We have... another crate to go through. Buy it now, best offer. This is an Allman Brothers. The Allman Brothers Auto Wide South is a 71 USOG Monarch, original Atlantic inner sleeves. VG pink Capricorn labels, $30 on that. Poster, I graded in VG condition. It had a couple wrinkles, but no pinholes. All right. And tonight, I'll do a deal with Danny on this Steve Goodman, John Prine, David Bromberg autographed album that I know Danny wants. All right, here we go. These are buy it now, best offer. Then we'll do a nonsense half off, and then after that, anything goes. Steve Miller Band's greatest hits, no condition notes, $29.99. Bert says he'll take the Allman Brothers. I'll make sure Bart Knoxville doesn't want it first. Robert Plant, Shake It and Stirred, $19.99. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Back on the Chain Gang, $24.99. Janet Jackson, Control, 87 Columbia House, $24.99. Our next auction, you wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land, an OG copy of a 76 US Club reissue. It does have the booklet. It does have a few wrinkles. VG plus VG, $15 start on Alive. And then Allman Brothers is sold to Burt Jordan. That's sold to him for $30. Chipping away at the no bids. April Wine Power Play, $19.99. Chicago, $14.99. Platinum, Mike Oldfield, $19.99. And then Billy Joe, Songs in the Attic, $14.99. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love, $14.99. Supertramp is $19.99. Famous Last Words and Styx, Paradise Theater, Too Much Time on My Hands. Kiss, Alive, $15 start. Our next auction, without further ado, if you can believe this, I'm putting it up for auction. Some people probably won't be able to believe it. But here we are. Gene Simmons, a 1978 USOG VG Plus condition. It has the original inner sleeve, no poster, no merch, just an OG VG Plus VG cover, $15 start. Next is Elton John, Brown Dirt Cowboy. Great, fantastic song. If you got to listen to it, the suspense when the guitar builds up, all the instruments, just an amazing stuff there. Elton John, one of his classic albums, and it has all the inserts. It has the book, the poster, $34.99. Chicago Hot Streets, $9.99. Foghat, this looks like it's sealed. It is. Their first album does have a saw mark, $24.99. ELO Time, $19.99. Tom Tom Club. Whoa. Did y'all see that? I've never had that happen before. Let me make sure that didn't damage that. Oh, no, it's fine. But Tom Tom Club, wordy wrapping hood, $19.99. It may be worthy of a discount now. I picked that up and it just like, the record just flew right out. Now I can't get the inner sleeve open. Whoa. Man, this one's being naughty. I'm making a list. I'm checking it twice. Now, Jeff Brent, I'm going to make sure because I just had this problem earlier. Earlier, you put Kiss. So, technically, you did not place a bid. You have not bid. Michael Rudolph has this high bid at $15. Even though you came in first putting Kiss, you failed to put a number. I don't know for sure if you were bidding $15,000 or $15,000. ELO, $12, sold to Adam Bernardi. Burt Jordan, RJ, $30. I think he meant EJ, sold to Burt for $30. I shot myself in the foot. Jason Jones was going to pay full price for ELO. That's a big shot in the foot, $8. Adam Bernardi. Maybe you'll claim Foghat at sticker price because I just shot myself in the foot over your offer. Sealed, $24.99 on Foghat. Kiss 16, now 17. Cream, Wheels of Fire. In the White Room with black curtains, $34.99. Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees, $24.99. And Cutting Crew Broadcast, I Just Died in Your Arms tonight, $19.99. And El Dorado, A Symphony for the ELO, $19.99. And I can't get it out of my head. And I can't get it out of my... Adam Bernardi, sealed, Foghat, $24.99. Nobody bid on Gene Simmons. Buy it now for $15 doll hairs. Gene Simmons, buy it now, $15. Let's put that over here. Kiss. Jeff Brent wants to see it up close. Every detail, forwards and backwards, sideways. There's the back, there's the front, there's the cover, there's the side, there's the gatefold, there's the inner sleeves, there's the booklet, there's the disc. It's a 76 U.S. Club reissue, 2 LP Pittman, Columbia Record Club booklet, wrinkled, VG Plus Disc 1, VG Disc 2. Michael has it for $20. R.T. Johnson and his friends, You're on the Air, $14.99 on that one. Foreigner, Agent Provocateur. I want to know what love is. I got to take time. What's that opening line here? Gotta take a little time to think things over. Ooh, yeah. I don't know how close I sound to Mick Jones. Golly, I've got butterfingers tonight on some of these. $19.99, Mick Jones. I mean Lou Graham. Mick Jones, I was about to say, Mick Jones is a guitarist. $19.99 on that one. Okay. We have Corey Ross getting Gene Simmons for $15. Cutting Crew. James, I can't believe if I would have had this earlier tonight, I would have 1,000% probably even put it up for auction. Cutting Crew, their discography is not in print. I will sell that for $17. I can't believe that just popped up. Foreigner, no condition notes, $19.99 OG inner sleeve. Michael Rudolph gets Alive for $20. This is sold to Michael Rudolph for $20. Kiss Alive. Thank you. Next auction going up right now. Without further ado, if you can believe it, you're in the right place. This is Kiss Love Gun. Kiss Love Gun is a 1977 USOG Santa Maria strong VG. It has the inner sleeve and the merch insert. Love Gun, $15 start. Which cream was that? That's Wheels of Fire. In the White Room with black curtains in the station. Look at the cover. I wish they would have made that the outside of the cover, but that really does give the effect when you open that up and you're tripping on acid and you're like, holy crap. $34.99 on that one. So James Rainey does get a Cutting Crew for $17. Foreigner is sold to Mark V's for $17. Love Guns a $15 start. REO Speedwagon 9 Lives $19.99. 10cc 10cc is $19.99. This is 10 out of 10. 10cc $19.99. And the Dixie Hummingbirds and a Christian Testimonial, a 1959, check this out, 1959 gospel album on the Peacock label. Wow. That doesn't come through too often. $34.99. Love Gun, OG, $15 start. And going right next to that is a member of KISS. You may know this guy as Paul Stanley. It's a 78 USOG, VG or less cover, and VG vinyl. Paul Stanley, $10 start. We have the Marshall Tucker Band dedicated, $14.99 for MTB. The Monkees' greatest hits. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And then I saw her face, $24.99. Elton John's greatest hits. Beanie. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time to touch down. Crocodile Rock, $34.99. Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, 73 OG Press, $49.99 for Dead. That's technically an artesian master. That's where that was made at. That's the pressing plant. Don't hear that one too often. Nice, the Beatles' second album, early 70s press of the Beatles' second album. She Loves You, yeah, yeah, yeah. Chicago 3. This is a double LP. $19.99. Chicago, their first 3 albums were all double LPs. That's crazy. Imagine if any other band did that. That's wild. Bob Seger, Night Moves, $24.99 for Seger. Hang 'em High soundtrack, nice, $19.99 in shrink wrap. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, You Can Go Your Own Way for $34.99. The Jackson 5, Joyful Jukebox Music. This is a compilation. $29.99. And Traffic, Shoot Out at the Fantasy Factory, $19.99. Love Gun, sold to Michael Rudolph for $15. Corey Ross, the lone bidder on Peter Criss, and that's sold to him for $10. Who's ready for some KISS Buy It Nows? All right, so I've got a whole crate over here, a partial crate left of low-grade KISS albums, and what we're going to do is you're going to claim them by the title. If you put KISS, that does not count. But if you put the title, I'll sell it to you. Rock and Roll Over, VG minus, maybe VG, a 77 Club Blue Teardrop, $15 start. This is a 1977 RCA Music Club Blue Teardrop cover variant. $15 start on that one. That's now up for bid. The next one, we just did a buy it now on this. This is Love Gun, a 1977 OG, and this one has the gun insert. $15 buy it now, and it does have the gun insert. I don't think it has the bang, but I think it has the gun insert. $15, okay? You can pick that up for $15. Love Gun. So comment Love Gun if you want that one. All right, that's sold to Eric Van Leuven. So Danny on HH for $15. HH, Hang 'em High. Sell that to Danny for $15. Tom Kelly next on Love Gun. And yeah, Eric Van Leuven got it, right? Then Tom Kelly. So this is that very collectible Blue Teardrop variant of Rock and Roll Over. And that is $15 right now with Carmen. That's up for bid. $15, Dress to Kill. DTK, that will win you the auction. That will win you the buy it now. A strong VG copy, a 77 repress, Dress to Kill, $15. Here's another Paul Stanley, $5, VG minus. Paul Stanley, $5, VG minus. Destroyer, a Columbia Record Club G plus condition, Destroyer, $5. And let's do one more, double platinum, $5, G plus condition. So Dress to Kill, $15, Paul Stanley, $5, Destroyer, $5, and double platinum, $5. Rock and Roll Over, amazing. A Blue Teardrop just sold for $15 to Cameron Koning. The Garth Brooks is a U.S. original, 1989 U.S. club copy, near mint minus and shrink, and this is $145. $145. Did somebody offer $140 earlier? And then I said no, thinking it was marked more. No, 100. Yeah, I've had $220 offers. I've had 200. It's 140. That's my best price on it. All right, so for next thing is 15 Rock and Roll Over. That's already sold at auction. Thomas Clark gets Destroyer and Double Platinum. $5 and $5, Thomas Clark. Phantom Canuck was next on Double Platinum. Show Paul cover. Probably VG minus. It has quite a bit of shelf wear and a clip corner. Paul Stanley, VG minus on the vinyl. Sheldon, if you don't want it, it looks like Regina does. And then Dress to Kill, Strong VG, $15. Nobody bought that one. Let's move over here and let's finish out this stack. I have 3 more here. I have Rock and Roll Over, VG minus, $5. I've got Love Gun, G plus, $5. And this is a Damage Record. Yeah, we gotta fix that one. I'm gonna put that over here with Bad Boy. All right, that's it. So Sheldon, your dibs on that. And do I have any more? Yeah, I do. I've got 2 more, but they're auction worthy. Okay, and then I've got a few more bizarro things in here. Let me just move all these up. I'm gonna put them all in his crate. All right, there's that. Right, man. All gone almost. So first thing is Thomas Clark on Rock and Roll and Gun. He gets both of these. So did Thomas Clark, $5 and $5. Okay, what's the name of the Garth Brooks? It's called Garth Brooks. It's self-titled, his debut, never been reissued. He's never put out another copy of that since that came out. Sheldon is get Paul Stanley for $5. Michael next on Kiss. Phantom next on Kiss. And then Cream is sold for $25 to Melanie Clausen. There's that. Okay, and then that left just Dress to Kill. Here's our next 2 auctions. They're Kiss albums. And if you want to bid on these, I'm going to put them both up. So make sure you either put Kiss self-titled or Unmasked. This is Kiss. A 74 U.S. reissue, 3rd press, 2nd blue label. A Strong VG, $20 start on Kiss. It does have a crease corner. VG minus jacket, VG vinyl, $20 start. Unmasked. Unmasked is a 1980 USOG 72 PRC Richmond. Strong VG, unmasked, $15 start. Okay? Anybody else on anything in here? I have Traffic, Jackson 5, Fleetwood Mac, Bob Seger, Chicago, The Beatles, Grateful Dead, Elton John, The Monkees, Marshall Tucker, Dixie Hummingbirds, 10cc, REO Speedwagon, Artie Johnson, ELO, The Monkees, Tom Tom Club, Chicago, Styx, Supertramp, Jackson Brown, Billy Joel, Mike Oldfield, Chicago, April Wine, Janet Jackson, Pretenders, Robert Plant, Steve Miller Band. Those are going to be right here behind me. If you change your mind, let me know. Danny, you tell me your absolute super top price on John Prine, and whatever you say, I'll counter for more. This is some of the newest new stuff that came in for today. Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet, 2 LP, $38.99. White Zombie, Devil Music, Volume 1, $39. New Order, Low Life, $29. Alice Cooper, Trash, $39. Emma Rosa, Peach Club, Purple Vinyl, $29. That's new for Friday. Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures, $29. The Cure, 3 Imaginary Boys, $29.99. I don't think I pulled one of these for Bob Riger earlier. Did Bob Riger want one of those? New Order, Power, Corruption, Lies. Lots of new orders in here. This one's $29.99 as well. We have Neil Young and Bob Dylan. That's new on colored vinyl for Friday, $29. Thrice, this is new for Friday. The Illusion of Safety, transparent yellow vinyl, $29. Black Crow, Shake Your Moneymaker, $34. New Order Movement, $29. Evanescence Fallen, $33. Sisters of Mercy, Floodland, Black Ice, Galaxy Colored Vinyl, $29. Black Crow, Southern Harmony and Musical Companion, $33. New Order Brotherhood, $29. And the Rockin' Roots of Elvis Presley, new for Friday. There you go, Regina. Elvis Presley, Unmasked, has one bid for $15. And Mark Weiss wants New Order Power. Power, Corruption, Lies, right here. That's sold. Was Brutal Planet. Danny, I think you either already got one or you've been tagged because you're on a waiting list. Yeah, one of the two. All right, and nobody bid on Kiss. This is sold for $20. It's a Strong VG copy. That's a buy it now if anybody wants it. Elvis is $29.99. Now, unfortunately, I have 4 copies left, but 3 of them have seam splits. 3 of them have seam splits, okay? And then Unmasked is sold to Michael. Corey, I'll do 15 on April Wine. That will be splitting the difference with you. 15 on that. Corey, you need to buy that other Aussie autograph I have. All right, let's bring out some rare, expensive, and highly desirable stuff that I know y'all are going to want to buy. Some rare, high-end, expensive, super desirable, rare, incredibly expensive items. Stuff that your banker will even blush over. Your bankers that go, golly, this dude. All right, so Regina, are you okay? I can put you on a waiting list for a nice one. Technically, Levi was first if you're okay with a light seam split. If not, let me know. Okay, but Levi was technically first asking how much, $29.99, and then Regina, you're next. And if you're not okay, I can try to get you a nice one, or if you want one right now. So we have Elvis, New Order, Black Crows, Sisters of Mercy. We have Evanescence, New Order, Black Crows, Thrice, Neil Young, Bob Dylan, New Order, The Cure, New Joy Division, Emarosa, Alice Cooper, New Order, White Zombie, and Alice Cooper. And I've got one more quick recap crate. Let's go ahead and sell Corey April Wine for $15. And it's going to be a long, long time. The touchdown brings me round and get to. I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is sold to Corey Ross. Corey Ross, that's sold to you for $15. Corey Ross. All right, here's some other new stuff. And the first one is this. Mammoth, the End, $33.99, orange with red splatter. The Doors, the Rock and Roots of the Doors, new for Friday, $29.99. We have the Smiths, $29.99, Meat is Murder. The Black Crows, Crowology, $38.99. New Order Substance, $39.99. ZZ Top Eliminator, Rhino Hi-Fi, $39. The Best of Jimi Hendrix, $29. 9 Inch Nails Pretty Hate Machine, $33. Dave Matthews Crash, $34. And we have ZZ Top's first album, $39.99, okay? Now, first thing I have is Corey got April Wine. Evanescence is $33.99. Put down Regina for the Rock and Roots of Elvis waitlist. James Rainey on Mammoth. I'm pretty sure you wasn't on a waiting list, right? Mark Weiss on Eliminator. That is sold to Mark Weiss, okay? That is sold to Mark Weiss. And then Danny Thomason on Browse. Browes. Browse was for something. Not for sure on that one. I'll have to put back Bauhaus Crows. That was probably for Crowology. Now, Joe, that's good and bad. The bad part is, it's probably just bad and bad. The bad part is, those are buried. There's no way I can put those back right now. And then I probably could have sold them earlier to the backup claimers. So I'll maybe make them a note and see if there was anybody backup on those claims. Otherwise, we're going to have to try to resell them again later, and that's just no bueno. That means no good, because we probably could have sold them earlier. And then James Rainey on Evanescence. James Rainey on Evanescence. This is sold to James Rainey, okay? That's sold. I stepped out. What's the Kiss self-titled? Kiss. This is Kiss by Kiss. It's a 74 U.S. reissue, third press, second blue label, PRC Richmond. The inner sleeve is an original. Strong VG, $20 buy it now on that one. That's all the notes from Seth. Okay, anybody else? I still got ZZ Top. I got Dave Matthews Band. 9 Inch Nails. We have Experience Hendrix, ZZ Top Eliminator, New Order, The Black Crow, Smiths, and The Doors. Let me make a note right now so when they're watching the sale, hopefully there was people back up on those. Otherwise, they probably would have sold then. So I'm going to make a note when you're watching. Let's see here. Find the backup claims if there is any. And I won't charge you a $30,000 restocking fee or a $50,000 restocking fee. Okay. First thing is if you have ZZ Top, Tres Hombres, Fandango, Duelo. I think those are up here. Give me 1 second. All right. And that's Pickle, Melanie Clausen wants ZZ Top and Eliminator. I need to go through and order 1 and 2 each of all the ZZ Top Rhino hi-fis again. Let me go ahead and bring the other ones back here because I think people are starting to get these and they're listening to them and they're understanding how well they're made and they're like, holy crap, Chad. Yes, we need more of those. So, ZZZZZZ. What was the other one over here? I've also got the Door Soft Parade. Let me just get all the Rhino hi-fis I've got up here. There could be other back here behind me, but right now, and then I've got Buckingham Nicks. Don't forget about that one. I've got Buckingham Nicks. For some reason, I think it's Tres Hombres that's always out of stock. That one's the one that's been tough to get from the get-go. I don't know if they made less of those or what. All right, so over here, we have both ZZ Top, and then he wants Tres Hombres, Fandango, and Duelo. I have Duelo. I can put you on a wait list for Tres Hombres and Fandango. But I still have El Loco in stock, and I have 1 Duelo left, and I got the Door Soft Parade. And somewhere around here, I still got to find somebody a Door self-titled. I know I have Black Sabbath. I know I have Black Sabbath self-titled or Paranoid, and I think I can still get self-titled. All right. Who's ready for the vintage nonsense bin at 1 a.m.? I might have to do a half crate at 1 a.m. for 2 reasons. One, I don't know how many people still on here buying records. And then I can't believe time has evaporated. We've been so busy tonight. That's what happens when you buy a new collection. It's all priced and ready to sell. Let me refresh my timer. I have been live for 6 hours and 19 minutes. We still got some time. Okay? And let's find some discount stuff. Okay? I need to stack up and clean up over here. And I can't believe we got through all that and all the new stuff tonight. That's pretty amazing. Look at all this mail going out. Huge cart of mail over here going out the door tomorrow. Nice. Well, yeah, I guess. I guess the post office still runs tomorrow, right? I'm assuming it does. I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does. See, I didn't order any vinyl yesterday or this morning. I didn't order any vinyl this morning, technically last night or this morning, whatever you want to call it. I sleep in half days. And I was like, well, I don't think we'll get any UPS deliveries. But that tells me we might have a lot moved on Friday, or we'll get a bunch on Monday. I don't know how that's going to work. Next couple of days, love Christmas, but it really makes everybody, I start getting questions about when stuff's going to be here and deliveries, and I'm like, I don't know because I don't know how the mail's going to run. Plus, I'm sure they're shorthanded. Everybody wants off. Everybody is off here, and then we're trying to figure out how to get everything packed up still, and you don't want to be Scrooge and make everybody work. I guess nobody just wants to still come in and work. Everybody's like, Chad, we want off for Christmas. I'm like, off for Christmas? What's wrong with y'all? You're just going to be doing the same thing you always do. Just going to be just with your, who wants to be with their family? Be a bunch of arguments and yelling. I didn't take the ketchup. What are you talking about, Bill? I didn't get no ketchup out of here. Where's the ketchup at? I hadn't touched no ketchup. What? Ketchup? Who's needing ketchup? It's Christmas. And then all of a sudden a fight breaks out. People's rolling around the living room fighting over ketchup. Ketchup? Who's in here looking for ketchup? 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 If you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm sweeping. Because I moved a bunch of crates. We just emptied all those bonus crates. And it literally looked like a dust factory over here. And I do not like standing in squalor. Okay. So, first thing is we need to make a note. Paul Oakley wants all the Scruffy the cats that didn't sell today. Paul Oakley. And that's Scruffy the cat. You got it. All. Okay. Done. Next. One more thing over here to do. Here we go. Rush hemispheres, rush pink ball, maiden voyage. One of each. Your page type, Wagon Advanced eShop. What is Wagon Advanced eShop? One second. All right. I don't know what. Sorry, I got a weird but important notification from Facebook, so I'm always monitoring that. Make sure everything's okay. Okay, so yeah, let's do a crazy, officially now Christmas Eve half off crate. It's officially Christmas Eve. It's the morning of Christmas Eve, but it's time for a half off crate. Let me pick one of these out over here, and then we're going to do some miscellaneous and just try to get some more stuff sold. I have done my best. I'm going to keep all of John's 80s New Wave collection together because we're going to have to go hunting for Scruffy the cat. And let me get all that stacked and packed over here officially. And then there is that crate. I will be posting probably in the group tomorrow the best of John's 80s collection leftovers because there is a lot of crazy stuff like REM and stuff like that left over. But we started with 12 crates from that collection, and we were left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're all pretty full. So, yeah, that means we sold 8, 9, 10, 11, 7. 7 for my quick math I just did in my head. 7 crates of that John collection is gone. That's why we've sold almost 9 crates tonight, because before I did any of that, the first crate was new vinyl. We blasted through all that. Let me condense all this in here. I'm making some moves here. Let me find that other crate. I'm making moves so I have room to move around, otherwise we're in a pickle. And like I said before about pickles, sometimes you get good pickles, like the kind that Panera gives you with your sandwich. And then sometimes you can get some bad pickles. All right, December 19th. December 19th was officially 5 days ago, or 6. So these are going to be half off, no more, no less. Probably the last crate of vinyl, a good place to stop, a half off, and that will probably fill up our 9th full crate of. So it's been a long time since we've sold 9 full crates of records. It's been a while. It's been a while. So let's do it. And I still got an urge. I want to clean up this place so bad. I mean, it's in good shape compared to the way it normally looks, but I just got a thing about cleaning this place up. I just like it all neat all the time. Here we go, half off, and we're going to start with a great one. Van Halen, $10. So this is check condition stuff, no more, no less. The price, I say, is the half off price. Van Halen, $10. Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad, VG condition, $5. Styx Cornerstone, VG condition, $5 on Styx. George Thorogood, moving on over, $5. George Thorogood, VG condition. And then Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again, VG condition, $5. Some great songs on there, including Southern Cross, U2 War, EX 1650. All is quiet on Christmas Eve. Actually, the lyrics say New Year's Day. You got to listen to that on New Year's Day. It's coming up. Cameron Koenig on Van Halen sold. Larry Gonzalez was second. And then Little Feat, Waiting for Columbus. VG plus 1250 on Little Feat. REO Speedwagon live. VG 750 for REO Speedwagon live. All right, let's see. That's the wrap crate, isn't it? Yep. That's the wrap crate. This is all new vinyl here. Yep. Let me put these ZZ Tops right over here in this other crate with the other new stuff. I'll be able to find those. Okay. This is vintage stuff, right? Yes, sirree. New vinyl. Yep. Pre-owned. I'm still looking for some stuff for a few people. They've got me hunting. I'm still looking for an Overkill record. This is like indie type stuff here from Laura. This has never been shown best offer. And same thing for the crate underneath it. Let me move this over here. I have some cool stuff. There's that. Okay. And then this needs to go over here. There's another one. That's some good stuff there. I don't think those have ever been shown best offer. Nope. Tribe Called Quest, Dead Brain Cells. Nope. They've been shown in a video, but they have not been shown best offer. Give me 1 second on these. Let's put those in there. And then Jason Jones, if you're still watching, that Overkill record's probably in one of these crates back here behind me. And I'll try my best just to thumb through some of this later tonight when I'm condensing and kind of like I'm doing right now. And it will eventually pop up. Just the location of it right now, to be determined. I'm trying to get all the vintage stuff together so I know how much I have for flip crates. Wow, look at all these claims. So Cameron got Van Halen. Larry Gonzalez second. Louis Kulik's on Styx. Sorry, I had to do some more sorting. That's so to Louis Kulik. Paul Oakley got U2. Thank you. Scott Dyer was next. Eric Van Leuven on Little Feat. Joe DeGatto third on U2. And here we go. We have Savoy Brown, VG5. George Thorogood, VG5. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, VG5. A lot of VG5. And then REO Speedwagon, VG750. When you get a chance, can you check the price on the President of the United States album on the top? $29.99. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, $49.99. The Beatles White Album, $49.99. $29.99, and Hotter Than Hell's $33. Next is Vern Godson, Never My Love. VG Plus, $5 on Vern Godson. Hank Williams Jr., 14 hits. VG Plus 9. The POTUS is sold to James Rainey. Make sure that goes in for $29.99. That, of course, is sticker price. Leonard Cohen, New Skin of the Old Ceremony. $17.50 for Leonard Cohen. VG condition. Hotel California. VG, now just $7.50. It does have the original on her sleeve. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair. Rising up through the air. Oh man, somebody's gonna have to buy this. Master of Reality, Black Sabbath, remastered, 2012, Sweet Leaf, $33.99 for Black Sabbath. James Rainey also picking up the Eagles. And then over here we have Eagles, their greatest hits, EX 1650. Regarding the Bauhaus, Adam Bauman and Chadwick Smith was next. Adam Bauman is going to get that Bauhaus that he put back. Okay, Adam Bauman. Let's write that down. Adam Baum Mum. Something like that. I think they can figure out that name. I don't think there was anybody else on New York Dolls. I think you're right. There was no backups on that one. Okay, James Rainey on Black, and Black was for what? Black Sabbath. Boom. So did James Rainey. We have 2 more copies if anybody else wants one. I also have Kansas, Song for America, EX condition, $9. And Kansas, It's the Point of No Return, EX $9. And the Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll and I Like It, VG Plus, $12.50. Eagles, if it's EX, and I think you're in luck, it is. Sell that to Mark V's for $16.50. And the Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card, clean copy for $10. All right, well, 1 Black Sabbath down. We still got 2 more of those. How about we put up another one? And this is a superb audiophile press. This is the Rhino Hi-Fi cut, cut by Kevin Gray, limited edition, until they stop making them. Or make them again. Paranoid, $39.99. That's the Rhino. Nice. Thank you for doing that, Joe Castillo. Rolling Stones, that's sold to Danny Thomason, okay? Next over here is The Kids Are All Right by The Who. A little bit of cover damage back here, but the vinyl's clean, and it includes the book. This is essentially, there's the book. It's essentially a 2 LP compilation from The Who, $20. Alan Parsons is sold to Mark V's. And we have Dean Martin sings, Frank Sinatra conducts, $7.50. Put some Megadeth. Well, the Megadeths that came in tonight, United Abominations and The World Needs a Hero, I made a post and I have well oversold those. So I'm going to have to, that's why I ordered some literally during the sale earlier. I hope they come in, but to get tagged on everybody's invoices before, I think I might go ahead and invoice them even if they're here on Monday so everybody can get them. Because I was like, dang, I clicked on that earlier. All those posts for Megadeth, I was like, oh my gosh. Detroit After Hours Volume 1, some kind of blues comp here, looks very cool. $15 on Detroit. Loretta Lynn is just $5, Entertainer of the Year. And Country Gentleman, that's a compilation. Country Gentleman, Farron Young, Porter Wagner, Bob Luman, $5 on Country Gentleman. Okay, now, far as auctions, we've done all the, quote, bonus stuff. There's a couple things. Nope. I think there's some old leftover stuff. All right, here's Battle Axe. Power from the Universe. So Battle Axe is a metal record, an 84 Canadian OG. The last time I had it put up, it was a $30 start. Let's cut that in half. Battle Axe, a $15 start. 1.5, boy. Talk about some great albums there. Division Bell, White Album, a Black Sabbath Paranoid, which has a huge glare in the corner. Let me try to kick that over here and fix that. There we go. That's a nice looking setup there, isn't it? Nice. Okay, next thing is Elvis Moody Blue, 1750 blue vinyl. 1750 blue vinyl. That's Elvis Moody Blue, 1750 on that one. Battle Axe is a bid for $15. Sammy Davis Jr., a live performance of his greatest hits. $5. Y'all are catching me right here in the middle of a half-off crate, no more, no less. Fats Domino on stage. Includes Blueberry Hill. Here I am, and I'm in love again. $5 on Fats Domino. Nice. Led Zeppelin Presents, half off at $22.50. A beautiful copy. Now, somebody's going to buy that, or I'm going to have to go over here and kick myself in the foot. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Kick myself in the foot. The original 50s, $5 on that. Battle Axe 15, Battle Axe 16. Ronco, Get It On, 70s compilation, $5. You get Brownsville Station, the Ohio Players, Billy Paul, Ian Thomas, the OJs, 70s stuff. Next auction is going to go up right now. Actually, this is a buy it now. This is a buy now. And the last time I checked, these are sold out. These are $38.99. Soul Asylum, Let Your Dim Light Shine. Soul Asylum is a music on vinyl 30th anniversary to 2000 flaming numbered colored vinyl. $38.99. That's for Soul Asylum. Almost forgot about those. Soul Asylum, $38.99. That's over here. I'm trying to clean out my miscellaneous bin. There's no telling what I'll find over here. Beatles, of course. Beatles stuff I stashed away. So we got this record in, and it was missing the cover. It's Trouble, the metal band Trouble. They shipped this to us without the jacket. Of course, it's from Relapse. So it's supposed to be $29.99. I'll do Trouble for $10. Disc only. I'm taking a loss on that because I never did send it back. So $10 on Trouble, but no jacket. Danny Thomason on Fats Domino. That's sold to Danny Thomason. Over here, Battle Axe is at $17. And then Mark Stanley gets Trouble for $10. Make sure we put that with a cardboard backer, but that's sold to him for $10. Let's put this up for auction. So this is a really cool promotional item from Metallica. It would have been at a Walmart. This would have went in a bin to denote the new Metallica album, which is 72 Seasons. And this is a promotional like record bin display item, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Metallica. As you can hear, it's plastic. $10 start on that. Hoopy next on Trouble. Sherry Darnell wants a Soul Asylum. Thank you. I actually just put those over here in the new crate so I could go through them in the morning. And this is sold to Sherry Darnell, of course, a sticker. Get It On is sold to Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck. And I have the Beach Boys Endless Summer. Great comp there, $12.50. Battle Axe is at $17. Mark Weiss also wants a Soul Asylum. Thank you, Mark Weiss. That's sold to you. Now Soul Asylum sold out. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The Metallica thing there, I think that's worthy of a $10 start. And then we have More American Graffiti. Great comp there. $12.50. More American Graffiti. Fantastic track listing. And then Kansas Audio Visions, $10. Tina Turner Private Dancer. What's Love Got to Do with It? $7.50. Share is $12.50. And then Marvin Gaye, I Want You, $15. And Elvis Presley, The Sun Years. That's a cool record. $12.50 on that. Elvis Presley, The Sun Years. All righty. I got to go up here and put some more ice in my drink, especially if I'm about to show and sell y'all some of the most rarest, highly most desirablest items I have in this building. Hope a lot of people's off from work and y'all don't have to do anything tomorrow. Crazy, that's how it goes. Millions of people. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate. Who here thinks they've listened to Crazy Train the most? Who here thinks they've listened to Crazy Train the most? All right, over here we got Chuck Haley got Get It On. We sold both Soul Asylums. Kiss, $10 from the bin. Kiss, are you talking about this right here? Are you talking about Kiss self-titled, or are you talking about Kiss Dressed to Kill? Let me know on that. And then next is Sherry getting presents. Nice. That's got Achilles' Last Stand on it. Thank you, Sherry. Battle Axe out. Levi gets Elvis Presley. Leslie Holt first on Share. Mark Weiss got TT, and TT was for Tina Turner. He was second on Share. Leslie next on Elvis. Sherry Darnell on American Graffiti. And then Jim B wants to know Marvin Gaye info. That's called Marvin Gaye, I Want You. VG cover, Wear and Tear. Super nice vinyl. $15 on that. And then over here we got a price on Share. I've already sold that. And then we have Me For Sure, Me here, self-titled. Sell Kiss for $10 to Larry Gonzalez, okay? That means Battle Axe is sold to Jason Jones. And this is sold for $17 to Jason Jones. The Metallica item, The Metallica item is the Metallica item's a $10 buy it now. Okay, that Walmart exclusive record band display. Okay, let's go right over here. We have Limp Bizkit, $39.99, and Limp Bizkit, $44.99. So that's significant other. Do it for the nookie. It's just one of those days. Limp Bizkit, silver and gray vinyl, keep rolling, rolling, rolling. $44.99. All right, Marilyn Clausen says she's got to go to bed. That's very sad, but it's probably true. Thank you, as always. And the only thing with this Metallica thing is I'm worried it's going to have to go in an oversized box. See, I hate selling anything like this for cheap because I'm afraid they're going to have to put it in a big box and then it just cuts all the margins on shipping. But I don't know if Danny's might have already bought some miscellaneous stuff. So go ahead and sell it to Danny for $7. That's so to Danny. Let's put that over here. And I'm going to put, whoever's watching, I'm just going to put that down in the crate. Stuff like that worries me because they had to be like, Chad, you know that one thing you sold to somebody for $5? Well, we had to put it in an oversized box, and because they live in California, it costs $38 to ship it to them. So we had to pay an extra $30 in postage, and I'm like, oh. I grabbed my chest. I'm like, oh, no. That's basically like we'd be better off not selling it. But I don't know sometimes. Well, that's why we do $8 unlimited shipping. I just keep whatever y'all want to buy, and then hopefully we eat the cost on it. But I know some of these packages we ship out, holy moly, there's no telling what some of these packages cost. All right, let's read through this crate one more time. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. How much? Half off, no more, no less. What else is over here in my miscellaneous bin I've been pulling from? What is up with this ELO? Oh, I think this one's got something wrong with it. Yeah, it's cracked. It's got yeah, this one's, never mind on that. Okay, that actually is going to, that's going to destroy somebody's needle. We don't want that to happen. Okay, here is Taylor Swift. I don't know what this is doing over here, but they're for sale. The Tortured Poets Department, The Bolter, $59.99. 24-page bound jacket with unique photos and 3 handwritten lyrics, 2 parchment beige vinyl disc, and the bonus track is The Bolter. Taylor Swift, $59.99. Also known as Travis Kelce's fiance. Okay, what else do we have over here? Let me look this up. Let's look this up. Discogs. JSA. Any more random metal? I'm looking for it right now. Give me 1 second. Let's look this up. This is authentication CJ12369. That is signed by Cub Coda, and I think Cub Coda was a member of Brownsville Station, right? Yeah. All right, so this is to my man Lee. Keep rocking. God bless. Cub Coda, 1987. Brownsville Station, autographed by one of the frontmen, Cub Coda. It is on the original label, Private Stock Records. Nice disc. It is personalized to Lee. Signed, though, and JSA authenticated, Brownsville Station, signed by Cub Coda, JSA authenticated, $35 start. This is half off, no more, no less, okay? We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. Check out the song Southern Cross. Wasted on the Way is a good one, too. VG Condition, $5. Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad. VG Condition, $5. George Thorogood, Moving On Over. VG Condition, $5. REO Speedwagon Live. VG $7.50. Vern Godson, Never My Love. VG Plus, $5. Hank Williams Jr., 14 Greatest Hits. VG Plus Condition, $19 on Hank Williams Jr. Also, Leonard Cohen, New Skin for the Old Ceremony. Leonard Cohen, for some reason, we just don't get this one too often. VG $17.50. Make me a note, whoever's watching, to pull Joe Castillo, The Jam Setting Suns, okay? Jam Setting Sun. George Thorogood, sold for $5 to Leslie Holt. Thank you. That's so to Leslie. And let me filter through this other bin over here. What do I all have? I have, okay, that's a no. Let me figure out what I got going on here. Could not locate sale. Okay, I put this in the sold bin, but nobody bought it a long time ago. Jets and Gilberto, VG Condition. How about we make it half off? Let's just put Getz Gilberto right in here and say, boom, it's half off, which makes it $10. I think I accidentally put that in the sold crate one night, and no one actually even bought it. So Getz Gilberto, $10 on that. Sherry Darnell on CSN. Kiss Japanese CDs. Well, Mark, you might see a lot of Kiss stuff tomorrow. There's a good chance if I'm doing a store walkthrough, you're going to see a lot of Kiss stuff tomorrow. First thing is Sherry Darnell wants CSN. That's with Southern Cross. Sell that to Sherry Darnell. Todd Saul and Hank Williams Jr. That's sold to him. And then Leslie Holt on Getz Gilberto. That's sold to her. All right, moving right along. We might empty out this half-off crate, especially if we do a bundle with the leftovers. Kansas, Song for America is $9. That's for Kansas. And then what else do we have here? Kansas, Point of No Return. Back-to-back Kansas, that's also EX $9. Here is a Neil Young bootleg we didn't sell one night. Let's put this up for a low start. Young Man's Fancy, a vintage original Neil Young bootleg. Paul originally had it at a $45 start. How about a $20 start? Neil Young, this is live in Los Angeles, 1971. $20 start on that. The Who, The Kids Are All Right. 2 LP, no condition notes. Great Who compilation for $20. Dean Martin sings and Frank Sinatra conducts. Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, $7.50 on that one. This is called Detroit After Hours, Volume 1. $15, no condition notes. Loretta Lynn is $5, Entertainer of the Year. Country Gentleman is $5. And then Elvis, Moody Blue. That's, of course, the blue vinyl. The last album that was put out while he was still alive, $17.50 on that one. We have Sammy Davis Jr., that's $5. We have the original 50s compilation. That's from Pickwick, $5 on that. The Beach Boys Endless Summer is $12.50. And we have Kansas Audio Visions for $10. And Marvin Gaye, I Want You for $15. Make sure no lag hits. Make sure everybody's got everything out there that they want. Got out of everything in there that they want. What did I just say? Let's try to say it again. Make sure they got everything out there that they want. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Puddle of Mud CD, $6.99. Tom Petty, Jam and Me button, $6.99. Surely somebody needs those. Brownsville Station autographed album signed by Cub Coda. JSL authenticated, $35. Signed by Cub Coda, $35. Let's put that over here in the no bids. And then Sammy Davis Jr. condition. Sammy Davis Jr., no condition notes on this. Yep, really nice. Allied pressing. Final call to get a bid on Neil Young for $20. Okay. Marvin. Once again, the vinyl is pretty dang nice. EX are better, but the cover has quite a bit of shelf wear. I would grade the cover VG or less. It's been 1 week since he looked at me. Sheep bop, bop, boom, boom, boom. It's been 1 week since That's trash. That's trash. Trash. Trying to find stuff to actually sell around here, eh? That's nothing to sell. That's a bunch of miscellaneous there. There's so much dust back here. Golly. Shoo. That just needs to be thrown in the trash. I was keeping that to use it, but now it's got so much dust on it. All right, let's see what this is. Let me blow the dust off this way. Golly, it's got a, looks like something from National Treasure. There's so much dust on it. This is this priced? It's marked $19.99. World War II, Saving the Reality, a collector's vault. This is one of those interactive type books with tchotchkes, and this is World War II, Saving the Reality. It's a collector's vault book, $19.99, and I will clean it. It's got a layer of dust on it. Sammy Davis Jr. is $5. Yes, sell that to Mark Weiss. And the oldies record. The oldies record is called the Original 50s. Tommy Rowe, The Elegance, Danny the Juniors, Steve Gibson, The Sparkle Tones, Lloyd Price, Ponytails, George Hamilton, and others. It's in shrink. It's got a nice cherry, strawberry-looking milkshake there on the cover. $5 on that. Neil Young's a no bid. Young Man's Fancy. This is a vintage bootleg, and that's going to be a $20 buy it now on that. World War II, Saving the Reality, a collector's vault. Shakedown grabs the Neil Young. Great decision there. That's sold a Shakedown for $20. World War II book, $19.99. Can I get some like cleaning material right quick on that one? I need to figure out the best price. At what price would somebody consider buying a whole box? I mean, a whole mystery box of 45s. Because we have way too many, and I need to get them sold this week. I'm trying to find the magic number. I mean, the magic number for somebody. But also that makes sense for us because we have to ship them. And John did put a lot of man hours sorting these and putting company sleeves on them. Man, look at this. I got Lysol coconut. Lysol coconut. This thing is polishing up like a new penny. I told y'all I had a lot of dust on it. This thing is polishing up like a new penny. There we go. Now I don't feel disgusted holding it. It's been over here on a shelf, but the shelf's been blocked for almost all year because we've had this table over here of all of our stuff, and Jake finally condensed it and organized it for us. Yeah, cool book here. See, it's got like little replicas, so you can pull out, it looks like postcards, you know, from, that's like World War I era there. And then it's got uniforms. Let's flip a little head. And see, it's got little interactive stuff like that. And newspaper articles. That's a pretty cool book. Now, if I had this as a kid, I'd have been fascinated because I was into World War II video games and World War II books like it was my second life. It's always stuck with me. $19.99 on that. Cool book. Okay, and then over here, there are no pennies. That's true. Pennies are retired. The last one sold for like $9 million the other day. Throw Me a Lifeline, Rockers and Rollers, My Friend Jack, Ain't That a Shame, The Martian Boogie. These are the songs on this. And then we had Hot Stuff. We had Sleazy Louise, Lady Put a Light on Me, Lover, and Mr. Johnson Says. S-E-Z, like says. All right, let's go over here. What else is in my miscellaneous thing over here I'm cleaning out? These are some records I was going to put on Discogs if no one bites. Lost Patronics. That is sealed. A 2001 Garage Marachi Surf. $59.99 or make offer before it ends up on Discogs. Dispo Maniacs. One Too Many. A 1992 Psychedelic Press. A Psychedelic Green with Splatter. $39.99. That sounds interesting. Danny gets the World War II book for $15. Sell that to Danny Thomason. Alan Vega, a 1980 US Super Clean, $55 or best offer. That was the minimum bid on Alan Vega. That was some old no bids there on that one. Some old no bids on that. Can I get tagged for a pack of MoFi inner sleeves? You sure can. Pack of MoFi inner sleeves. If anybody else wants a pack, this is a pack of 50. A pack of 50 MoFi inner sleeves, and this is sold to Mark Weiss for $26.99. Does anybody else want a pack? WE and BS for $40. What is WE? What is WE, Danny? WE and Brownsville Station. And then BS for $25. What was BS? You're throwing me some curveballs. Oh, you were saying World War II and Brownsville Station. Okay, sell this to Danny for $25. All right, that's sold to Danny. And he got the World War book for $15. John Lennon's sealed. I was actually going to send this off to one of those grading companies and have this thing slabbed, because I honestly think if I did, it would demand some pretty serious money here or possibly at like Heritage or an auction house, because I think it's a real OG sealed copy. So I've kind of been hesitant to price it because I think that's pretty special. It's a sealed OG copy of John Lennon's Imagine. I can't confirm it's an OG, and I don't think they will be able to either when they grade it, but I think that's a pretty special pressing to be sealed. Let me see what else I got over here. Sealed records. I got Mickey Thomas, signed records. To Andy, Mickey Thomas. How about $25? This is Mickey Thomas. It says To Andy. It's JSA'd. That's $25. I need to get that in a new sleeve. And then, man, I never did do anything with these. Y'all remember when we was going through Christmas records? I was going through Christmas records, and I was like, well, I'll put these in a hot picture so Laura can auction them. And here they are, and I forgot about them. I have a 1987 open copy and a 1987 sealed copy of A Christmas Gift for You from Phil Spector. So that's sealed for $50, and that one's open for $40. Of course, y'all know those are pretty dang desirable. Phil Spector Christmas album. Okay, and then I have several introducing the Beatles over here, but I'm not for sure which pressings. Here was another high-end record that we were going to tag for auction. It's called Three Man Army 2. Three Man Army 2 self-titled. That is from Reprise. It's a 74 promo, $59.99. Kind of an oddity there. And then what's up with this Dark Side of the Moon? A VG Plus copy, $59.99. This is a 1973. It has both posters, no stickers, $59.99 or best offer, Dark Side of the Moon. We auctioned one of those earlier tonight, and it was pretty intense. Okay, then here was another pricier one. Nothing but a Heartache, The Flirtations. This is The Flirtations, Nothing But a Heartache, a 69 Best Way press, $149.99. So that is in shrink. The Flirtations, that's Discogs bound. So is Three Army Man 2, that's Discogs bound. These two down here, including Alan Vagan, are Discogs bound. These, like I said, that's sealed. I'm going to try to get that slabbed. Phil Spector, best offer. Those just need to be left out. So does that. Mickey Thomas, random autograph there. All right, what's next? We had Beatles. Okay, here's another rarity. This is Modern Mannequins. Modern Mannequins. I don't know why I've been struggling with that word lately. Mannequins. Modern Mannequins. Check out the stats on this. As much as 300 sealed, VG Plus. This one's nice, EX. It's a very scarce private press, new wave synth pop. We were asking 115. Dark Side of the Moon sold to Jason Jones for 40. Nice. Now you can breathe in the air. And then what else do I have over here in the autograph department? Here's a pretty good one. This is signed by Mr. Jimmy Hall. And this is to GG, Keep It Wet, Jimmy Hall from Wet Willie. JSA'd $35 for Wet Willie, signed by Jimmy Hall. So that's $35. Let me get Mickey Thomas in a sleeve. He's $25. Do you believe in magic? Where's my sleeve for that one? All right, there's no telling what I'm going to find in this crate. And then in the box next to it, or over here on these shelves, there's just no telling, folks. All right, that's Mickey. All right, there's that. What else is over here? Okay, that's going to take a little bit further research. Okay, here we go. Jerusalem. This is kind of rock, hard rock / metal. Maybe Christian rock. Yeah, I think it's more like Christian rock metal. This is a 1980 UK Jerusalem Volume 2, $15. $15. That was a no bid at one point. And then, okay, boy, here's some high-end stuff. So here are a few autographs, but I think these are going to take me a little bit more time, but I can price them. I've got a signed Foghat photo. I've got Blue Oyster Cult. I've got Post Malone. That's definitely the most expensive. That's a tough-to-get record to begin with. And then some kind of Frank Marino Mahogany Rush with autographed backstage passes. So that's four, I think, a little bit better autographs. It's going to take some time for me to check, at least to figure out who signed them. And then I know the price on this. I'll just have to double-check it. We had this the other night. This is in the hundreds of dollars. But if you want me to get an exact price, that's signed Striper, To Hell with the Devil. To Hell with the Devil. That's fully signed, I believe, or maybe 3 of the 4. I think it's 3 of the 4, but that's Striper. That one was kind of pricey. And then it was bizarre. Earlier tonight, somebody tonight asked me about butcher covers, and I was like, yeah, I've got a few, but they never did say anything. But yeah, I do have these. If you hadn't, I'm really in no hurry to sell them, but I keep them in case somebody hops on like, yeah, I want to buy one. But that's the 3 butcher covers I have right now. They're kind of beat, but I'm in no hurry to sell them. I kind of like holding on to them. Okay. All right, and then here's a couple laser discs. I don't know how we missed these the other night, but these are $10 a piece. That is Quartermass 2. That's a movie laser disc. And then over here we have Aladdin. Aladdin is also $10. So Aladdin $10 and Quartermass 2 is $10. Those are laser disc. Okay. And then what am I going to do with these discs? I'm going to put these Discogs records over here. I'm going to leave those on Paul's desk. I'll let him handle that. He's good. I like him listing on Discogs that's not sealed because he does a great job. He does a great job grading. Let me get the Quartermass out of this sleeve. I don't like how it's all taped down and stuff. I'm going to cut it out of here. Somebody was really peculiar about having these things like taped down, so it's Sweet signature. Yeah, I think Michael Sweet's on there. Give me a second. I'll look at it. And then Danny wants to know the price on Foghat. I'll have to check it, but I'll price it. Price on BOC, I will have to check it. I know what we've been selling fully signed BOCs for. Chad, you missed my claims for outer sleeves and Jim B's claim $1 mystery bundle. Yeah. Well, I was ignoring Jim B, but I will get you down for how much? What? You want a pack of outer sleeves. Okay. Mark V's needs a pack of outer sleeves. Jim B, did I get any respect with that $1 offer? The only thing I'll sell for $1 here is some free advice. Drink lots of water. See, now y'all have all been billed $1 because of Jim B. Blame that on Jim B. All of y'all are going to have a $1 charge now. Man, I told y'all, I hate how they've got these double wrapped in these sleeves. Golly. Man, that's frustrating. Don't ever do that. That's beautiful now that I've got it out of this thing. Quartermass. Probably a pretty decently pricey laser disc, I bet. Maybe. I don't know. $10 on that. Quartermass 2. I'll put that over here for the no bids. Let me double check the price on Striper. And then butcher covers. Kevin, what I usually do on those, first of all, Jerusalem is sold to Joe Delgado for 10. Marvin Gaye. So Scott, the half off bin is always half off, no more, no less. So Marvin Gaye has to be 15. Are you talking about Duran Duran from, you're talking about the check condition one earlier, right? I had it marked $22.99. I think you offered 10 and I said 15. So I probably do need 15 for both of them because I never further discount the half off stuff. And then there's Aladdin, Jerusalem sold for 10. Okay, and then Kevin, here's what I do on the butcher covers. Here's kind of like my starting price. I don't want to sell them, but we can go from here. I always mark them $1,500. That's kind of in this condition. So these are the peeled copies, of course. These are peeled. You got a first state, you got a second state, and a third state. These would technically be third states, which are peels. So, and then this is kind of a hybrid. It's technically third because it's been peeled, but they're $1,500. They are $1,500 or best offer. And if you want to get down and dirty, we can take further examinations. That sounds kind of weird. Okay, then what is this? That's something I've been wanting to look up on eBay for 30 years. And then here we go. Jim B. This is something he would make an offer on. This got put away accidentally. This is Olivia Dean Messi. New and sealed, $44.99 OBO. Okay, so Scott, if you want to do those deals, I'll do $15.15. Here's another sealed record that I think is an OG mono. And I was going to try to get this off right here. Elaine wrote her name on the cover. Elaine Bennis. I think that's a real sealed mono copy of the Monkeys. So I think that's kind of a pretty cool item. And I was thinking about having that. That's nothing I would never open, so probably have that. Some people don't like that, but have it, quote, slabbed. You got to be careful of that word. Some people don't like that. I like them. Okay, and then this is maybe on Discogs. This is Jimmy Reed's very first record. I said expensive. Be very careful. Jimmy Reed, High and Lonesome. I think we have it on Discogs for like $500. It's Jimmy Reed. If not, it needs to go on there. High and Lonesome. That's his very first record. Okay, and then I have 3 more laser discs. 2 are for me. And then 1 is for sale. John Wayne, Katharine Hepburn, Rooster Cogburn, excuse me, $10 on that laser disc. Those will probably sell tomorrow when I'm recapping all these no bids. Okay, so I got to do some research on some stuff now. This is Bubbling Stones Can't Get No Bubble Action. I think this is Rolling Stones Bubble Gum. Yeah, there it is. Stones Can't Get No Bubble Action. Zeb's official bubble popping soundtrack. So I think this is actually like spoof Stones music, but it actually has a piece of old bubble gum in it. Or at the time, it was real bubble gum, right? What is these things actually sold for? Flirtation, 75, pass. Olivia Dean, 25, pass. Modern Mannequin, 60, pass. Too bad we wasn't able to strike a deal, Jim B. Maybe try back again tomorrow. Bubbling Stones. Let me figure out if I can find that. Bubbling Stones. Interesting deal here. What does these actually sell for? Complete listings. Yeah, I'm not for sure. They're kind of pricey on here. They're like, here's active, $35.50, $14.90. This one's sealed. I don't know. Rolling Stones bubblegum thing, $9.99. $9.99 on that. So the rest of this crate is my Beatles stash, laser discs that I'm having framed because I'm having them framed with autographs. So I collect James Bond soundtracks. Pierce Brosnan, whose first movie was GoldenEye, 1995. There have never been any Pierce Brosnan soundtracks on vinyl. So one thing I'm trying to do is collect signed soundtracks signed by the Bonds. So the hardest one, of course, is Sean Connery. A signed Sean Connery soundtrack is like $2 or $3 grand. So the only thing you can get that looks like a soundtrack signed by Pierce Brosnan is GoldenEye or a Laserdisc, okay? Because it looks like an album jacket, right? This looks like a soundtrack. Maybe one day Music on Vinyl or some kind of really cool label will finally put out Pierce Brosnan era soundtracks. But GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, Die Another Day, all those Pierce Brosnans, there's never been any vinyl soundtracks. So the closest I think I can get on this is to get Pierce to sign it, which there's actually one on eBay. I've been watching it forever. They won't discount it. I've emailed them. They've got kind of a high price on it compared to other Pierce autographs. So I've got a Pierce Brosnan photograph from GoldenEye, his classic where he's holding the gun. Y'all probably know what I'm talking about. It's on the front. It kind of looks like that. I've got one of those autographed, and so I'm going to frame it like this. I'm going to take the photo and frame it with this. Or finally try to wait till maybe he does a signing or something and get him to sign it like in silver pen right there. But that's why I got that next to me. I got to take that to my framer. And then, same thing for this. It's really hard to get this signed by Oliver Stone or Kevin Costner or Joe Pesci. So one of my favorite movies, JFK, I've bought a Oliver Stone photo. I've bought a Joe Pesci photo. I've bought a Kevin Costner photo, and I'm trying to figure out who I want for the fourth person. Probably Newman. Wayne Knight plays in this movie, and I'm going to frame a collage. Kevin Costner, Oliver Stone, Joe Pesci, and do like a panorama, because it's going to be impossible to get one of these signed. I mean, how hard would it get Joe Pesci, Kevin Costner, Oliver, I'd have to go around to conventions and stuff. I mean, it would be impossible. So that's some like autograph heaven for me, but it's going to take a lot of time, and then framing and all that. That's, whew. I've put some serious money into having stuff framed and signed, but when it's all complete and displayed, man, it's awesome pieces. Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, he has a weird last name, doesn't he? Let me tell you something. I follow all the Bonds closely. He does not like talking about James Bond. He went for an interview the other day about a new movie he's in, and the reporter must have not got the memo, and all the reporter was doing, they were Googling-eyed over him because he's James Bond, and they were just trying to talk to him about GoldenEye and James Bond, and I think he got pretty frustrated. He's been hammered on James Bond questions for 30 years. He kind of don't want to talk about it anymore. It's kind of like Jason Alexander and Michael Richards getting hammered about Seinfeld. You know, they're just like, guys, can we talk about something else? But yeah, Pierce don't like Bond questions. Jimmy Fallon did it the other night, and he was on maybe, well, it wasn't the other night. It was a while back, but Jimmy Fallon, and you could tell it's kind of frustrating for him. He's like, oh, here we go. But I think he knew it was coming beforehand. All right, let's look up Foghat here. Foghat is, okay, so let's get back to pricing and selling some stuff then. Foghat is certification CJ, CJ12433. Foghat is signed by all 4 people on this photo, so that immediately makes it worth more. Now, this Foghat lineup is the following people. Let me go to Wikipedia because this could determine quite a bit of the value. This is signed by Rod Price, Lonesome Dave Peverett, Roger Earl, and Tony Stevens. All right. So Tony Stevens is still alive. Roger Earl is one of the original members. He's the original drummer. Tony Stevens was the bass player. Lonesome Dave Peverett. Dave Peverett he died back in 2000 at age 56. He was the singer and guitarist, the original lead vocalist and rhythm guitarist of Foghat. So I have a good chance his is probably the hardest to get. He died 25 years ago, relatively young at 56, and he was the lead vocalist and rhythm guitarist. And then you got Rod Price on here. Rod Price died 20 years ago at age 57, and he was one of the guitarists as well. So that's a pretty good signed item there for Foghat. I mean, you're talking mostly, or I guess that is. What I was going to do, let me go over here to Foghat. So let's go to like Foghat Full for the City, their classic album of Slow Ride. And that's Dave Peverett, Rod Price, Roger Earls, and Nick Jameson. So the only thing that really changed was the bass player. So yeah, that's pretty much some of the original lineup there, except for Tony Stevens. So that's the beef of Foghat there. So let me try to find this lineup, and this is a signed photo. So Foghat signed, and let's go first JSA and try to find certified items here. Oh, there's one right there that looks like it. BOA Beckett. There it is. They must have signed some of these for promotional. There's one just like it from Beckett. All right, so 4 signatures. That's it. All right, and this one's active for $289, so that saved me a lot of trouble. That one's active for $289. Not a lot, no photos sold or anything completely signed in the last 90 days from JSA. What about PSA? So PSA, nothing sold. And then let's look up Beckett, BAS. And, of course, there's that photo that's active and then sold. Same kind of thing there. The album cover signed by 2 and that. So my price on this will be $275. This is probably, we found this down inside of this jacket. Dave, Rod Price, Roger Earl, Craig McGregor. Okay, so this honestly has nothing to do with this. So we can really just take this and just have John price it. This album has nothing to do with this photograph. $275 on Foghat. Okay? And this record has nothing to do with it. Let me see, try to get that in a board and bag, though. Can I find a board and bag for it? Here we go. Magazine sides, boards, and bags. Thank you, Tanner, for having these ready and labeled and organized. Foghat's $275. GMB said +2. Keep going. Keep going. $275 on Foghat. Let's get that in a nice sleeve. There it is, okay? Now, once again, imagine what I was talking about earlier with like my soundtracks and Laserdisc. If you frame it with an album jacket, you have an amazing piece. Or especially get somebody to make a plate, you know, it says Foghat with their names. That kind of stuff is what you see like in these autograph stores like Field of Dreams. I went in those out in Vegas. And Field of Dreams, what they do, they take stuff like these Chevy Chase autographs that we have, right? These like signed photos of Chevy Chase. They take that, they'll frame it with something else, or maybe even another autograph like of Randy Quaid or somebody, and then they charge, you know, $1,500 because it just looks awesome. It's in a big giant frame. It looks awesome in a man cave, and it's a pretty good, you know, it's a pretty good item. It's a pretty dang desirable piece of memorabilia at that point. All right, let's check out BOC. I'm kind of more familiar with their pricing. We've been selling some fully signed BOCs, but let me check and see who all signed this one. I need to write down the price on that fog hat so I don't forget. And honestly, I just need to get it on eBay if no one buys it tonight. Uh-oh, has my Star Trek been listed? Did I miss it? Dang it. I got to stay off eBay. Okay, good. I'm trying to hunt down one Star Trek comic I need to complete a whole run, but it's took me almost a year to find one. Yeah, one did get listed. $425. That's still too much. Well, it's not too much. It's higher grade than when anyway. All right, JSA. Chad, it's 2 a.m. You're a machine. We are rolling. We'll probably be here to 2:30 a.m. And then I'm going to come back and do this all again tomorrow night. Full-length show, 1, 2, 3, 7, 4. So BOC is signed by Eric Bloom and Buck Dharma. That's exactly who you want. Eric Bloom and Buck Dharma. That's what you would want on these. So Blue Oyster Cult. We've been selling some fully signed ones for like $3.25, I think. But these are two of the best names to have on this. This is Spectres with that album, Go Go Godzilla. And let's try to find some comps on this. Down, 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 down. So there's one song by Bloom and Bouchard. Bloom, Bouchard, Bloom, Bouchard. Okay, there's Buck Dharma. There should be quite a bit. I think they've been known for like signing stuff at concerts. And I went to a BOC concert about 2 years ago at a casino up in Kentucky. And it's pretty laid back. You probably could have just walked right behind the backstage and probably got some stuff. There's Dharma and Blue. Okay, so yeah, this is $225. $225, because here's where a Agent of Fortune just got sold for $225. And then another one sold for $300 with one additional signature. Yeah, this is a pretty good item here. $225 for Blue Oyster Cult Spectres, signed by Buck Dharma and Eric Bloom. $225. I missed your question on Olivia. I did? What color? Oh, what color is Olivia Dean? My bad. Let's scan it and find out. Let's pull up Discogs. So Discogs over here. And this is... when I scan it, it's black. Yeah, it's not pink. If it was, it would be $200 and Jim B would have already bought it. But it's black vinyl. Black vinyl on Olivia Dean. Now, our new price on this was $44.99. And I do realize that's probably the most these have ever sold for, but that's the premium when we have to order brand new vinyl like this. But like I said, I will entertain a fair offer because I think we ordered that for somebody and either they didn't need it or something happened. So we're kind of almost stuck with it. So I'm just trying to get some of our money back out of it. So if y'all get pretty close to my cost, I'll probably sell it to you. All right, what else do I have over here? Striper. I think somebody asked about Striper. And let me go back through my notes. And let's first look it up. And then Laura had graded it. And the disc itself is not in good shape. And let me see if they made a note on here who signed this one. Verify another certificate. CJ 12425. Okay, and this is signed 4 members. Okay, so there's another signature on the back. Oh, they signed it again on the back. Okay, so on the back it's fully signed. Nice. So the back, it's fully signed, and on the front, there's 3 signatures. So 3 on the front, and then all 4 on the back. So it's almost both fully signed, front and back. Oh, man. Let me see if I have that wrote down somewhere. Where's my laptop? Without me having to go through endless pages of comps and autographs are some of the most time-consuming thing because you got to make sure the other ones you're looking at online are the same ones that you have. It could be easily, you know, some people sign albums like I've seen, like, for example, he probably doesn't really mean to, but, you know, Metallica be signing something, and like Robert Trujillo might accidentally sign a Ride the Lightning. Is Robert Trujillo part of Ride the Lightning? No. But, you know, somebody's getting stuff signed and he just signs one, and then you got to think, okay, blah, 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 blah. I hope y'all get what I'm saying over here. All right, I have an autograph price sheet here. Wasp, Slayer, Mastodon. Okay, most of that's already sold. And then autographs too. AC/DC, Megadeth, Creed. That's the last time I did a sale. Megadeth, Black Sabbath, REM, AC/DC. All that's already gone. See you later. Here's another page I have. Magic Johnson, Slay, Kid Rock, Anthrax, Willie Dixon, Golden Polymos, Al Jolson, Ward Bond, Stevie Nicks, Captain Beefheart, Dave Matthews. All that's already sold. Yeah, I don't have this wrote down. Let me check one more place. That would be my phone. That would be my phone over here. And I'm going to search Stryper, S-T-Y-R-P. Nope, that's an old note. Okay, I have one other place I can check, figure out what the last time I priced this for. Probably the guy I bought it from. Because me and him, when I buy stuff from him, we discuss value as well, because he's a dealer. Okay, there's a photo where he shipped them to me. Yeah, we had another one that was, yeah, that's what I was thinking, $375. $375. I got a guy, and like Danny, that King Diamond autograph, he's a dealer. He's also a collector. I mean, he's probably got $1 million worth of signed memorabilia, and he pretty much knows prices, but he also knows I have to sell, so he'll be like, well, here's probably what you can get for it, and here's what I'll take. And I'm not taking any less because it would be nonsensical. Kind of like when I price, we look up stuff and I'm like, well, here it is. You can't get one for any less than this. They've been selling for this, this, and this. So, yeah, Stryper $375. I do have some room in that. And then BOC $225 and what I sell on Foreigner, $275. I need to write those down. And did anybody else want to price on anything during that little blitz I just showed? All that stuff I just read through. Does anybody want a price? I'm going to go ahead and mark some of these so I don't forget. And I don't have to do this all over again. Well, a few of those I've never looked up, but I bet we can sell BOC this week, because I bet some other people wanted some of those that I've been selling, but I have... Michael Stacy said he would do $350. Sold to Michael Stacy. Nice. Of course, it's JSA authenticated. I don't even have to write down a price. Sold to Michael Stacy for $350. I think Michael buys quite a bit of Stryper stuff, don't you? Sold. And then there's BOC. BOC. Oh, where does this go to? This one goes to Foghat. Yep. All right. That's sold to him. All right. Thank you. And then Foghat was $275. Okay. I'm going to put that back here so I don't forget or lose it. All right. And then BOC was $225. And that's Buck Dharma and Eric Bloom. So Buck Dharma, that's Michael Hamburger. Yeah, Michael Hamburger. Your name almost caught me off guard. And then Eric Bloom, or Blom, I think it's Bloom, Eric Bloom. That's two of the original members. Bloom played vocals and guitar, and Buck Dharma was lead guitar, I think. Yeah, vocals is Eric Bloom. Caesars don't fear the reaper, do the wind, the summer, the rain. 225. Michael Hamburgers, Michael Stacy. All right, thank you. I'm curious on Post Malone. I need to look. I got the Post Malone from the same person I got Stryper from. I need to check the price on that. Larry Gonzalez, if you want to make an offer on Olivia Dean, we can strike a deal, okay? We can strike a deal. Jim B's went to bed, okay? Don't tell him I made you a deal on that, okay? Shh, don't tell him I made you a deal. Make an offer. Jim B is definitely still watching. He's 100% still watching. Let's look up Post Malone right quick. We need to get it sold. If I could put it in a hot picture, they're probably... Now, this record, like I said, this is the 12-inch single to Rockstar. Oh, man. I'm watching some stuff on eBay I really, really want to buy. It's just, I can't pull the trigger. It's like grail stuff for me. It's this time of the year. I'm like, well, it's time to buy myself a Christmas gift, but some of it, I just can't. It's like, oh. There's a lot of forgeries of Post Malone out there, by the way. He's kind of like one of those guys, like, yeah, right here, like a photo. Okay, there's Rockstar, Beer Bongs, and Bentleys. I don't think this was cheap because it's such a unique thing. It's a kind of a unique record to have signed. Signed guitars of his sell for about $1,000. I've got signed Ozzy guitars. Okay, there's Beer Bongs and Bentley 500. Let me check my cost in this. Who's all still with me? 93 people watching. Probably if I started showing some more. We've been stuck on these 3 or 4 things for like 20 minutes because they take all this time to research. Yeah, I got quite a bit in Post Malone. Post Malone, probably for this particular thing, Rockstar, I wonder what just the record goes for. I don't think it's too crazy expensive. But let me scan it and find out. Because I just had a price cross my mind, but let me scan it and make sure. Feeling like a rock star. Yeah, I mean, it's a $35 record probably. Yeah, this is $3.99. Post Malone is $3.99. $3.99. Nice. One of the few modern day rappers I probably can name more than 5 songs. Most of them I'm like, huh? All right, this is mine. I need to get my pile of take-home stuff because I got to clean my... We're about to send some comics off to have graded, and I got to get mine out. And I got little stuff here laying everywhere I got to take home. What were you at on the prime tonight? $40? I think you last offered me $250, Danny Thomason. I think you offered me $250. My price on eBay is $1,500. And I think I priced it to you. I told you my nonsense crazy price was $375. So I've got all the John Prines listed on eBay for $1,500. Now, call me crazy, but I've got stuff on there like that, and we literally just had somebody buy one of them. That was the band, excuse me. I have the band at $1,500, and we sold one earlier this week. Probably because it's pretty, what I call, well, I guess you could say it's esoteric. It's just, you got to wait for the right person. They might literally be looking for this album signed by John Prine, and then poof, there it is. But $375 is what I told you I'd take for it. And Danny's offered $250. And I did say I was going to make a deal with you because I've had some of these for a while, and I'm trying to get some of them sold. Wow, my Nolan Ryan card's already up to $515. Look at that. I think I priced to somebody the other night for $495. I got some low start, like 99-cent auctions on eBay. Some of these have already gotten up pretty high, though. The Dr. J rookie card, which should sell for over $500, is only at $10 right now. And then Larry Bird. What else has got expensive? Something else jumped up there quick. I hadn't even checked any of this stuff today. I've been so busy. Okay, that all stuff ends a week from tonight. $250. $250. It is personalized, but it does have David Bromberg All right, we're going to go ahead and sell this to Danny for $250. Let me take it off eBay. I mean, I think that's like a crazy price, but it is personalized, but I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. Let me take it off eBay. And any of his signed albums, though, I'm not probably going to take anything close to that on those. But that'll get the deal done. Let me take this off eBay. I mean, it's literally listed on here for $1,500 or best offer. Some of these have had offers, and I've turned them down because I think soon enough, when these things kind of get low population, people will get on here and buy them. So let me end that. Edit, actions, end listing. Are you sure you want to end this listing? Yes. Okay, that is off eBay. Sold to Danny Thomason for $250. Sold to Danny Thomas $250. You have a few CDs to show. No, I really don't. I still got this one box of all this kind of pricey indie stuff that would take a couple hours to go through and research. I think there's a crate that Paul went through one night that I didn't go through a second time. And I don't know where they've ended up yet. But I really don't. We'll have some soon, but we're kind of out of luck on those. All right, and then, all right, what else is over here in my miscellaneous crate? We've went through all that. Okay, of course, this is the autograph thing here. Somebody left me some gave me some newspaper clippings from the Beatles. So autographs: John Prine, John Prine, John Prine, John Prine, John Prine, John Prine, John Prine. The band. These are all canceled invoices. I need to take those back to Ed's desk. Willie Dixon, Neil Young, Neil Young, Neil Young, Neil Young, Neil Young, Neil Young, Gene Clark. Okay, now this, I've had somebody on eBay dying to buy this. They made an offer earlier today for $300. And I've told them, they've been trying to buy this for like a year. So what this was, we found this inserted in a Japanese pressing. It's signed by that original lineup: Robin Zander, Rick Nielsen, Tom Peterson, and Bunny Carlos. Now, I've told this person a lot. I got to have more than $300 for it. My price is actually $375. I think it's on eBay for $599.99. Now, it's just a record flat, essentially signed, but, I mean, it's fully signed by the original Cheap Trick lineup, and I think that'd look really cool just framed with an album jacket. That way you get, because this on an album jacket would be much more, of course. Kind of a more affordable way, and I love Rick Nielsen's autograph. He does a little doodle. Very cool autograph. So $375. If anybody wants that, I've got to reply to that guy and be like, I don't know how many times I can tell you this, but I can't take $300 for this on eBay. By the time we pay fees and it's free shipping, I'm getting like $250. I know I have some customers that will pay more than that for it. I might have to hold it a little bit longer, but it's such a premium item. Why give it away? You know, it's signed by Cheap Trick. I've got an album signed by McGuinn, Clark, and Hillman. And, of course, I got Bill Monroe out the Yin Yang. Bill Monroe. I got Clapton, Mayall, Ansley Dunbar. And then I've got Neil Young, 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 and Neil Young. Bunch of Neils. Bunch of Neils. This is on eBay. I'm going to keep this over here. I need to bring that back out tomorrow, though, and try to get it sold this week. And this guy's been trying to get it for a year on eBay. Like, he'll make an offer every few months, and I'm like, man, this is eventually going to sell, and then you're going to be out of luck, because he's like, man, I've been waiting for this to pop up on eBay for years. And I'm like, you're going to let $75 keep you from buying it? $75 keeping you from buying it. I got a few sports cards here that they thought was on eBay, and they put them over here on the shelf, but they're in fact not on eBay. So let me knock some of those out. Here's a really cool autograph that is unfortunate what happened to it. So you might can get a great deal on it. and I'll show them to you right now. Let me first put up these Bill Monroes. These Bill Monroes need to be put in the crate with all the other autographs. There we go. So this one is interesting, but it's kind of got an asterisk next to it, literally. It literally has an asterisk next to the COA or the LOA. So this is the Golden Palominos. The Golden Palominos is signed by Jack Bruce, and you may know him from Cream, Sid Straw, Chris Stamey, Anton Fear, Peter Belvegard, and Larry Dunn. But the bad part is it's also signed by Michael Stipe from REM, but that's a forgery. So all these signatures are on this record, the Golden Palominos. They're all legit except Michael Stipe. His has been forged. Somebody probably forged it so they could have a complete, fully signed Golden Palominos. Unfortunate, but that's why all the lettering is in green. See how that's in green? Usually it's all in red. The signature of Michael Stipe was penned in an unknown hand, aka somebody wrote Michael Stipe on there, but it's essentially a forgery. So unfortunate, but I'm kind of trying to move that one because it's going to be tough to sell. That's going to be a tough sale with a forgery on there, but okay, that's all signed. No more signed albums on eBay that I don't have in this crate right here. Where to put these? Let's put these back here for right now. Where's my chapstick? Okay, what time is it? 2:15. Wow. Let's see what else I can show in these last few minutes. When is Facebook going to expire? Ace poster. If I knew where it was, man. Golly, where is that thing? I need to ask Tanner. I bet he knows. Jeff, you need to bug Tanner. You need to say, hey, Tan Man, where's that Ace poster? Golly, there's so much stuff over here. I can kind of get to some more stuff. Autograph. Bubblegum. It's been 1 week since you dun. Here's some stuff that has to be authenticated. Y'all will love it when it does get authenticated, but I got let's see. I got Pierce Brosnan. I'm saving that for another project. I might sell it, though, because I have several his. Johnny Depp. These are all passed. We just got to get them stickered or lettered. Steven Tyler, Aerosmith. Those are good there. Johnny Depp, Pierce. Those are coming next year after we get enough to have authenticated again. So, Depp, Pierce. I got, let's see. I've got, this has to be stickered. Some cool stuff coming next year. Signed. It's already authenticated by Autograph COA. That's not a bad company, but I still want to get them JSA because y'all know my policy. Autograph COA, I would trust them, but when it comes to maybe some of the higher end stuff, I still want to put the money behind JSA and Beckett and PSA. But yeah, can't say anything bad about them. Just I would do other ones first. None of those are for sale right now. None of those are for sale. Coming soon. All right, let me see what I have in here then. None of those are for sale right now. They will be, and they're going to be some very desirable auction items. I look forward to that night. All right, what else is over here? What is this? That's a pretty cool piece. What is this? That's a spicy piece. Ace Frehley solo album poster. That's interesting. Ace Frehley solo album poster. Sleaze Bees. Y'all know them? Sleaze Bees poster. Drop the COA. Might can price this out to somebody tonight. It's personalized. Let me get a price on it. $150 on this. $150 on this. Dee Snider, Cindy and Doug, Twisted Sister Forever, Dee Snider. 2015 or 19. Looks like 2019. That's kind of a vintage, it is a vintage poster. JSA, Dee Snider, $150. There's the COA. Will come shipped rolled in a tube. Okay. Dee Snider. $150. Come on, feel the noise. Girls, rock your boys. Who is this? Oh, crap. I forgot about this. This is probably an expensive piece. I got to check this one. But it's not Steve Perry. If it was, it'd be like $1,000. This is Journey. I think a customer sent that to me for free. He just like, I don't want anything for it. I know you're gonna, you'll have it checked and sell it for whatever. He worked in the music business, so he's got all this cool sign stuff. And I was like, dang, okay. But yeah, that was sent to us virtually for free. That's a 50th anniversary, but it, no Steve Perry. But that is Journey. I hadn't looked at any of these since they've been authenticated. There's a whole shelf over here of signed posters I'm going through right now. What is this? Ooh. Ah, that's a good one here. I'm kind of familiar with pricing on this. I kind of know the pricing on this. Let me double check it though. Golly, there's some good posters over here. You sang Quiet Right, dude, not Twisted Sister. I did? Quiet Right? Oh, I did. Come on, feel the noise. We're not going to take it. That's what I meant to sign. Saying, we're not going to take it. I got my hairband mixed up. We're not going to take it. Not going to take it. Let's see here. Y'all are getting late night deals because some of these prices and this is like possibly what I would be starting to bid for, and y'all can grab them for a buy it now price or make a fair offer. Otherwise, I need to retag them and do it later. So, okay, there's an album. That's what I was thinking. This is pretty cool, though, because it's oversized. $175 on this item I'm about to show you. $175 coming up on this item. Probably a pretty firm price. Signed Black Label Society poster. It's fully signed, including Zakk Wylde, big and beautiful at the top, with his guitar doodle. Black Label Society. Destroy, Conquer, Doom Crew Ink Tour. $175. JSC authenticated. This has got a little bit of wear over here, but nothing the frame won't cover up. So I've shown D, I've shown I don't know about Journey. I'll have to get the exact lineup. It's probably not super crazy, but there's I think these are Goldfinger posters signed by the Golden Girl herself. No, there's all kinds of stuff rolled up in here. Golly. I'm slowly been working on this office for months. That's where some of this stuff's been coming from. So here's a whole bundle of rolled posters. Let me see if I can spread them out on this card over here. I'm kind of running out of table space. That's another thing that happens. Yeah, these are all signed by Shirley Eaton. I've got Goldfinger posters galore. So without me unrolling all these, I have another one over here I could easily show you. So here's one kind of already unrolled. They're not real Goldfinger posters. I only found 2 real Goldfinger posters that she signed. I kept one, obviously, and then we already sold the other. But these are still pretty nice. Here's what they look like. I mean, it looks just like the original. It's going to be much cheaper than the original, and it's signed by the Bond girl Shirley Eaton. So over here, I rolled up, I've got about a dozen of these, and then I've got a couple others that look a little different, but this is probably the best one. I've been pricing these for $175, and I think these reissues, we've already sold a couple. That's probably the most expensive Shirley Eaton item I have. I've got photographs for $55. I've got Life magazines for $100, and then probably those posters. Okay. So that's all those. These other ones over here, these are going to take further research as well. Lita Ford. I've already forgot who those were. And then that's a mess. The next thing is a stack of about 300 signed photographs, probably. And I don't know where the cards are at, and I don't know. I have no further statements. Okay, we probably need to stop there. I need to get ready for tomorrow. I need to eat. I'm starting to feel famished. I've been snacking, and I think it's a good time to stop. I think the only one still watching is Jeff Brent RTO. If is anybody still watching, willing to say, Chad, I've been watching. Thank you for keeping me entertained at 3:30 a.m. And Jeff, I'll get that post approved. And thanks, everybody. Jeff Brent, only one alive watching. I figured. Danny said what I said. Danny's still watching. Chad, I've been watching the whole time. Thank you, Joe DeGaldo. Thank you, Michael Hamburger. So thank y'all. Might have a cool sale tomorrow. Might be back tomorrow for just a really cool walk-through store. Y'all know how I walk through the store. That's kind of my plan for tomorrow, and I think I'm all kind of hopped up right now unless I eat and crash. I'm known to eat and crash, and I don't want to do that. I need to go ahead and just knock out my to-do list and then go home and sleep so I can come back and do this cool sale tomorrow for y'all. I've been watching and wrapping presents. Thank you, Regina, and yeah, it's time. It's that time of night. I've told y'all before, the ideal is 5 to 1 every night, right? I'm supposed to do these from 5 to 1. That's perfect for me, perfect for my brain, perfect for y'all. But occasionally we go later, or I start later and I try to get in a good 8 hours of selling. Because this last hour or so, probably not necessarily prime time, but man, we sold quite a bit. Sold some autographs, sold some good stuff. Sold a couple high-end items. Sold a striper, sold a John Prine. Hey, I'm happy with that. Couldn't have done it with the feed not working, right? If the feed wasn't on and I was up front eating, we couldn't be selling autographs. So thanks, everybody. Happy Merry Christmas Eve. Tomorrow, I'll still be saying Christmas Eve. Even though it's a new day, I still got to go home and sleep and come back. And then no sale at all on Thursday. I'll be at my mom's eating fudge and watching Christmas movies. And then I'll be back Friday, and I think everybody else will be too. And then we have the weekend, and I'll be doing a Saturday night and a Sunday night sale. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Robin, the mail is really weird right now. The mail is really weird. It's just the holidays. It's they're all caught up on shipping here. It's just we're in the weird time of the holidays. So bear with the post office. I promise it will show up. Thanks, everybody. Good night, and look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. Let's sell a bunch of stuff. Surely y'all won't be doing anything on Christmas Eve, and you can tune in and be like, yes, Chad, I'll take that.